Yo, what up? What up? What's good, YouTube? What's going on, man? Your boy, Frankie Knee back at it again. It's Wednesday night. About to just come on here. I got a lot of stuff I wanted to talk about. I want to break down junior coaching. What's going on? Kamala's whack, whack little policies. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Her whack little thing for black men, really corny. You know what I'm saying? My bad, man. I came on late because I was watching Darren Muhammad. He was breaking it down. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. So without further ado, I'm about to go in on Kabame. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. I got to, man. You know what I'm saying? I got to go in on her, man. I have to, man. You know what I'm saying? All right. So, yeah. So what's good with y'all, man? You know what I'm saying? On this Wednesday, Junior Coltrane, what's up with you, man? I'm over here chilling, man. You know what I'm saying? Chilling, willing. So without further ado, I'm about to get into this stuff, man. So yeah, man. So Kamala Harris, man, has the whack plan for black men. It's just like, you know what I'm saying? So let's get into this real quick. You know. I mean, it's just you can't make this up, man. Can't make this up. Yeah, but you can't make this up, man. It's just like really seriously. All right, so let's get into it. It's late. Fair use 1970s copyright act.
And look, what is so fascinating and important about this plan is instead of continuing to talk about black men or talking down to black men, it's time to listen to black men. And that is exactly what Vice President Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have done with this agenda for black men. It is about providing economic opportunity, wealth, health, and prosperity for.
It says others, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't. This is not just for us. This is for others. You know what I mean? So I don't know. They be lying. I don't know with these people. I guess money, clout,
or Black America, which will help all of America. It's about providing.
It sounds like her.
$25,000 of grants for down payments to help 1 million black homeowners achieve the American dream and close the racial wealth gap. It's about providing $20,000 for givable loans to small businesses and entrepreneurs, people who have great ideas, but who need help getting that business off the ground and to a good start. And then once that business is operating, providing $50,000 worth of deductions in that first year so that business continue to be successful. It also expands into the child tax credit, providing up to $6,000 for families with children. But beyond that, it also includes the health of black men by investing in a national health equity initiative to address the inequities of sickle cell, prostate, diabetes that disproportionately affect black men's health.
There should already be some type of universal health care or something anyway, man. Come on, man. Let's just be honest. They are, sickle cell. They should have been, she had 4 years to do that. No. I don't know, man. These people. You can't make it up, man. Can't make it up.
And when we improve the economic conditions of Black people, we actually improve our economic and health outcomes. So that is what the vice president understands, because she's been listening to Black men throughout her career, but especially as vice president and now as nominee, and what I believe will be the 47th president of the United States.
Chairman Horsford, Simone Sanders Townsend here, and I do think the health initiatives.
So that is what the vice president understands, because she
legalizing marijuana. Wow, so how is that going to help Black people by legalizing marijuana? You know what I'm saying? So are we going to link white men to coke? Why are you linking Black men to weed? Damn, that's crazy, dude. That's wild. Like, damn. All right. These people, boy, they insult you right to your face, man.
She's been listening to Black men throughout her career, but especially as vice president and now as nominee. And
I can't keep listening to this. All right, so we're gonna go into the Black Authority real quick, or Black Truth, excuse me. Yeah, I couldn't listen to that. The lies, you know what I'm saying? Too many lies, man.
Family and fellow.
Fair use, 1976. The Copyright Act. This gives me allowance to report on this for educational commentary purposes. Check out Professor Black Truth channel. He be spitting fire. Check him out. Subscribe to his channel.
Soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Major, 3 weeks out from the election, what does it say that the vice president is having to work so hard to court Black men who should be solidly in the Democratic camp?
A couple of ways to look at that, John, at least two, maybe three. One is the Black vote is no longer monolithic in this country, and that's a good thing. It's an evolving political dynamic in which Black male voters look at parties differently than they might have taking cues from their grandfathers or fathers. That would be the evolutionary things are going well part of the equation. The other way to look at it is there is still an invisible bar that a woman seeking the presidency of the United States cannot cross because she doesn't know how high it is, and that there is embedded sexism that can always work to the net detriment of any woman seeking the highest office in the land, and this is just the latest, most visible representation of it.
As we get closer to forcing the issue of tangibles to become a reality, that's why you're going to be seeing a lot of people from the dominant society and these white adjacent groups nutting up and going crazy. They're going to be lighting into us, attacking what we stand for. White supremacy has created a racial pyramid and artificially placed us at the bottom of it. But even so, this phony racial order has real consequences for us that we suffer. But everyone who is not Black, and a handful of sellouts who are, they're beholden to this racialist pyramid scheme because it's given them every crumb of their daily bread. So they will lie, they will steal, attack people, and for the white supremacists, even kill to preserve it. Look at what this CBS reporter did. When talking about Black people, these guys couldn't help but shoehorn their phony narrative into it. They just flat out lied. And what they said is the exact opposite of the reality. Why are Black voters trending away from the Democrats? Now, the obvious answer is because the Democrats aren't doing what Black voters want. That's the common sense, obvious answer. But did this guy say that? Of course not. He totally ignores that. And instead, he begins a phony rant saying that it's because things are good for the Black community, historically speaking. He keeps using the word evolution. This society has not evolved, and our position in it has not evolved either. Now, as we all know, the reason Black voters are gravitating away from the Democrats is precisely because things are not good. That's the most obvious reason for why any voting bloc breaks away from whatever party they traditionally supported, because clearly that party is not supporting them. Wouldn't that be the obvious answer? Now, why wouldn't he say that? Why wouldn't he talk to the Black men that they're talking about? Wow. Instead of talking to them, they decide, no, we're going to go ahead and we're going to say what it is that they're thinking, because they're terrified of speaking the truth. These white media talking heads, they don't talk to Black voters. They never do. Notice that? Right. And we told you this is what would happen as Black people's influence and clout began to rise. We would force the scumbags into their network studios. And even then, as we saw with Nina Turner, with the admittedly imperfect advocacy that she gave, they're not even safe from the truth in their own network studios. So no matter where they go, if they're talking to black people at all, enough pressure has been coming from the black grassroots where they're going to have to be hearing this regardless. So they've decided, well, hell, we're just not going to talk to black people at all. We can't be talking to black people. Too many of them say the wrong thing, even the ones who we had on the payroll, because of the pressure coming from the black grassroots. Barack Obama's had to get out here and tear his behind, and they don't dare defend that. They can't. We're putting the bastards' backs to the wall. White power is so fragile, they can't even allow the most powerless people in the society to be able to speak because they don't want anyone to spoil their narrative.
Right.
White supremacy built a house of cards, but like any house of cards, all it would take is just a small breeze to knock it over, so they have to hyper protect it. They know the real reason that this is all happening because of the social pressure taking place from the black media. But they can't say that. None of them can. What we've done is to successfully resurrect and reassert a true type of black-centered politics, one that only makes demands that require power to change hands. The white media can't discuss that. It's too dangerous. In fact, it's so dangerous, they can't even attack us directly. As I've told you, the difference between an extreme and mainstream position is how often people talk about it.
Right.
When something is never talked about, when people go out of their way to avoid mentioning it, everyone understands that it's because this is a bad thing. There has to be something wrong with it. It's got to be wrong, otherwise it would be discussed openly and frequently. That's how established power works. They get to decide what's heard the most and what's not. This is a mind trick that white power plays. Treat black people in our interest like a dirty word, something that you don't discuss in polite company. In fact, you don't discuss it at all.
Right.
And then people get the idea, yeah, when it comes to black people, we're not supposed to be talking about that. Why are you niggers even talking about your issues? That's not important. Shouldn't be talking about that at all. You should be talking about everybody else except for you. So for the last 15 years, we've been promoting this project of forcing the word black back into the political discourse. And what a surprise. In very short order, black has gone from being a dirty word to a household word. The job of the white media, though, is not to entertain you. The purpose of the white media is mind control. That's the business they're actually in. This, for them, is about using lies and obfuscations to cover up the truth and to get you to go along with whatever phony narrative is expedient to the interest of white power. So rather than discuss and tell the viewers how black people's wealth hasn't changed since the Civil War and how every single issue black people protested about in the 60s is still around today, every problem from unequal education to unequal housing to engineering black poverty to over-policing and mass incarceration to redlining. Whatever historical issue you want to name that exemplified the black struggle in the 20th century, it's still around today. That's what the entirety of any segment talking about black voters, male or female, should be about. It should be about how black America has been held down and deliberately singled out to be economically strangled. But the white media's job is to conceal all that, or to go ahead and say, well, things are good now. It's their job to lie. But as far as they're concerned, a horrifying precedent's now being set, in that even if Kamala Harris's plan for black men is clearly just a bunch of empty talk, the problem is you have one political party that is publicly saying something that they haven't said in decades, and that is that they're offering policies specifically for black people. Sure, all they're doing is just saying it, they're not actually doing it. It's weasel words. But for them, the problem is that it's even happening at all. That sets the bad precedent. They've lost control of the narrative. And if they've lost control of the narrative, that also means the distinct possibility now exists for them to lose control of the outcome as well. That's what's truly at stake here. You have to be able to control what people think about the issues. That's something Dr. John Henrik Clarke talked about, how the white media is out to control image. If they can control what you see, they can control how you see yourself and the world. And if somebody can control how you see yourself, they can control what you do about yourself. And of course, what's true for the individual is also true for the group. If you can control what people see, you can also control how they see the world. And if you can control how they see the world, you can control what they do in the world. That's what the white media is out to control. As far as they're concerned, this horrifying precedent has to be rolled back somehow. And you start by claiming that it's not happening for the reasons you might think it is. Oh, you might think that black voters are actually angry with the Democrats, that they're disgruntled with them. No. What's happening is things are good now. Why they're so good for black people, they've decided that they can go ahead and vote however. No, that's not the way it works. The black vote happens to be a minority, and that being the case, it only has impact as long as that vote is aggregated. That's the reason why this is happening. That's the reason why black people vote as a block, because that's the only way that a minority of voters can actually swing an election. They got to work together. But that's what you got the white media trying to do, trying to derange our internal politics by saying, oh, well, black people, things are actually good for you. No, they're not. We know the truth. The white media is not going to be brainwashing anybody. No Jedi mind tricks going on here. And by the way, just for the record, you got the racists on the white right who are predictably losing their minds simply because Kamala Harris was making an empty proposal to give 1 million loans to black businesses. And they claim, well, that's discriminatory. Well, they totally didn't even read because they're illiterate. They didn't read the part where it said black entrepreneurs and others. It's part of the reason why in yesterday's briefing, I underlined the words and others in red, a thick red line so that you wouldn't miss it. This is yet another example of why we shouldn't vote Republican either. These racists have no problem with targeting black people to be discriminated against in every way under the sun. They don't even want you to point out that it's happening. But when the issue of repairing the deliberate racially based deprivation they've inflicted on us comes up, then they say, well, that's discriminatory. Yeah, harming black people, depriving us of opportunities, killing black people, that's not discriminatory. But saying what we're going to do to fix it, well, that is. They never say that the Homestead Act was discriminatory.
Right.
When white GIs came home from both world wars and were given all kinds of government freebies and benefits, damn near free housing loans, business loans, GI bills to pay for their college educations, the white middle class was invented out of whole cloth on the U.S. government's dime.
Right.
But it only applied to white people, and black folks were the ones whose taxes went to pay for it. And the same thing goes for your suburbs, paid for with black people's taxes. Your chronic whiners on the white right never say that any of that was discriminatory. When a group of people have been targeted for discrimination over the course of centuries, unless you have a targeted policy to benefit those exact same people to the exact extent that they were deprived, then in reality, you're just a racist who's trying to perpetuate the inequality. Kamala Harris is not trying to help black people any more than the white right. She's trying to push a phony PR stunt pretending to be addressing our interests. That's the point here. So she can say, oh, look, I put the word empower into my little buzzwords on my website. See, I put the word empower there. This is somebody trying to co-opt the language and the verbiage of the black media, but it won't work. Even her clearly empty proposals are too much for the recipients and the dependents of white privilege on the right and the left to tolerate because they're furious that either party has come to the point now that they're saying black at all. They've been fighting a war for the last 3 generations to keep this from happening. Oh yeah, let's just go ahead and go through the motions of talking about a black agenda. But the fact that that's even happening at all is too much for them. They can't afford for any bricks to be taken away from that wall. For them, these phony token gestures from Kamala Harris are simply too much because they set a bad precedent. Now imagine how much more furious they're going to be when the dam begins to give way on cash reparations. You think that these guys are showing their lunacy now, you just wait for that. A lot of people have been eating good for hundreds of years off of our deprivation.
Right.
It's been a dirty business, but also a very lucrative one for them as well.
Right.
But this racial con only works as long as we can't put pressure on the system. And for the longest time, we didn't. Not necessarily because white power had disempowered us, but because we had reined ourselves in. That's the best trick the white supremacy ever pulled off. To get the slaves to go ahead and stay their own hand, the black hand, that can crush white supremacy, to get us to go ahead and say, well, we can't do that. Well, finally, there's at least 2 going on 3 generations now who don't give a damn whether or not anybody likes what it is that we're doing. Power is not about popularity. Power is about getting what you need.
Right.
As I've always told you, if you want to be liked, or rather, if you want for people to tolerate your presence, just go ahead and say yes to everything. People will use you for a doormat and you'll be sitting there smiling and going yes. But on the other hand, if you want to be respected, then you better start learning to say no. The goal for Kamala Harris is to try to falsely claim that she's offering black people something, but we're not fooled. Nothing she's offering is what we've been demanding. And that's how this actually works. This is not about her coming up to us and saying, well, here's what I'm offering. That ain't how it works. We tell her this is what we demand. And if she's not sitting there going, okay, here it is, then that's not someone offering you anything.
Right.
You have the clowns over on Fox News talking about, well, what about reparations? Notice that she's saying that there should be a study for reparations. Why won't she say if she supports it or not? That's what happens when you have your brain on stupid. Kamala Harris has already said what she thinks about reparations. She said no. But of course, the white right are always the last ones to figure out common sense. But we can't be slow like them. Both the white left and the white right fear, and they hate black empowerment. They can't even stand when it's just mere gestures. But when you cross the line into talking about money, that threatens all of them. And that being the case, let's make sure we keep our foot up their behinds. This is about making sure that Black stays front and center in the American political discourse where it belongs. And it's also about making sure that we define what our interests are, just like with cash reparations out in California. So nobody in the government or the white media is going to be telling us what our interests are or why we're doing things. We're going to be speaking for ourselves. And when we do, they can glare at us through their beady little eyes. They can grind and gnash their crooked little teeth. But that's not going to bother us at all. And for the recipients of racial privilege in this country, that will be news. Good.
So, salute. Professor Black Truth, check him out. Shout out the channel. He be spitting some fire, you know what I'm saying? So I'm getting to Sabby Sab. Shout out to Sabby Sab. Shout out to her.
You're gonna have
you know what I'm saying? She be spitting some fire too. Subscribe, like her channel.
to get used to asking questions
Going
that
in
might
on the
make you a little
policy.
bit uncomfortable.
DJ, what's up? Let me know if you want to jump in.
We're moving on to, I think, what is going to be the story of the night. Loans that are fully forgivable to Black entrepreneurs and others to start a business. So hold on.
Wow.
Wasn't this already part of her economic plan? You'll notice this with the Black man plan, that she just pulled some of these things she pulled that were already pieces a part of her economic plan and put it under the.
Exactly.
Oh man. Let me go on. Hold on. Now, I want you to highlight the word loans, because she said that 1 million loans that are fully forgivable. So why aren't they called grants? Why is it called loan? A loan is something that you need to pay back, right? So maybe I'm being picky, but these are things that I pay attention to. 2, champion education, training, and mentorship programs that help Black men get good paying jobs in high demand industries and lead their communities, including pathways to become teachers. So let's go back to the top. Championing education, training, and mentorship programs. So what does that, what do you mean when you say championing education? So I would have said, making sure that these public schools are properly funded, because the reality is, as long as property taxes are connected to public school funding, this is always going to be an issue. What does that mean? Okay, Sabby don't like the fuzzy language. No, Sabby not like. Let's go in again. Training and mentorship programs that help Black men get good paying jobs in high demand industries and lead their communities. What do you mean by good paying? What is considered good pay, right? So you'll see the difference when you look at like someone's platform, like Jill Stein's platform, where she actually breaks down like dollar amounts, et cetera. What do you mean good pay? 2, high demand industries. What industries are you referring to? Then it goes into lead their communities, including pathways to become teachers. Okay, so a mentor program. That's it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to make this very just plain as day to understand. A mentor program. Hell, they got that at the youth rec centers. A mentor program. Let's go on to number 3. Oh, man. Whoa. Yeah, and on purpose, Hui, vague references and on purpose. Okay, let's go on to number 3. Supporting a regulatory framework for cryptocurrency and other digital assets so Black men who invest in and own these assets are protected. So do you remember what I've told you before? By a lot of times, like legislation that's passed usually has corporate interests attached to it. So crypto, right? Why is that important when it comes to Kamala Harris? Check this out. Did you know about this? Check it out, fam. Harris PAC 1 million contribution from Ripple's Chris Larson shows crypto industry warming. So Chris Larson, this is a crypto dude. He donated $1 million to Kamala Harris's campaign. So this is why I say follow where the money comes from. Okay, follow the money. So is this something that she's doing to help Black men? Or is she also adding this in because she received $1 million from Chris Larson, who's a crypto guy? Let me finish and I'll tell you what is also missing from here, which is like bullshit. Check this out. 4, launching a national health equity initiative focused on Black men that addresses sickle cell disease, diabetes, mental health, prostate cancer, and other health challenges that disproportionately impact them. Launching a national health equity initiative. So I'm all for healthcare, help, and improvement, but the reality is we should have universal healthcare.
Something.
So yeah, there are certain diseases that like Black men do have, a higher rate when it comes to certain diseases, Black women too, as well. But the reality is we need universal health care. Now, I want to point to another thing here too. Some of these illnesses, like sickle cell, you can be born with that. Diabetes, you can be born with it too, but some is developed later in life and things like that. Some of these things have to deal with preventative screening measures. And then some of it has to deal with environment and food. And the reality is, as I've said before, I noticed one thing about this is that she doesn't address the issue of food deserts. And this is very important because food deserts are they tend to exist in lower income or poor neighborhoods. And this is why a lot of times people have bad nutrition because they don't have a grocery store in that area, but they do have like a Rite Aid or a little convenience store that sells food, but it's usually not a lot of produce or vegetables and things like that. We have them in Massachusetts as well. And so you end up eating unhealthy. Even if you live in neighborhoods that do have grocery stores, the reality is junk food is cheaper. So instead of all this launching a national health equity initiative, that's not preventative. That's trying to treat something once it already happened. If you want to prevent it, then we have to have a serious, talk about nutrition and universal health care and a living wage. Do you see how all this at the end of the day, it ties back to having a living wage? If you don't have a living wage, obviously people are going to buy the food that is cheaper, that they can afford, not the food that's more expensive. And when we're talking about fruits and vegetables, we're talking about like organic fruits and vegetables, because even some of the fruits and vegetables in the grocery store are all different types of chemicals that have been sprayed on them. So it goes back to a living wage. This is another example of them trying to put a Band-Aid on the wound instead of healing the wound. Universal health care, living wage. Right. And the last one, legalizing recreational marijuana and creating opportunities for Black Americans to succeed in this new industry. So here's the thing, fam. I don't even smoke. And I agree with legalizing marijuana. I've agreed with this for years. We legalized it here in Massachusetts. I think it's ridiculous in this country or any country that marijuana is illegal. I think that's ridiculous, or that it's even criminalized, right? But here's the thing.
Why just
How can you mention
why would you mention
legalizing recreational marijuana?
Look, you're going to mention weed for Black men. So are we going to mention coke for white men? What are we doing here? Are we stereotyping what drugs certain races use, or what's going on with that? Why you got to mention marijuana and something for Black men? That's kind of interesting, right? Wow, I don't know, man. That shit should be something for a plan for a period in general. Why is it got to be for Black men? That shit is so we're so you selling us cryptocurrency and weed for our vote, okay? And
not mention anything on this platform about the criminal justice system.
That shit weird.
When you look at these policies that Kamala Harris has laid out for Black men, How in the hell can you not mention the criminal justice system when Black men disproportionately are incarcerated at a higher rate than any other male group? But I guess we shouldn't expect that from a cop, Miss Prosecutor Kamala Harris, because she's pro-police and she wants to give the police more money, and she loved locking Black men up. That's a no-brainer to me. I didn't understand that at all. There's nothing on this platform about criminal justice.
Nothing.
We're talking about marijuana, crypto. Kamala Harris wants to just give Black men weed and crypto and then go sit somewhere and shut up. I'm thinking of all the other things that you could have put to be a part of this. There's nothing on this platform about food deserts, what I just told you about.
Crazy.
Are we serious? Criminal justice system, the incarceration rate, the school to prison pipeline, which is higher for Black males than it is for Black women. How could you not put this on there? How could you leave this off?
Break it down, man.
So what you have here, let me just bring this down, is a weak milquetoast platform for Black men to basically shut Black men up and say, okay, I'm giving you something. Are you happy now? There's no reparations.
There's none of that. What about
How do you not? What are you doing? What do you mean? There's no reparations on this platform. So I don't know who's advising her. But this is so weak. And that was my complaint. And another thing I want to say to you, and I want you guys to really get this. Don't you find it a little bit strange that Kamala Harris did not even have this a part of her platform when she launched her platform? Now, she had policies on her platform for immigration to help immigration issues in this country, to help women. She didn't have a Black agenda on her platform. Nothing. She put this together 3 weeks prior to the election because she saw how she's struggling with the Black male vote. Yeah, and it's not just Black males. We can get to that in just a second. So she's like, let's throw something together to win them over. That's how little she cares about you. That's how unimportant Black male voters were to Kamala Harris. Look at everyone else that she put before you. She mentioned women, of course, reproductive health, and I'm not saying you should not have those things.
But what is reproductive health, though? Killing your baby?
Women, reproductive health. Wow. She mentioned immigration, police officers. Like, go through the platform. All these people that she put before Black men or Black women, this is what she did. You were not important to her. The only reason why she created a platform for you now is because she needs your vote. And let's be real. Do you think she's going to do this? Did Joe Biden forgive those HBCU students of their student loans like he promised? No. Nope. He just said that to get their votes. And I see people falling for it. I like online, people are like, whoa, she came up with something. Yeah, she did something. Whoa.
Yeah, I know. People are so gullible, man, just so dumb. And
she put you at the bottom of the list, just like she puts Palestinians at the bottom of the list when she's talking about the Middle East. Israel's always first. And you see who she put first when it came to her platform. You weren't even on it.
Break it down.
Not even on it. This is so weak. My little sister can come up with a platform better than this. This is what she gives you. Right. Go smoke some weed and get some crypto.
That's not a good look. It's not a good
because look. She think this is all what Black men, and she said she met with Black men. It's like, oh, well, this is what we need to give them. We need to give them some weed.
But see, that's the thing.
And crypto.
See, it should not be the politician giving you what they think that you should have. It should be you giving them what you know you should have. You know what I'm saying? You should be giving out the demand. Us people, as a constituent, we should be giving out the demand. We should be telling them what we want them to put in and implement. And we got it backward. We're so conditioned. It's so sad. They're not supposed to be giving us, oh, this is my initiative, my policy. No, we're supposed to be giving you policy, man. That's how this shit works. It's backward. They're supposed to be serving us. Yeah, all right. She's right though. Savvy Sav is breaking it down, man.
Now, it's not even just, and I want to show you this. It's not even just that. If you made the comparison, let's bring this up here. Look at the comparison between Kamala Harris's Black agenda and Jill Stein's Black agenda. Actually, let me pull this out here because it's bigger this way. Look at this. Reparations, restore voting rights, redress healthcare disparities, eliminate food deserts. That's one of the big ones. End the water crisis. Stop polluting Black communities. Justice for Black Farmers Act. Let's pause here for a second. Kamala Harris didn't even mention anything about Flint, about Black communities.
See, none of them did though. Donald Trump didn't either. All of them. Obama drank the fake water and mocked people from Flint. Then Trump came. He didn't do nothing about Flint. Then Joe Biden came. He didn't do nothing about Flint. Now this broad ain't talking about Flint. It's ridiculous, man. But see, I get it. It's a lot of Black people in Flint. That makes sense. And they talking about there ain't no racism. Are y'all sure about that? There ain't no discrimination. Are y'all sure about that? No disparaging, no economic, none of that. That's systemic, none of that, right? Okay.
Communities being poisoned.
The people, of course, the people that don't experience discrimination say there's no discrimination. That makes sense.
By pipelines, environmental poisoning, which decreases the life expectancy of that neighborhood. She didn't even mention that. I don't know. This is why I say, like, when people say she's not of the community, it's like, how do you not know this is an issue? I don't know. Stop cop cities. You see this? These are things that are going to directly affect Black communities. Community control of police. Ban white nationalists from police.
Man, that's Jill Stein. The white lady wants to do that. But the so-called Black lady doesn't have none of that. Ooh, you see how that works? The white lady talks about blaring white supremacists from the police. But then the Black lady has nothing about none of that, doesn't have nothing about the criminal justice system, no reform, none of that. They talk about anything that would actually help Black men. A $20,000 business loan would not help you. For what? Starting what? Sign-offs and everything and just getting started will probably cost about $20,000. Depends on what kind of business you're trying to start. Let's just be honest. I mean, I don't know, man.
Invest in HBCUs. Now, she'll probably do that one. Justice for Cancer Alley Act. Reinvest from policing and prisons to community building programs.
Oh, so my bad. That's Jill Stein's. Oh, that's not even Kamala. Oh, my bad. Of course, it sounds like it makes sense because it's not Kamala.
This is how Jill Stein's Black liberation platform has a number of criminal justice issues that need to be revised and need to be fixed. And Kamala Harris mentions nothing about criminal.
See, that's why I don't go on skin color, man. Don't ever go on that when it comes down to stuff like this. Because the ones that look like us will sell us out quickest. The Indian woman Kamala loves the die. She used to. Yeah, this is crazy though, man. I'm not surprised though.
Criminal justice when you have all these Black men being charged at higher rates, being locked up at higher rates for the same crimes that their white male peers do, and you say nothing about criminal justice
projects. Why is the Innocence Project mostly Black people? You know, that says a lot right there. Come on, man. These people are getting broke off millions of dollars and getting let out for wrongfully being convicted, man. Some of them over 20, 30 years. I don't know, man. We're desensitizing and dehumanizing, especially when it comes down to us. We're the first one that gets dehumanized and desensitized first. Then other groups may get that treatment after. And this is like on the world stage. This is like how most people see us. And you know what I'm saying? The other group. So
justice.
That's dangerous, man.
Smoke some weed and sell some crypto. But it's not just Black men. No, not just Black men. It is also Black women. Also Black women. They called it out on CNN, ladies and gentlemen.
Black women ain't voting for her like that. I knew it. Something told me, like, nah, I don't think, because most Black women I know is not messing with her, man. I'm in California. I don't see no Walls Harris bumper stickers. I don't see no sign. I don't see none of that out here. That's interesting. When her and Biden was running, I seen bumper stickers and signs for them too. I don't see that for her. And this guy, Walt, Tim, whatever his name is.
Check this out.
And sometimes there's a trend line that I never noticed before and make me go, whoa. This is one of them, all right? This is the Democratic margin among black men under the age of 45 in presidential elections. You go back to November of 2012, what do you see? You see Obama by 81. Clinton only won him by 63. Then we're all the way down to Biden last time around by 53. A tremendous drop already. And then you take a look at the average of the most recent polls, and Kamala Harris is up by only 41 points.
So what you are seeing overall is that since Barack Obama, there has been a decrease in black men supporting the Democrat nominee. Even Hillary Clinton, I don't know how Hillary's ahead of you when it comes to the black male vote, but even Hillary Clinton is ahead of you. So this is a trend. And I want to say this, guys, okay? Because if Joe Biden had stayed in the race, I believe he would also be lower than that 53 points where he's at right now as well. I think he would be lower too, because it's a trend. And you're seeing this. This is why when I did that rant the other day that I did about Barack Obama, this is why I said this is all goes back to you.
Obama,
because
baby.
you were the big hope for the black community and you sold us out for Wall Street. So after you let black communities lose their wealth and also get poisoned, this is what happens over time.
That is about half the margin that Obama won them by back in November of 2012. And this, I think, is, when Barack Obama goes in last week when he was in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, essentially talking to young black men, he made it seem like it was a Kamala Harris specific problem. This is part of a long-standing trend of young black men moving away from the Democratic Party, and Kamala Harris is just the latest to face that magnitude of younger black men going towards the Republicans.
That was most interesting here is the trend line and where some of the biggest drops happen or already happen in this case. How about black men overall?
How about black men overall? It's part of the same picture. We're looking once again at younger black men. It looks like the worst Democratic performance since 1960, since JFK versus Richard Nixon. It's the same thing among black men overall. Again, part of a similar trend, but here actually the drop off isn't as dramatic, right? Barack Obama won him by 85. Then you see 71 with Clinton, 69. Biden, basically the same thing, holding steady. But here again, very, very weak, only a 54-point margin. Now, again, still winning them by a large margin, but considerably lower than what we're used to, certainly considerably lower what we had during the Obama years. The bottom line is Kamala Harris with younger black men and then black men overall putting in historically weak performance for a Democratic candidate.
Is she getting any relief with black women?
All right. So, we're talking about the trend line, right? And black women, look, she's doing better with black women than she is doing among black men. But here, there isn't a trend line almost until we get to Kamala Harris. So
pause for a minute. So now we're seeing something else when it comes to black women. Obama plus 93, Hillary plus 93. So they stayed, pretty firm there, right? Those two back to back. But there was a drop a little bit with Biden, with black women. And now look at Kamala Harris. So I just want to jump in here for a second and say, so all the people who were pointing their fingers at black men, by the way, you shouldn't be pointing your fingers at black voters at all, because the Democratic Party can't win without the black vote. So stop. And then two, if you look at the numbers overall, which I've shown before on the show, it is white men and white women who are not coming out to support these candidates. The numbers show that. It shows that black men heavily supported even Hillary for the misogyny thing. Black men supported Hillary Clinton more than any other male group. It sounds like to me, the people you need to be talking to is you need to talk to white men and white women. I said the same thing about Stacey Abrams when she complained when she was running for governor second time around. These black men aren't coming to support me. But after the race, the data showed that was false and that black men overwhelmingly supported Stacey Abrams. You know who didn't come out and support Stacey Abrams? It was white women.
Bam. Bam.
So this right here tells you something about the Democratic Party.
This is a black margin among black women. Look, Obama won him by 93, very large margin. Clinton won him by 93, a very large margin. Biden did a little bit worse at 85. But then you look here and you get a 71-point margin. Now, again, These are large margins, but the bottom line is when you're talking about the base of the Democratic Party, you would think that Kamala Harris would do very well among black women based upon history. And of course, she would be the first black woman president. But
damn, these labels, boy, crazy. They know damn well this lady's Indian, man.
she's actually doing the worst for a Democratic candidate among black women since 1960, if this holds.
And again, when you look at the numbers here, whenever you come in, looking at the trends is probably the most important thing.
You got it, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sarah?
Very, very telling there. Eric, did you have another link for me? Let me know. And
So salute to Sabby Sab. Check out her channel. Man, she be spitting fire, man. Shout out to Sabby Sab. Man. Check this out, man. She went on Fox News and got
We showed up and voted to move our community forward. And Democrats in Congress took on the climate crisis,
oh my God.
lowering energy costs and protecting our planet for, well,
Democrat
us.
commercials.
Vote for Democrats in Congress by November 5th.
That's crazy.
Trading is not for everyone, but if you are a trader, Plus 500 is the place for you. With just a few clicks, you can open an unlimited demo.
Let's get back into more of these top political headlines. We're going to do that right now with our friend there, political editor at the Washington Monthly, Bill Scher. He joins me. Bill, good to see you here. We're 20 days out, and we can't thank you enough. You've been so instrumental over the last year. A lot of good insight and analysis here. I want to talk about Kamala Harris.
And like every
So you're not Joe Biden, you're not Donald Trump, but nothing comes to mind that you would do differently?
Let me be very clear. My presidency will not be a continuation of Joe Biden's presidency. And like every new president that comes into office, I will bring my life experiences, my professional experiences, and fresh and new ideas. I represent a new generation of leadership. I, for example, am someone who has not spent the majority of my career in Washington, D.C. I invite ideas, whether it be from the Republicans who are supporting me, who were just on stage with me minutes ago, and the business sector, and others who can contribute to the decisions that I make about, for example, my plan for increasing the supply of housing in America and bringing down the cost of housing, addressing the issue of small businesses, which is about working with the private sector to bring more capital and access to capital to our small business leaders, including my plan for a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and for small businesses, extending the tax deduction from $5,000 to $50,000.
We've heard a lot about.
Okay, so Bill, I have to ask you, because we're 20 days out, and she was quite unequivocal there and declarative. It's going to be different from Joe Biden's presidency administration here. But for the fact that we are 20 days out and she's still getting asked this question, how does that bode well or not well for the Harris campaign that 20 days out, she's still getting asked this question? Shouldn't she have put this question to bed earlier on?
Well, I think it's something that is inevitably going to be asked whenever a sitting vice president is going to succeed an incumbent president, even in the best of circumstances. It's a perennial. How are you going to be different? And I would agree that she's had, the most difficulty in responding to this, somewhat oddly so, because I think what you saw in that answer was an available answer to give the whole time. It wasn't like she had to go, into a lab and cook that up. She's simply reciting the new policy ideas that she rolled out, a few weeks ago, which is sort of an easy way to say, here's how I'll be different. I have these new ideas that I'm going to pursue. So part of that awkwardness, and we've seen this between, whether it was, George H.W. Bush and Ronald Reagan or Al Gore and Bill Clinton, there's always been a little bit of a tension between how are you going to be different than the predecessor.
Yeah.
And you don't want to do something that's going to cause a rift in your base, that you want to appeal to the swing. So it's taken her a little bit to get there, but I think what you saw tonight was
issues with his mental aptitude, with his age, and what she knew when about that question before he relinquished his place there at the top of the ticket. Bret Baier asked her this. I want to play this exchange here.
Call Donald Trump. he's misguided. You say now
he's unstable. He is unstable, Brett.
He's not well. You say he's mentally not stable.
He's not stable.
Let me ask you this. You told many interviewers that Joe Biden was on his game, that ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
Joe Biden, I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room, and he has the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people.
There were no concerns raised?
Brett, Joe Biden is not on the ballot.
I understand.
And Donald Trump
But
is,
you talked about it.
And Donald Trump
After George Clooney said within a few minutes of talking to President Biden at a fundraiser that he thought this was not the same Joe Biden that we saw on the debate stage.
Donald Trump is on the ballot.
I understand. You met with him at least once a week for 3.5 years. You didn't have any concerns?
I think the American people have a concern about Donald Trump, which is why the people who know him best, including leaders of our national security.
Hey, like little kids do, like, you can't trust people that be doing that, man. Like, we're not talking, man, I hate when people do stuff like that, man. That's weird.
Community have all spoken out, even people who worked for him in the Oval Office, worked with him in the Situation Room, and have said he is unfit and dangerous and should never be president of the United States again, including his former vice president, which is why the job was open for him to choose another running mate. So that is a fact.
All right, Bill Scher joining me yet again here. So, Bill, was she ready for that question? Did she handle it deftly? Did she show any dexterity there with that question?
I think she was a little bit not ready for the way that question was posed. That was probably the most loaded question that Bret Baier had, where he basically presumed mental decline on Biden's part, which and Harris, as some of you watch her interviews with Howard Stern or Charlemagne the God, whether it's a friendly interviewer or more, confrontational interviewer like Bret Baier was tonight, you can always get a premise in a question that you do not want to repeat, that you do not want coming out of your mouth. And you watch Harris, I'm not going to say I'm the Harris expert going back years or anything, but I've noticed this as of late. She will not repeat a premise that she does not want to have coming out of her mouth.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So, here is Baier trying to get her to say something about Joe Biden, whether it's to say Joe Biden was great the whole time or I know he's aged a little bit. She was not going to get into that because she does not want the soundbite that gets recirculated after the interview to be her saying the other thing. She wants to put the spotlight on Trump's stability. And Trump has been giving her a fair amount of material to work with in this regard. So it makes it a little bit easier for her to do that. But I think was it deft? It certainly was part of a planned approach to this interview to make sure she keeps the emphasis on Trump's competency and not get knocked off track.
Yeah, I mean, even to your point, by merely repeating the premise she does not agree with, she actualizes the premise herself, and it's out there, and it's in existence here. I want to just talk more about some of her media moves lately. There was a report in Reuters yesterday, Bill, that her team has reached out to Joe Rogan and his team with that podcast there. Is that a savvy move?
Well, I have to admit, I was a little bit unsure about it, going in when I first heard it, because I know Joe Rogan has, certain views on, say, transgender issues and how the pandemic went and vaccines that might get the kind of thing that might get Harris knocked off track of where she would like to be and get off message. And they're very long form interviews. They tend to go, some go 3 hours. So it can be hard to be an on message candidate, which clearly Harris likes to be.
I mean, she went an hour with Charlemagne the God yesterday, and some who watched that from start to finish said it was one of her best interviews, that she stayed on message that entire time.
She did, but you can certainly find times when Charlemagne had premises that she really did not want to indulge.
Okay.
And would not answer directly because she was determined to stay on her message. I mean, he didn't put the screws in on her.
Perceived flip-flops on the issue of immigration. Let's watch.
There's a lot of people that look back at what you said in 2019 when you first ran for president. And there have been changes, and you've talked about some of them. When it comes to immigration, you supported allowing immigrants in the country illegally to apply for driver's license, to qualify for free tuition at universities, to be enrolled in free health care. Do you still support those things?
Listen, that was 5 years ago, and I'm very clear that I will follow the law. I have made that statement over and over again, and as Vice President of the United States, that's exactly what I've done, not to mention before.
If that's the case, you chose a running mate, Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, who signed those very things into state law. So do you support that?
We are very clear, and I am very clear, as is Tim Walz, that we must support and enforce federal law, and that is exactly what we will do.
So decriminalizing border crossings, like you said in 2019.
I do not believe in decriminalizing border crossings, and I've not done that as vice president. I will not do that as president.
So these are evolutions that you've had.
But let's be very clear. I'm the only person who's running for president who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations, from the Sinaloa cartel to the Guadalajara cartel, to people who have trafficked in guns, drugs, and human beings. I have spent a significant part of my career going after people who present a threat to the safety of the American people.
Going after people like that.
And cross our border with the intent of doing us harm, and cross our border illegally. And I will do that work as vice president.
So, Bill, I just wanted to ask, I mean, no matter how many journalists ask Harris about some of these policy reversals over the last 5 years here, and we're all watching it play out, it doesn't ultimately matter what we think about them. It matters what the voters think about them and whether the voters can abide by them or not. Can they look past them or not? Is this a candidate who is trustworthy, who is outward facing or not? That is for the voters to decide. Do I have that right? And they ultimately will.
Well, that is obviously the ultimate arbiter. Probably most voters think they all flip flop and they all lie, and that can make life very challenging for candidates who want to draw distinctions. And look, we've seen how different candidates handle these sorts of questions. Donald Trump used to say he was pro-choice and was for single-payer health care. He's in a different place today on these sorts of things. And if you put those points to him, he might often just tell a totally fictional story and say, "Well, I never said that," or that you're misremembering, or what have you. He's really going to cop to flip-flop. You talk to a J.D. Vance, where you say, "You said this about Donald Trump, and you took this position before." He might tell you a longer story and try to explain to you his evolution over time, whether it's on the level or not. Again, it's in the eye of the voter, but I think he probably takes a certain bit of pride in explaining to you the evolution.
She got clown. Let's do the Charlemagne interview.
Let's go. We're in the building, baby. You're in the air for like 20 minutes. Great rest. Travel. Buckets, baby. Buckets.
Kamala Harris sitting down for a town hall with Charlemagne the God. When pressed on if she supports reparations, she sidestepped and says it needs to be studied. Harris also defending her constant repetitive answers. Listen to this.
But what do you say to people who say you stay on the talking points?
I would say you're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, listen, here's the thing. So repetition is important. And for that reason, yes, at my rallies, I say the same thing when I go to Detroit as I do in Philly.
She knows that that's a form of mind control. She knows that's a form of indoctrination, propaganda. You see what I'm saying? Repetition, saying something over and over again. That'll sink into people's minds psychologically. She knows that. Pay attention.
As I do wherever I am, to make sure that people hear and receive what I think are some of the most critical issues that are at stake in this election.
Well, how is that answer, Dana?
Well, I'm just thinking, like, what is going to happen if somebody says they're against reparations? Like, what? I mean, because I actually don't know what she really thinks. Telling somebody that it needs to be studied means that you don't want to answer the question. That's what they always do. That's like, let's just study it some more. Like, you know what you actually think. You just don't want to say it because you're afraid. Why are you so afraid to just answer the question?
And Janine, she said she repeats everything over and over again because she needs to drill it through the dumb public's head.
I'm not sure she understood the question, because the question was, why do you repeat things often? And her answer was, repetition is important, whether I'm in Detroit or Philly or, quote, wherever I am. I think she took it to mean she gives the same speech in Detroit that she gives in Philly, that she gives wherever I am. It's not even sinking in her head that she repeats herself over and over in the same speech. Because the answer to that would have to be, because I think that the American population is stupid.
Harold Ford Jr.
It's a practice in politics. When you get tired as a candidate of saying something, that means the public may have heard it once or twice. So I get her. I understand. I think I understand what she's saying there, and I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying that she repeats herself in her speeches, and she would argue, I do it because of that reason. President Trump does it. President Obama did it. President Bush did it. President Biden did it. President Clinton did it. It's a feature of politics. This notion, I want to just push back a little bit. The notion that she is somehow or another difficult on African-American men, and that somehow or another, I've heard a couple of theories that African-American men who are not voting for her might be sexist. I don't think that's the case. That African-American men think that she locked up too many criminals, as if African-American men want criminals out of jail. That's silly. I love her record as a prosecutor. I love her record not only as a prosecutor locking up people who committed crimes in America, but people who try to commit crimes coming into the country.
Did she ever first see a criminal case in a courtroom?
I don't know the answer to that.
So how do you know what a record is?
Well, you just said that she locked up in your own opening, you said she locked up 2,000 men, didn't you?
That was in what she is saying, and that what her detractors are saying. I'm saying her record.
But if she locked up 2,000,
that's a question by Charlemagne the God.
No, you said
my
that in your
question
first.
to
No, okay,
you
got it.
is, if she's such a great prosecutor, why did she never first see a criminal case?
I'm only going on what you said. She locked up I'm talking about black men are saying. Now, if you want to talk
Black
about
men are saying she locked up.
It sounds like you guys agree, if that's what I'm hearing, that you guys are in complete agreement. Greg, you had Charlemagne the God on your show. Yep. How do you think he's going to do with this interview? It's feeding in right now.
Well, I think he learned a lot from doing my show. He observed an expert at this. I'm going to just finish my thought that, like, for a guy, voting for Kamala is like getting a massage from a dude.
And that is not acceptable.
It is not acceptable. You brought up when they say about reparations, it needs to be studied. That's all they want. The activists just want the gravy train to themselves so they could have conferences, paid for lunches, maybe a business class flight to Austin, Texas. It's great in the springtime. We could have a conference there. It's basically, this is what Newsom did in California. Right. All you do is just keep kicking that can down the road, because while you're kicking it, you're also paying people who are on the committee. We're on the committee to
Oh, he's breaking it down, dude. He's right. That study that you got to say, that's benign neglect. Just by you saying that you're going to study it and putting a committee together, everybody gets paid, right? Facts. Kickbacks.
Assess reparations. But if it happens, and if it happens in your state, you got to move. You just have to move, because you know what? You shouldn't be paying for somebody else's deeds who's not alive.
Okay, yeah. I ain't trying to hear all that bullshit. I knew one of them was gonna say some slick shit, right? They're paying for, but a lot of stuff comes. Okay, so doesn't taxpayers don't taxpayers pay for the Indian reservations? Don't they? I mean, casinos. Don't taxpayers pay for everything else? Didn't taxpayers pay for the money that went to Ukraine? You don't never hear these people talk about that's a waste of money and we can't afford giving money to Ukraine. You'll never hear them say that. You'll never see them say that about Israel because Israel, that's their bread and butter. I never talk to white people about stuff like that. Never talk to people about stuff they would never and can't never understand or don't go through the thought. All right, man. I got a couple other things on here, man. Let me look at my phone. You know what I'm saying? What's the other one? I got a couple of other big ones. Let's see. Let's see what we're doing here. Excuse me. Uh-oh. Now let's get to Trump now. We gotta go. Let's get into Trump. And okay, real quick. Let me play a clip from her on Howard. Why would you go on Howard Stern? Just goofy. Let me play a clip on her on Howard Stern real quick. Just goofy as you can be, man. Why would you go on Howard Stern? Wow. Damn, maybe I want to get this something from somebody else because I don't want to they might try to get me. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Damn it. I could do a short, but I can't do it.
We love that.
We love it. Our whole family does.
It's not a campaign
and depending
thing.
on no, God, no.
Wow.
Well, actually, I haven't been able to watch it a lot recently because I am campaigning. Because also depending on where they're driving, the time of day. You got to
Who
wake
is
up
your
like
favorite driver?
Lewis Hamilton, of course.
What? I don't even know who that is.
He's leaving Mercedes. You don't know? You don't watch Formula One? No.
I mean,
once you start, I think you should see it. You might get hooked.
and just answer this quickly.
Yeah.
Why do you like Formula One? These guys drive around the cars over and over again in a circle.
It's so good.
You really love that.
We love it. Our whole family does.
It's not a campaign
and depending
thing.
on
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, they might try to get me. Just goofy. Howard Stern. I don't know why you would go on a show like that. I don't know what kind of audience that she would figure she would. Oh, Bianchi, what up? What up? Salute, Bianchi in the building. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know what kind of audience she thinks that she would. So let me get into this. I'm gonna get into this Vince McMahon shit too. I'm gonna get into this Vince McMahon. U.S. citizen. Her parents was not when she was born. Yep. So the same as Nikki Haley. She would be DEI president, but she is not black. Man, her nationality Asian is exactly. Bianchi, salute. All right, let's get into this Trump town hall. Let's get into her town hall real quick. Let's get into her town hall real quick. And then we're gonna get into his, man. I got some other stuff, these robots, and I got a couple other things.
Have you heard about this brand new product that
So late.
instantly cleans oven grease and mold without any scrubbing? Take any.
With just 21 days until Election Day, Vice President
Right now.
Kamala Harris hitting multiple
Right now.
campaign stops in Detroit, and it included a high-profile radio interview with Charlemagne Lagarde. Great to have you with us tonight for Local 4 News at 11. I'm Devin Skillian.
I'm Kimberly Gill. This comes as the Democratic nominee for president makes a push to black male voters. Jacqueline Francis followed her campaign today. Jacqueline joins us live with more on her message. Jacqueline.
Well, as you can see, there is still a large police presence downtown, signifying to us that the vice president is still here in the city. A big part of her campaign events today was courting the black vote, specifically black men.
We have 21 days until this election.
The countdown has begun, and Vice President Kamala Harris is clocking time in the D. She made multiple stops in the city Tuesday, including a quick trip to Norwest Art Gallery, followed by Craig Cafe.
I just finished doing Charlemagne's show.
Her supporters rallied at the cafe to listen to a radio interview taped in Detroit, hosted by Charlemagne the God.
I am running to be president for everybody, but I'm clear-eyed about the history and the disparities that exist for specific communities, and I'm not going to shy away from that.
A focus point of the interview was to zero in on the black vote, specifically men.
And it was very encouraging to hear Vice President Harris talk directly to the issues that are pressing to our community.
Detroit pastor Lorenzo Sewell slammed Harris's visit.
Vice President Harris, she keeps pandering with athletes and podcasters and celebrities. She thinks that black people are political infants, but we're not. Our black men are being raised up as political scientists right in our community so we can start a spiritual revival.
Right. Break it down, brother.
Both Harris and Trump have campaign events scheduled here in Michigan later on this week. Reporting live in Detroit, Jacqueline Francis.
vote for her,
Local
man.
4.
Okay, Jacqueline, thank you.
Do not vote for that lady, man. That lady's full of it. That lady full. Damn, pander bear. All she do is pander.
Welcome back to America Decides. Here's a question stirring up Texas politics. Can Democratic Congressman Colin Allred defeat Senator Ted Cruz, the Republican who's seeking a third term? Last night, the two candidates had their one and only debate, and several.
Hold up, man. I gotta go. Sorry about that, y'all. Damn, I wanted to, let me. Damn it. Yeah, that's why I was gonna play the town hall. Let me just see some of this stuff. No, hold up, man.
Ask Donald Trump what his plan is for Black America. Ask him. What I'll tell you what it is. Look,
Oh, okay. Now she trying to flip it now, huh? Man. I bet you they would. You're right, Pianki. Pianki, right, man. That's my boy Pianki, man.
look at Project 2025.
Vice President Kamala Harris didn't a treasury some type of secretary or something, a treasury secretary or something like that of BlackRock. I mean of Project 2025 endorsed Kamala Harris. Somebody from Project 2025 just endorsed her. They lying. I hate when they keep bringing that, man. They know people that Project 2025 that's that boogeyman.
Went on The Breakfast Club with Charlemagne the God for a radio town hall. She touted her accomplishments to Black voters and criticized Trump's appeal to the voter bloc.
It's always about you. This is weird. She keep talking about Trump. That's weird to me, man. That's the strategy. Just going on Trump. Bash Trump.
We have done the work in the last 4 years of bringing down the cost of prescription medication, whether it be $35 a month for seniors for insulin or $2,000 a year cap on prescription medication. what we have done that has been about putting $17 billion in our HBCUs. I am proud to be the first HBCU vice president of the United States. I intend to be the first HBCU president. Do you know what he says he'll do? Terminate the Constitution of the United States.
That's right.
Let me remind folks, you know what's in the Constitution of the United States? The Fourth Amendment, which protects you against unreasonable searches and seizures. The Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and he's going to terminate the Constitution of the United States?
In recent days, the vice president has stepped up her efforts to target
did he
black
do
male
that?
voters, including
How?
releasing an opportunity agenda for black men, an expansion of her opportunity economy plan. The plan includes loan forgiveness of up to $20,000 for 1 million black entrepreneurs, accessibility to affordable banking
That's true.
options, along with legalizing recreational marijuana and training and mentorship opportunities for black male teachers.
That is for some black male teachers, really? These people is crazy. That's some bullshit. I'm sorry, man. Some black male teachers. Y'all got rid of all the black male teachers and the male teachers before. You notice too, it was a certain thing to where only the male teachers were more upper grade, and the women teachers were lower grade and upper grade. What's up with that? Why the male teachers low and upper grade? Y'all full of it, man. Y'all are full of it. Excuse me, sorry about that, y'all. Y'all are full. They're full of it.
Black male
should be trade centers, trade schools, more free trade programs, internships, apprenticeship program. Ain't talking about none of that. Ain't talking about none about you know what I'm saying, dismantling corrupt police. Ain't talking about nothing about white supremacist cops. Ain't talking about nothing about redlining, discrimination. Ain't talking about none of that. You see what I'm saying? Ain't talking about the criminal justice system, reforming it, none of that. Not even reforming it, shaking it down.
Male voters are the second most loyal voting bloc for Democrats behind black women. But former President Donald Trump's overtures to black men and some polling have worried some Democrats with just 3 weeks until the election.
I can't do that. I can't do Kamala. She's full of shit. Interesting, y'all.
My question to you is,
Shout out to TD.
what's your stand
Shout out to TD Hip Hop
on reparations? We all know that America became great.
Check out his channel.
You know, off the backs of free black labor. How progressive are you on making it a priority and righting America's wrongs? It's understood that you are running for president for all people of America. Asking for specifics for black communities doesn't mean don't do for others, but black Americans are heavily asked to vote Democrat in every election for over half a century with very little in return. What are your plans to address these very important issues and change that narrative?
Thank you, Zeke.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you for your work. So to your point, yes, I am running to be a president for all Americans. That being said, I do have clear eyes about the disparities that exist and the context in which they exist, meaning history, to your point. So my agenda, well, first of all, on the point of reparations, it has to be studied. There's no question about that. And I've been very clear about that position.
For the millionth time.
In terms
Damn, how many, every year you're going to study it, right?
of my immediate plan, I will tell you a few of the following. One.
So if you study it this many times, what's the point of keep studying it though? What didn't you learn from it the first time you studied it?
As it relates to the economy, which is a lot of what you have addressed. Look, I grew up in the middle class. My mother, worked hard, raised me and my sister. And by the time I was in high school, she was able to afford our first
home. Slogan.
Kamala's trolling. She's trolling. Okay? She's trolling.
This lady, man.
I keep telling you guys. She's trolling. She's trolling. I've said this a minute, and we'll get to the reparations part in a second, but I've said this so many times on the main channel, said it a handful of times here. I'm going to repeat it again. Kamala Harris, Tim Walz is a throwaway campaign. That's my tinfoil hat theory. It is a throwaway campaign. I'm thoroughly convinced that it's a throwaway campaign. Why is it a throwaway campaign? Do the Democrats want to win? Yes, of course they want to win. They would like to win. Do they expect to win? No, they don't expect to win. And if you're running a campaign, but you're not expecting to win, you're effectively running a throwaway campaign. And what they're doing right now is that they're running a national stress test on the people, not just their constituents, but on the people at large, to see how much garbage we can throw in your face, but still through our mainstream media propaganda wing, be able to convince you to vote for trash. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, as I've stated so many times, is a bozo the clown ticket. In between Kamala Harris constantly trolling, no matter what you ask this woman, she's going to respond, I was raised in the middle class and my mother worked hard to buy her first home. She literally answers that for any and everything that you ask her. In between her clownish trolling antics and then a big goofy bozo, Elmer Fudd looking Tim Walz, who runs around here, he's jumping in and skipping around on stage, twirling around, and all this type of stuff and all this foolishness and tweeting and all this silly stuff. It's a bozo the clown campaign. Can we convince you to vote for them though anyways? Can we brainwash you and program you so thoroughly that you'll vote for clowns? Can we sit there and have Kamala troll you to death? But we have thoroughly convinced you and brainwashed you that Donald Trump is such a demon that you will vote for a bozo, the clown ticket, like Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, versus voting for the ticket Harris, Trump and Vance, who under the 4 years under Trump, you were living pretty solid. You were living pretty decent. You might have been living pretty good. Your life was nowhere near as hard as it is right now. Can we thoroughly program you so well that you will completely forego the reality that the last 4 years under Biden and Harris has been complete financial hell for you, and even physical hell if you're living in these sanctuary cities like Chicago and New York, where the migrant crisis has completely taken over your cities and bankrupt your cities. You have cities like Chicago that are $1 billion in the hole, but they're still handing out money hand over fist to Harris's migrants. Meanwhile, and here's where we're going to come to reparations and black folks, they're playing in your face, as people like to say, talking about a reparations study. They're talking about a reparations study. You, the loyal constituency, the most loyalist group since 1964, who has been voting blue no matter who to the tune of 85 to 90% for 60 some odd years, for over half a century now. You've been doing this to no avail. And you have a reparations study bill, what is it, HR 40, that has been on the books collecting dust on the House floor for 40 years. They haven't brought that bill up for a floor vote yet. Not one time. That joint is so dusty, it's not even funny. That bill is so dusty and crusty. If you pick it up off the ground, it might fall apart into pieces. That's how long it's been sitting in one spot. And every president, Democrat president, since Jimmy Carter, has entered the presidency with a trifecta, meaning they had the White House, the House, and the Senate. Barack Obama did so well in his 2008 election that he came into office with a complete filibuster-proof Senate. What's my point? If they wanted to do a study on, forget about reparations, okay? If they wanted to do a study, they could have been done that a long time ago.
Right.
They could have done that a long time ago. That's just something that they dangle in your face like, come here.
Exactly. But if you fall for it, you're an idiot, man. Straight up. Especially if you say you know about politics, man. You're sellout boule, a Mason, one of them kinds, straight up. Eastern Star.
Come here, boy. Come here, boy. Come on, come on, come vote, come vote, come vote. Come vote blue no matter who. Vote blue no matter who. And then once you vote blue no matter who, they take that and they put it right back in their back pocket and then make you watch them give billions of dollars to illegal immigrants who just got here last week. That's diabolical work from the Democrats. The Democratic Party ain't ish. The DNC ain't ish. These people are wicked, demonic devils. Why? Because they come to you as bearers of light. They come to you as if they are the most just angelic beings who care so much about equity and inclusion and equality and racism, white supremacy and the racial wealth gap and la, 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 just for you to vote for them. And they slap you across the face every single time. Every single time they do this to you. The question is, and I'm particularly right now speaking to Black voters, are you going to keep going for the disrespect? I just don't understand how long people can continue to do the same thing over and over again to get absolutely no results. I don't understand it. One thing that I've said a handful of times in closing on the main channel, and I mean this with every fiber in my being, I've sat and I've watched World War II documentaries, and I've often sat and I've thought to myself, wow, how is it possible that the man with the small mustache, as I like to call him, was really able to brainwash all those Germans to do those like horrific things? Like, that's crazy. You were able to convince all of them that this was okay and good? That level of mind control is insane. Same thing with, I believe it is, I hope I'm not getting this right, the people in North Korea. I believe they've had the father, he passed now, but now the son rules the country, Kim Jong-un. I don't remember which one is which, Kim Jong-il or Kim Jong-un. I think Kim Jong-il was the father, he passed away. Now Kim Jong-un runs the country. I believe it's North Korea. Could be South Korea, but you all know where I'm going with this, right? I remember watching a documentary about that. And you know, over there, I believe the father, Kim Jong-il, I believe his name is, they worship him like a god. The citizen population is taught to worship him like a god, and they do. The people over there are thoroughly brainwashed. You kind of just sit there and you go, wow, that's crazy. They really like think this guy is God.
Same with them, man. Ain't no difference. So shout out to TD Hip Hop. Check him out. Check out his channel.
Vice President Harris just wrapped.
He be spitting facts. Check him out. Subscribe to his channel.
Her first ever interview on Fox News. She was repeatedly pressed on how many migrants have entered the country in the past 4 years. Ms. Harris pivoted to describing how former President Trump treats people who disagree with it.
He's the one who talks about an enemy within, an enemy within, talking about the American people, suggesting he would turn the American military on the American people.
Mr. Trump took part in a Univision town hall in Florida and repeated the claim that Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio, are eating their neighbors' pets.
So this was just reported. I was just saying what was reported. That's been reported. And eating other things too that they're not supposed to be. But this is all I do is report. I have not. I was there.
Now, Springfield's Republican mayor says there haven't been any credible reports of pets being harmed by the immigrant community. WFAA is your source for accurate information on Election Day. The coverage starts at 9 a.m. on our streaming app, WFAA Plus, and right before the polls close, we'll begin our results show at 6:45. WFAA Plus is available now on your smart TV, and you can download it for free on Roku, Amazon Fire, or Apple TV.
All right, let's go. I'm playing.
Prop 5 knows a thriving community starts with its people.
I'm going to Trump
but today, local community members.
We are a little less than 3 weeks away from Election Day, and today former President Donald Trump and VP Kamala Harris both getting their messages out on Fox News.
Trump in a town hall airing this morning, and Harris with her first sit down with the network since she became her party's nominee. Fox 9's Sharon Crowley joins us live in studio to break it all down for us. Hey, Sharon.
Yeah, Natasha, the stakes are so high right now and the race still so close, especially in those battleground states. Well, both Vice President Harris and former President Trump have to try to win over voters outside their base. So Trump did a town hall with only women voters, an area of support he's lagging behind in. And the vice president agreed to an interview on Fox News to try to sway conservatives and independents.
We have a broken immigration system that needs to be repaired.
So your Homeland Security Secretary said that 85% of apprehensions.
During a combative half-hour recorded interview on Fox News, Vice President Kamala Harris defending her position on illegal immigration.
I do not believe in decriminalizing border crossings.
Fox News anchor Brett Baer also asking about
going in on?
Americans killed by illegal immigrants.
Do you owe
Brett,
those
I think it's
families
really, I think,
an apology?
Let me just say, first of all, those are tragic cases.
And on the economy,
people are ready to chart a new way forward, and they want a president who
Three
has
white
a
girls
plan
that
for
got
the
killed by
future
illegal
and a
immigrants.
plan
Sounds
that is
interesting,
sound
right?
and will
Three?
strengthen our country. My plan for the economy does exactly that.
And on polarizing issues like transgender rights.
Are you still in support of using taxpayer dollars to help prison inmates or detained illegal aliens to transition to another gender?
I will follow the law.
Baer also pressed Harris about what she knew about President Biden's health.
When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
Joe Biden, I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room, and he has the judgment and the experience
Of a lima
to do
bean.
exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people.
During a much friendlier format, former President Donald Trump took questions from women voters during a Fox News town hall.
We really are the party for IVF. We want fertilization, and it's all the way.
Trump was asked about abortion, lowering the cost of childcare, as well as closing the border.
We're going to make it even better. We're going to make the border even better. But the border can't. I mean, we did things with the border that nobody could have done.
The former president also responding about how he would improve the economy.
And we're going to bring down your energy costs. And with that, everything's going to follow.
Well, it's hard to say, of course, if these appearances move the needle on either side of the aisle for those undecided voters, but both candidates going right back on the campaign trail tonight and tomorrow. No time to waste, Steve.
All right, thanks, Sharon.
Wow. Very interesting. Really bad performance. Boy, I tell you. All right, let's go to Trump Town Hall. Man, she's man. She sucks, man. She whack. You know what I'm saying? So we play some of it, man. Play.
Thank you, bro. This is a nice crowd.
Yes, they love you. You know why? It's because they recognize, sir, that you're the one who fights for them. You're the one who protects them.
And you know what else? They fight for themselves, and they've been fighting for a long time, and we're going to make your fight easier. It's very important. We'll make it easier. Because what's happened to our country in the last almost 4 years now, it's hard to believe, but if you look at the borders, if you look at inflation, you look at the Afghanistan disaster, the most embarrassing time in the history of our country. I think the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, the way they did, not getting out, I was getting out with dignity, strength. The way they got out was the most embarrassing thing that ever happened. Probably led to Putin going into Ukraine. Probably he looked at it, he said, these people aren't very good, are they? He would have never done that with me. So, you know, we're all in this together. We got to win the election November 5th.
Yes. And, sir, he has never yet called those Gold Star families to express his grief for the people and the soldiers that we lost that day. And who controls that airstrip now?
China.
China. Yes.
No, they have, China took over. And one of the things, get out, we were there like for 20 years. I said, what are we doing here? So we get the hell out. But, I had a talk with the Taliban, and we didn't lose one soldier in 18 months until this catastrophe happened when they took over. But, one of the things aside from everything else, we spent billions of dollars years ago to build a big air base. And you knew that one from your own time.
Yes, I did.
A big one, a really good one, powerful runways, long runways. And you know what happened? I'll tell you, they gave it up. And it was 1 hour away from where China built, forget about Afghanistan, 1 hour away from where China builds its nuclear weapons. Would have been very nice to have. And China now occupies that air base. So it's terrible. It's terrible.
It is. Mr. President, as you can see, we've got a lot of American patriots here tonight who want to ask you some questions.
Good.
If you don't mind, we'll move into.
For that to be, and it's your son or your daughter.
Every time saluted the Gold Star parents. We still haven't gotten any
to college here. So.
Oh, here they are, sir. They're behind us over here to the left.
Come on up here. Come on.
They lost their son, Michael.
Come on up.
Come on up here.
It was already prepaid.
It's a little harder to get up since I got shot.
Oh, that's
They've made it more difficult. Perhaps that's the way it's supposed to be.
Sir, they lost their son, Michael.
President Trump, great to see you again, baby. 1760 the Gold Star. Under Obama, all 30 guys died.
Did you want to say anything?
Under Obama is right. Under Obama. Please, on behalf of your son.
I would ask, Mr. President, my son was killed August 6, 2011 with 29 other men. It was the biggest loss of life in the Iraq and Afghan war. It was the biggest loss of life in a single day in the history of America. 22 of them men were Navy Special Warfare. Till to this day, we still haven't gotten any answers. I was wondering, I'm begging you, we would like a congressional hearing.
So here's what we're going to do. In the first week, let me have it, not the first day, because I made a lot of promises in the first day. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to close up the border. We're going to do a lot in the first day. In the first week, we will set up a commission. We're going to find out, because so many people in your same position, they want to know what happened. Why did it
right,
happen
during the
to
cold
their
train, that's a
son
politician war.
or daughter. And we're going to do that within the first week. So you get ready to come over to the White House, okay?
Thank you, Mr. President. I say one more thing. I want to let America know, June 2017, President Trump and his wife had me and my wife bring 20 gold stars to the White House. Him and his wife stayed the whole time. They had food, drinks. They did a candle ceremony for us. President Trump stood up every time, saluted the Gold Star parents.
That was both a celebration, a remembrance. It had all emotion, right? They were happy, they were sad, they were devastated, but they remembered their beautiful boy, right?
Yes.
Their beautiful boy, and we're not going to forget. We're going to find out what happened. We're going to do that within the first week.
Right,
And,
right.
You have my word. Okay?
Thank you, President Trump.
Good man. Good man. Oh, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
For that to be
A Democrat household, a union household. As a mother of a blended family, my top issues are the same issues that face all Americans.
What is blended? What does that mean?
Illegal immigration hurts Black Americans. Inflation hurts Black Americans. And
is
dangerous
blended?
cities hurt Black Americans. Like my fellow Americans,
Well,
my
like two
grocery
people
bill has
died,
not
that's
gone
sad.
down.
Yeah.
Everything is still so very expensive. What steps will your administration take to help American families suffering from this inflation?
So, it's such a great question in the sense that people don't think of grocery. It sounds like not such an important word when you talk about homes and everything else, right? But more people tell me about grocery bills, where the price of bacon, the price of lettuce, the price of tomatoes, they tell me. And we're going to do a lot of things. Our farmers aren't being treated properly. And we had a deal with China, and it was a great deal. I never mentioned it because once COVID came in, I said that was a bridge too far, because I had a great relationship with President Xi. And he's a fierce man, and he's a man that likes China, and I understand that. But we had a deal, and he was perfect on that deal. $50 billion he was going to buy. We were doing numbers like you wouldn't believe for the farmer. But the farmers are very badly hurt. The farmers in this country, we're going to get them straightened out. We're going to get your prices down. But you asked another question about safety and also about Black population jobs and Hispanic population, in particular, those two. So when millions of people pour into our country,
Why you gotta mention
they're
Latino
having
when
a
you mention us, though?
devastating
I don't
effect
get that.
on Black families and Hispanic families more than any others. I think it's going to spread to a lot of other places. I think it's going to spread to unions. I think unions are going to have a big problem because, employers are just not going to pay the price. They're going to, and it's a very bad thing that's happening. So they're coming in, many are coming in from jails and prisons and mental institutions, insane asylums. That's like, a step above, right? A insane asylum. And whenever I go, Hannibal Lecter, you know what I'm talking about? They always go the fake news. That's a lot of fake news back there, too. But they always mention, it's a way of demeaning. They just say, Hannibal Lecter, why would he mention? Well, you know why? Because he was a sick puppy, and we have sick puppies coming into our country. I figure that's better than wasting a lot of words. You just say Hannibal Lecter. We don't want to, but they always sort of say, why would he say that? I do it for a lot of reasons, but I do it because we are allowing some very bad people into our country, and they're coming as terrorists. You saw the other day, last month, they had the record number of terrorists. I had a month, and I love Border Patrol. Did you see they gave me a full endorsement 2 days ago? Border Patrol. The Border Patrol. And they're great. And, they want to do their job. They don't want to let these people come in. They look at them. They can tell. They can look at somebody, say good, bad. They say what's coming into our country now, it's having a huge negative impact on Black families and on Hispanic families and ultimately on everybody. And we're going to close that border so tight, it's going to be closed. And I said the two things I'm going to do. First, we're going to close that border, and people are going to come in. You want people to come in. We need people to come in. People are going to come into our country legally. It's so unfair. You have people that are waiting on a system, on a line, and they've been waiting on this line, you know how long? For years, 10 years, 12 years, and they study and they take tests, and then people come. I actually say, why don't you just come on across? I tell people that it's terrible, right? I say, go out. You're incredible. They say, what can I do to speed up the process? I say, you know what? Go to the southern border. I'll see you on the other side. It's so unfair.
That's
but
true.
We're going to have them come in legally. You have to see what they have to do. They take tests on, who was the first one here? What date was this? What does 1776 mean? All the stuff. And these other people are coming in, and they're affecting the school systems, and they're affecting the hospital system. I mean, if you take a look at what's going on in Springfield, Ohio, a town of 50,000 people, they've just added 32,000 people, illegal immigrants, and we're not going to put up with it, and we're going to take care of your costs are going to come down, and you're not going to have a problem with, because the biggest problem, and I'm hearing it from Black people, and to a lesser extent right now, but it'll be the same, Hispanic people. And I'll tell you what, our poll numbers have gone through the roof. With Black and Hispanic have gone through the roof. And I like that.
All right. Even though he kind of low-key really didn't answer the question. But all right, so this is you know what I'm saying? So let's go into engineering consent. Let's go into some Edward Bernays real quick, just to show you the propaganda, how it works. You know what I'm saying? How people get brainwashed. You know what I mean?
Now, how do you know if you know how to do?
The publication of Freud's works in America had an extraordinary effect on journalists and intellectuals in the 1920s. What fascinated and frightened them was the picture Freud painted of submerged, dangerous forces lurking just under the surface of modern society. Forces that could erupt easily to produce the frenzied mob which had the power to destroy even governments. It was this they believed had happened in Russia. To many, this meant that one of the guiding principles of mass democracy was wrong, the belief that human beings could be trusted to make decisions on a rational basis. The leading political writer, Walter Lippmann, argued that if human beings were in reality driven by unconscious, irrational forces, then it was necessary to rethink democracy. What was needed was a new elite who could manage what he called the bewildered herd. This would be done through psychological techniques that would control the unconscious feelings of the masses.
So here you have Walter Lippmann, probably the most influential political thinker in the United States, who is essentially saying that the basic mechanism of the mass mind is unreason, is irrationality, is animality. He believes that the mob in the street, which is how he sees ordinary people, are people who are driven not by their minds but by their spinal cords. The notion of kind of animal drives, unconscious instinctual drives lurking beneath the surface of civilization. And so they started looking towards psychological science as a way of understanding the mechanisms by which the popular mind works, specifically with the goal of figuring out how to understand how to apply those mechanisms to strategies for social control.
Edward Bernays was fascinated by Lippmann's arguments and also saw a way to promote himself by using them. In the 1920s, he began to write a series of books which argued that he had developed the very techniques Lippmann was calling for. By stimulating people's inner desires and then sating them with consumer products, he was creating a new way to manage the irrational force of the masses. He called it the engineering of consent.
Democracy, to my father, was a wonderful concept, but I don't think he felt that all those publics out there had reliable judgment, and not that they very easily might vote for the wrong man or want the wrong thing, so that they had to be guided from above. It's enlightened despotism in a sense. You appeal to their desires and their unrecognized longings, that sort of thing. That you can tap into their deepest desires or their deepest fears and use that to your own purposes.
And then, in 1928, a president came to power who agreed with Bernays. President Hoover was the first politician to articulate the idea that consumerism had become the central motor of American life. After his election, he told a group of advertisers and public relations men, "You have taken over the job of creating desire and have transformed people into constantly moving happiness machines. Machines which have become the key to economic progress." What was beginning to emerge in the 1920s was a new idea of how to run mass democracy. At its heart was the consuming self, which not only made the economy work, but was happy and docile, and so created a stable society.
Both Bernays and Lippmann's concept of managing the masses takes the idea of democracy and it turns it into a palliative. It turns it into giving people some kind of feel-good medication that will respond to an immediate pain or immediate yearning, but will not alter the objective circumstances one iota. I mean, democracy really, the idea of democracy at its heart was about changing the relations of power that had governed the world for so long. And Bernays' concept of democracy was one of maintaining the relations of power, even if it meant that one needed to sort of stimulate the psychological lives of the public. And in fact, in his mind, that was what was necessary. That if you can keep stimulating the irrational self, then leadership can basically go on doing what it wants to do.
Propaganda right there, man.
It's been estimated that an average American living in cities sees up to 4,000 ads a day. Ads are everywhere you look. Subways, bus stops, billboards, magazines. This toxic culture of mindless consumption exploits our innermost insecurities and desires to meet impossible standards. The corporate PR machine is enormously successful due to a model created by a man named Edward Bernays nearly a century ago. The nephew of Sigmund Freud, Bernays is considered the father of modern propaganda, or public relations. An Austrian aristocrat, Bernays' first contribution to the United States was helping President Woodrow Wilson sell the idea of World War I as a noble mission to spread democracy in Europe. In order to create the engineering of consent, Bernays argued, you must appeal to the unconscious mind. And on behalf of numerous corporate clients, Bernays helped perfect the tools of manipulation and conditioning that are used today. To understand more about the history of propaganda and the collusion between the U.S. empire and Fourth Estate, I talked to Professor of Media Studies at New York University, Mark Crispin Miller, who wrote the intro to the new edition of Bernays' 1928 seminal book, Propaganda. When did public opinion begin to stand out as a force to be managed by the establishment?
For all intents and purposes, I think it's probably most accurate to say that World War I marked an important turning point in the rise of what we call public opinion as a consideration for political leaders and the science of propaganda, which was used and has been used with increasing sophistication to move public opinion in certain directions, basically to make sure that we don't succumb to anything like real democracy. I mean, public opinion has to be respected, but not out of any respect for the popular will. It has to be respected as a kind of mighty beast that needs to be tamed unless democracy break out and upset the apple cart.
In the introduction you wrote to Bernays' book, Propaganda, you said his aim was not to urge the buyer to demand the product now, but to transform the buyer's very world so that the product must appear to be desirable as if without the prod of salesmanship. Talk about how this strategy has been institutionalized.
What Bernays understood brilliantly was the need to kind of shape the flow of events, to influence the media in a general way, to create an atmosphere in which large numbers of people would end up making certain choices, coming to certain conclusions without really being aware of any stimulus, you see. So he had a lot of contempt for advertising because it was too explicit, it was too blatant, it was saying buy this. I mean, it wasn't quite as simplistic as he made it sound. He badmouthed advertising and disdained it in favor of his own method. It was to kind of create the climate in which people would do certain things to benefit his clients. My favorite example is that, he represented a piano company. How to get people to buy pianos? Well, he did this by creating a craze for music rooms in homes, right? He actually contacted people in the architectural magazines and so on, and in the news media, people who wrote about lifestyle and so on. They didn't use that term then. In order to create a kind of trend for music rooms. Okay, well, you have a music room, what are you going to put in it? I mean, obviously, most middle and upper middle class people want to buy pianos. You see, so even though he never mentioned the name of the piano company, and didn't even harp on pianos per se in the propaganda, it had the general net effect of getting people to buy more pianos. So the client was happy. He had a contract to help increase sales for American tobacco. And one of the most important things that he did to that end was to get Hollywood to incorporate cigarette smoking much more consciously and often artfully into the scenarios of movies, to get them to write cigarette smoking, lighting up, and so on, to write all that into the stories, you see. So it developed a kind of grammar of seduction, and you could express various kinds of emotions with cigarettes depending on who lit you up or whatever. But the point I'm trying to make is that he understood that the inexplicit the kind of inexplicit influence, just creating a large scale shift in the weather, to get people to do certain things. That was his great insight, you see. And now you ask, how did that?
That's some real shit.
How did that come to define our world, basically? Mm-hmm. Well, let me answer that question by stepping back to say that I think that we live at a moment when propaganda has never been so pervasive, has never been so influential, has never been so dangerous. And I mean propaganda. I know that the word sounds terribly quaint. I say propaganda, people think of Chinese voices coming squawking over loudspeakers in Beijing, or they think of Soviet posters, right? Or Nazi propaganda. They think of Leni Riefenstahl. Actually, propaganda is not a totalitarian phenomenon primarily, although we have long since learned to think that it is, right? Propaganda is as American as apple pie. Propaganda at its most sophisticated was perfected, and I mean not just political propaganda, but commercial propaganda. Both kinds of propaganda were perfected jointly by the United States and Britain. In Mein Kampf, Hitler, in his famous chapter on war propaganda, talks about how deeply he admired what a brilliant job the British propagandists had done in World War I, had nothing but contempt for the German propaganda, and resolved to make sure that his own and the Nazi Party's propaganda would be brilliant in imitation of the British, you see? So, how many people does the world of propaganda employ in the United States, if you think about it? I mean, it isn't only people in public relations. It's also people in advertising agencies. It's also people in the world of so-called public diplomacy. It's also people in the world of what we call lobbying. There are countless euphemisms that we use today for propaganda, right? If you go up to a person in an ad agency or a PR specialist and say, well, how's the propaganda going? They're going to be insulted. They're going to feel like you've called them a dirty name. They don't understand that they do propaganda, right? They do propaganda. And the rise of all those euphemisms for it is a direct result of the successful effort to cast propaganda as something that they do in those closed societies. The Russians do it, the Chinese do it, the Iranians do it, the Venezuelans do it, the Cubans do it. We don't do it. We educate people. We provide them with information. Right. And that misrepresentation of propaganda has had the paradoxical effect of making it extraordinarily effective.
Fact. All right, so shout out to that channel, man. Salute. That's the dude that wrote that propaganda book. Go check it out. Go get it. I think I'm gonna order that. I gotta get that book. I'm gonna get that book too. My damn self. But all right, so look, check this out. Look what Tesla's over here doing. You know what I'm saying? Let's do Tesla. Let's do these damn robots.
Things that I've learned in business, but trust is the most important aspect. And City National Bank has been that key financial advisor that has helped us be successful.
Everything we've developed for our cars, the batteries, power electronics, the advanced motors, gearboxes, the software, the AI inference computer, it all actually applies to a humanoid robot. It's the same techniques. It's just a robot with arms and legs instead of a robot with wheels. And we've made a lot of progress with Optimus. And as you can see, we started up with someone in a robot suit, sort of that. And then we've progressed dramatically year after year. So if you extrapolate this, you're really going to have something spectacular, something that anyone could own. So you can have your own personal R2-D2 C-3PO. And I think
that's scary.
At scale,
I think that's scary,
cost
man.
something like, I don't know, $20,000, $30,000. Probably less than a car is my prediction long term. Now, it'll take us a minute to get to the long term, but fundamentally at scale, the Optimus robot, you should be able to buy an Optimus robot for, I think, probably $20,000 to $30,000 long term. So, and what can it do? It'll be able to do anything you want. So it can be a teacher, babysit your kids. It can walk your dog, mow your lawn, get the groceries, just be your friend, serve drinks. Whatever you can think of, it will do. And yeah, it's going to be awesome. And I think this will be the biggest product ever of any kind. Yeah.
Wow. Interesting. Wow. So okay, so they got the Chinese ones, right? And they got the American. Let's look.
Introducing Super Power Saver. Greg can't fly, lift cars, or harness the elements, but he can sign up for Power Saver reward.
A flood.
Fair use 1960. Fair use under the Copyright Act 1967 under the Copyright Act Section 107. This gives me allowance to report on this video for commentary and educational purposes.
Of humanoid robots is coming. Many of them will come from Elon Musk's Tesla, but even more of them are coming from China. You might not know how deeply the Chinese tech industry and even the Chinese Communist government themselves have invested in a future of walking, talking robotic people. The battle of the bots is shaping up. Now what comes next? You may have noticed that something was missing from Tesla's event calendar in 2023. For the 2 previous years, Tesla hosted an event called AI Day. In 2021, we saw the debut of Tesla's own supercomputer prototype named Dojo, and we also got our first glimpse at the concept of a humanoid robot, the Tesla bot. And then in 2022, we actually saw a Tesla bot on stage in real life, 2 of them, really. Only one could actually walk around, the other was bolted to a post, but it was still pretty damn cool to see how much progress had been made in just 1 year. So in 2023, we were eagerly awaiting our next live demo of the updated Tesla bot, but it never came. Why not? Elon Musk explained the situation in a Tesla earnings call in January 2024, saying, "Some of our competitors look at what we do on a frame-by-frame basis. The same happened with Battery Day, so we have to be a little cautious, but some kind of update would be good to do. We'll discuss with the team, maybe something later this year. Our main goal with these AI Day things is recruiting and to change the perception of Tesla as a car company." So breaking that down a little further, Tesla had to stop doing AI Day because they were revealing too much to their competition, who were taking every opportunity they could to analyze what Tesla had accomplished and how they had done it. And there is no better example of this than the Kepler humanoid robot. Look familiar? Now, obviously, all humanoid robots are going to look more or less humanoid in shape, but the similarity here between the Kepler and the Tesla bot Gen 2 is very striking. And if that wasn't enough, the release video from Kepler is almost a beat-for-beat match to Tesla's own demonstration videos in 2023. They have the same shot of the robot looking at its own hands through computer vision, the same example of sorting items into trays. They both feature eggs at some point, and Kepler does the same actuator strength test, only using a motorcycle instead of a grand piano. So this is obviously what Elon Musk was talking about. Even with skipping AI Day 2023, Tesla's robotics and AI work is being photocopied by the competition, and it's no surprise that the most blatant ripoff is coming from China. As much as Kepler Exploration Robotics might try to disguise the fact that they are a Chinese firm by choosing a German name, that's exactly what they are, and Kepler is just one splash in a new wave of Chinese robots that are coming in this decade. Okay, preface, you might want to buckle up for this. In November 2023, the Chinese Communist Party issued a set of national guidelines on the development of humanoid robots. This came straight from China's Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, and it highlights the key points that robots will be the next groundbreaking product to reach the consumer market after computers.
They're gonna start using this stuff to control people. They're gonna start using this stuff to come at people. They're gonna start using this stuff for war. Trust me, man. This is like the movies, man. Our robot, they you know what I'm saying? It's predictive programming. It really is. That oh yeah. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Smartphones and electric vehicles. The ministry says the advanced bipedal droids have the power to reshape the world, carrying out menial, repetitive tasks in farms, factories, and houses to alleviate human workload. The guidelines titled Opinions on the Innovation and Development of Humanoid Robots sets a timeline for the new sector to evolve in China. 2025. By the end of next year, China's ministry aims to nurture 2 to 3 world-leading robotics companies, establish a cluster of specialized small and medium-sized enterprises, and create 2 to 3 industrial development hubs. The country is reportedly targeting 500 robot workers per 10,000 human workers by 2025. According to China's Statistics Bureau, there were 733.5 million people employed in 2022, which equates to over 35 million robots. The guidelines promote artificial intelligence technology with a focus on breakthroughs in key areas such as the brain, cerebellum, and limbs. The brain encompasses core technologies of humanoid robots based on large AI models, while the cerebellum involves the robot's environmental perception, behavior control, and human-machine interactive abilities. By the year 2027, the guideline states that China is expected to establish a reliable industrial supply chain with humanoid robots seamlessly integrated into the real economy. There are also measures for expanding the application of humanoid robots in specific areas, including electronics, automotive, healthcare, services, agriculture, logistics, and even specialized industrial environments.
Coach, just said it. They're gonna take the jobs. I'm telling you, they're bringing these immigrants, and they're making these robots to make you obsolete. I'm telling you. But when we say stuff like this, oh, you conspiracies? Nah, the proof is in the pudding.
Where humans currently undertake dangerous tasks in harsh conditions. So again, this might all seem a bit familiar because it's basically the same playbook that Elon Musk has set out for his Tesla bot. Elon has said that the Optimus robot project has the potential to be bigger than Tesla's entire vehicle lineup and even more profitable than fully autonomous driving software. Elon says that the Tesla bot will replace human labor that is boring, repetitive, or dangerous, and that Tesla will make millions of these bipedal droids within the next few years and sell them to consumers for a shockingly reasonable price. A Tesla bot will be cheaper than any Tesla vehicle. This is one key difference in the two plans. Elon Musk might be the richest, most famous person in the world, but Elon's entire business empire is dwarfed by the power and resources of the Chinese Communist Party. The idea that Tesla could compete with or even surpass Chinese industry supported by the state government, it's just not going to happen. And we can see the same thing playing out with electric cars. Tesla is no longer the largest electric vehicle maker in the world. They are slowly being overtaken by the wave of Chinese competition. BYD was the first Chinese brand to pass Tesla in manufacturing volume,
I didn't know that.
and they likely won't be the last.
I didn't know that.
In the realm of electric vehicles, Tesla had a long head start. When it comes to humanoid robots, we are now in year 3, and the Chinese competition is already knocking at the door. Or are they? You may have already noticed one major flaw in the Chinese plan for robot domination. Their robots still kind of suck. If we go back to Kepler, you can see that they have a very similar robot to Optimus that does very similar things, but it doesn't appear to do anything as well as the Tesla bot. Tesla's hands and fingers are more articulate, with better dexterity and pressure control. The Tesla bot can walk faster and more human-like, and the Tesla bot can seemingly perform more tasks with a much more advanced AI brain than its competition. We can see the same thing play out in this video from Chinese EV maker NIO's production line, where they claim to already have humanoid robots integrated into their vehicle manufacturing. But when you look at the footage, all we really see is a clunky, awkward robot made by the Chinese firm UBTech that can't seem to really do anything useful aside from maybe place an emblem onto the hood of a NIO vehicle. And the same goes for any of the flood of Chinese robots, like the ultra-janky-looking Xiaomi Saber 1, or any of these bizarre human-like androids featured at the 2023 World Robotics Conference in Beijing. Even the barista bot from Dream E, which definitely could make a latte reasonably well, but moved so slowly that I'm sure people would have been much more satisfied and caffeinated if there had been a real human being behind the bar. There's also the purple-haired girl robot from Cloud9's Technologies. I'm not sure what you're supposed to do with this thing, but I know someone out there has ideas. Anyway, you get what I'm saying. Tesla essentially kicked off this massive trend of humanoid robots, and as far as we can see, Tesla is maintaining a lead in terms of the real-world capability that their bot has achieved. And this really gels with what Elon has said in the past about Tesla being forced to design their own actuators and robot parts. He's claimed that off-the-shelf components just weren't good enough for Optimus, and if what we've seen from the competition is a good representation of the best those commercially available parts can do, then obviously Tesla made the right move here.
Crazy,
but
crazy,
at this
crazy, man. That's crazy. What about these? Let's check out these self-driving taxis.
Find your next possibility on Cars.com. Where to next?
At Tesla's We Robot event in LA overnight, a glimpse at what could be the future of driving.
We have 50 fully autonomous cars here tonight.
CEO Elon Musk unveiling what he says is the company's first fully self-driving robo-taxi. The two-door cab with no steering wheel and no pedals is powered by AI and will cost around $30,000.
We'll see autonomous cars become 10 times safer than a human.
The new car is expected to hit the road by 2027. Musk also
bad.
announcing a robo-van that can carry up to 20 people.
The future should look like the future. Now, can you imagine going down the streets and you see this coming towards you?
And that wasn't all.
So you could have your own personal R2-D2 C3PO.
Check out Tesla humanoid robot Optimus.
It can do anything you want. So it can be a teacher, babysit your kids. It can walk your dog, mow your lawn.
It's the first product launch for Tesla since the Cybertruck was announced with a bang in 2019.
Oh my God.
Thursday's event marking a milestone for the automaker and Musk, whose self-driving dreams have been delayed by almost a decade. Today, Teslas with full self-driving capabilities still need a human in the driver's seat, ready to take the wheel if something goes wrong.
You must be fully attentive and have your hands on the wheel at all times while driving.
And even that tech is under scrutiny. Earlier this year, federal regulators said a critical safety gap in Tesla's self-driving systems contributed to at least 467 collisions, including 14 deaths. Now Tesla's taxi is veering the company into a lane with stiff competition.
It's just me
the steering wheel here.
Google's Waymo cars have now logged more than 22 million driverless miles across 4 cities. But Tesla already has the highest selling EV in the world.
Let's get the party started.
And with its new ride, the company could go into overdrive.
Wow.
And guys, there's still a couple of big questions. The first, whether the robo-taxis will be made in time. New Tesla models kind of have a track record of a lot of delays and changes. And then once the Cybercab is ready to go, regulators still need to give it the green light. So at this point, all dates, including for Optimus there, seem to be optimistic.
Wow.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m.
Right,
Eastern.
I got some other
8
stuff right now, but you know what I mean? I got some other stuff.
As the war continues in the Middle East, there are growing concerns now over possible U.S.
Hey, what up?
involvement.
Salute.
22 News reporter Claire Overton joins us
live.
live in studio after speaking with U.S. Senator Ed Markey about the role the United States could play.
You know what I mean?
Nick and Ciara, the war in the Middle East has been going on for over a year, and unfortunately, there are not any signs of ending in sight. The war started when Hamas invaded and attacked Israel last October, and now over the past year, Hezbollah and Iran have gotten involved in the war, launching attacks on Israel. Other countries have provided help and aid in other ways. I spoke with Senator Ed Markey today, who said he maintains his support of Israel against the attacks, but also helping those who are impacted by the war.
It was important for the United States to help the Israeli government to shoot down the incoming Iranian missiles, and I think it's important for the United States to continue to play that role. But ultimately, we need peace. We need to find a way of ensuring that this conflict ends, but it's also important for humanitarian aid to go to those who are most vulnerable in Gaza as well.
According to a study from October of 2023 to October of 2024, the U.S. has spent $17.9 billion on military aid to Israel. The U.S. has also provided nearly $336 million in humanitarian aid to Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. Just this week, the U.S. also announced they are deploying troops to Israel along with an anti-missile system. Working for you, Claire Overton, 22 News.
Wow. Are we bringing troops? Wow, U.S. troops out there. That's crazy. I wouldn't want to be in no damn army or no military. That's corny.
I'm baffled by the lack.
That's corny, man.
As the war continues in the Middle East.
That's whack. I still got more. Man, I ain't done. So let's talk about a little bit about Vince McMahon real quick, man. Why he didn't get the puffy treatment, man? You gotta get the. What's up with Vince McMahon? Everybody stop talking about Vince McMahon, right?
Either peeing on her or whatever the fuck it is. You know, I mean, this is just disgusting. I mean, and he's so enamored with himself. He's so fucking full of himself. The power he gets over her, and then he brags about it to other people. So he says, I just passed around my phone to a bunch of guys in the tech crew. They were screaming, "Oh my God, she's fucking beautiful. Look at that ass. I'd like to get that." I paused to count out loud how many guys there were. 12. I said, okay, there's 12 of you, and she would love to fuck each and every one of you at one time. The guys cheered, but she would only do it if she takes 3 at a time. That brought a huge reaction. She wants one deep in her ass, one down her throat, and one in the, and you can pound her and keep her pounding until you pop your. She may scream and try to say no, although it would be difficult to say anything with the down her throat. I mean, if you love somebody, you really want to traffic them around to 12 guys. Baby, these guys were having a blast with me. Some of them didn't believe me, so I said you were the greatest fuck in the world, and no matter how much you get, you always wanted more. She didn't want more. She did not want more.
I can't with this lawyer. Bruce Rivers is funny. He don't even mean to be. He's like, yeah, no, she didn't want more, champ. Nah, she was done. She was sore and tired. I mean, guys, freak offs, 12 dudes. He just passing her around the company, passing her around the whole organization, the whole org chart, and still not a single charge. Don't get it twisted. This is not breaking news. This video we're reacting to is 8 months old, ladies and gentlemen. 8 months old. The news has been out on Vince for 8 months, and still not a single criminal charge has been levied against him. Yet we got to hear Diddy memes all damn day. I'm just saying, well, what's the difference? What's the difference between Diddy and Vince? You guys leave a comment in the comment section. What's the difference? Because so far it sounds like Vince is even worse.
Toy on her, you know, a vibrator of some kind that was not meant to go inside. But he put it inside her anyway. And she had a hard time getting it out, and she bled for days. This is just all about sheer domination, sheer control, sheer cruelty for the sake of cruelty. When Brock Lesnar couldn't make it, you know, he had this all set up, and he was going to have him come in, and she would, but thank God there was a snowstorm. Well, not thank God, but there was a snowstorm. He couldn't make it. And another time he couldn't make it for some other reason. And on the time that he had this meeting all set up with Lesnar, right? McMahon did. And he couldn't make it. So McMahon himself decided, and you've seen Lesnar. Lesnar's not a little fella. I mean, he's huge. He's just absolutely huge. And he said, "Oh, good thing I didn't make it because, you know, you wouldn't fit in there after, you know, after I got done with her." I mean, this degrading of women is so ridiculous. I don't know what you get out of that. You know what? I get so much more just by being sweet, you know, and seeing a genuine happiness in somebody else. But McMahon isn't like that. McMahon wants torture. He wants to see suffering. So when Lesnar couldn't make it, she's there waiting for him. So McMahon shows up instead. And what does he do? He role plays. And he does a role play. And he smacks her around. He does everything under the sun to her. How in the hell he's not prosecuted for this is beyond me. You know, I implore the U.S. attorney or the district attorney for whatever jurisdiction this is. It might be Connecticut. I'm not entirely sure. But wherever this happened, somebody's got to look into process.
If you're looking to get genealogy consultation, I highly recommend Mike. You know, he was very thorough, prompt, very knowledgeable.
I mean, come on. Who believes that? Who believes somebody would love to do that? Oh, beat me, whip me, call me dirty names.
What's going on here? Today, we're going to take a look at
cases that, you know, remember when I was telling you about digital footprint and self-snitching and all that kind of stuff? There's all kinds of text messages from Vince McMahon from his device telling her what to do and how to do it and how she doesn't really have an option but to do it. And here's the other thing. He's her employer. So another thing you need to look at when you look at these kinds of cases is the power differential. And that happens in these sex cases all the time. And it's 99.999% of the time, it's men using their power against somebody who's got no power and threatening them either with being destitute financially or...
Oh, y'all thought I was like joking or something. Y'all thought Mike was just making a really weird off-color joke about Vince McMahon pooping on a woman's head while her doctor sexually molests her. No, guys, truth is stranger than fiction.
More it is. Yeah, I had it. This is a little exclusive right here, man.
Now Grant's team files new motion against Dr. Carlin Culker in ongoing Vince McMahon lawsuit. This was just published on the 15th, yesterday. Come on. Quote, when Miss Grant was suffering from symptoms of severe stress and trauma due to her abuse, Vince McMahon coerced her to schedule appointments at Peak Wellness. McMahon, whatever the fuck you say it, Vince McMahon, who was in direct contact with Dr. Coulter, obtained access to Miss Grant's private medical records and dictated her treatments. This was the same kind of shit they say Diddy did, right? A physical therapist at Peak Wellness joined McMahon in the repeated sexual abuse of Miss Grant. Imagine this. He's abusing this girl. She has PTSD. He tells her which doctor to go to. She goes to the doctor's office, and the doctor is passing her around like a hotcake, sexually abusing her further, including one instance in which McMahon defecated on Miss Grant's head and forced her to continue engaging in a sexual act with a Peak Wellness employee.
Wow.
So, guys, when I say earlier that you may end up with Vince pooping on your head while your doctor sexually assaults you, that wasn't an inappropriate joke. I just wanted to make sure we got that straight. I would never joke about such things. That is reality.
I'm telling you,
allegedly.
man.
Ruining their reputation or suing them or, that kind of dragging them through the mud. Now, we saw what happened with E. Jean Carroll, right? She sued Trump. That was just for fucking defamation. That wasn't for the underlying conduct.
And we've gone from defamation to defecation. Let's talk about it.
She had to sort of prove the underlying conduct in the first lawsuit, but then the last lawsuit was just about him defaming her. Now, in this particular event, this particular lawsuit, statute of limitations hasn't run on the conduct, because we're talking as late as 2022. Let's sort of get into it. Let's start from the back end of things. Towards the end of the complaint, there's basically three parties that are sued. So there's three parties here. You got Vince McMahon, he's being sued. You've got John Laurinaitis, and he's a former wrestler and also an executive there at WWE. And then you got the WWE as an organization itself. Now, those are three pretty deep pockets. McMahon supposedly is a billionaire. One of the comments or one of the paragraphs, and I think this encapsulated, McMahon's conduct was malicious in nature in that he sought to degrade, humiliate, objectify plaintiff for his own gratification throughout her employment with WWE. The theory is that WWE is vicariously liable for the conduct of McMahon because it was within the corporation. It was in the context of employment. So let's kind of get into what the claims are. We're going to start from the back. So there's an intentional infliction of emotional distress against both McMahon and WWE. That's count 8. Count 7, civil battery against Johnny Laurinaitis and WWE. Then you got count 6, civil battery against McMahon and WWE. And then you've got count 5, negligence against WWE for negligent supervision and protection of its employees. And then you've got count 4, participating in a venture in violation of TVPA, that's Sex Trafficking Act, 18 USC 1591, against WWE. And then you've got count 3 is another sex trafficking allegation against McMahon and Laurinaitis. And then you've got count 2. Basically, counts 1 and 2 are declaratory relief. In other words, invalidating the NDA that McMahon tried to have or coerce her into signing. But let's kind of get into what the allegations are. So McMahon started his relationship with Miss Grant on an altruistic note. And then as time went on, he started pushing the boundaries more and more and more, to the point where all of a sudden he's naked in front of her and demands.
I came across Mike. He was a great thing that I came across. He has a lot of information, a whole wealth of information.
Shout out to Mike TV on
For those of you that want your own family genealogy, John, I highly recommend using Mike, because I'm going to go ahead and go further using his services. Once again, thank you, Mike. It was great meeting with you. Thank you.
He would do is he would farm her out to other men, and he loved it. He loved it, and it was multiple sex partners. And not just that. he loved, the more degrading it was, the more McMahon liked. McMahon invites her over, tells her he had a scar on his knee. He draws a line up his leg and tries to tell her, you can't let scars of the past affect you. So in other words, trying to relate to her. So he invites her to his condo on a bunch of times, assuring her that he would find the right position for her at WWE. She's probably not qualified to do anything in WWE because she doesn't have the background. But Miss Grant, she would bring jobs descriptions that she found online to review with him. McMahon would meet her and they just start talking about her qualities, flattering her, saying she has goodness, vivacious, childlike innocence, vulnerable. All these things have made her an easy target, basically.
Yes, you have childlike innocence. So let me poop on your head while your doctor hits it from the back. I mean, all right. All right, guys, this is gross, but if we're gonna compare apples to apples, which is worse? The things that Diddy's alleged of doing or the things that Vince McMahon has done? And even if we say that they are both equally just as bad as the other, why is Diddy the only one in jail right now?
So when he's doing this, he's grooming her, making her feel good, making her feel wanted, needed. This is an opportunity. This is my savior. Paragraph 66, he says, McMahon also started initiating long physical embraces with Miss Grant, repeatedly telling her that he trusted her, that he could find himself around her, and that how he'd open up his home to her. You get the gist. And this is pretty typical of sex offenders. It doesn't come out all at once. And this is also key. In paragraph 68, McMahon also told Miss Grant that he would never forget how helpless she looked when they first met, that he wanted to wrap his arms around her and assured her that everything is going to be okay, and that Miss Grant's problems were in the past. And McMahon told Miss Grant that he viewed her as a true friend. That is just absolutely the kind of behavior you expect from somebody who is grooming. That's grooming behavior. Get him to trust you. One of the first encounters, he leans over to Miss Grant and asks her to kiss him. And she paused. McMahon gave her a kiss on the cheek, and then she sighed, "That's not what I meant." McMahon walked off to his bedroom and said he wanted Miss Grant. She swiftly rejected his advances and tried to reason with him that he was putting her in a bad position. So right off the bat, she's rejecting him. But it isn't until she becomes completely dependent upon this job, upon her position with WWE, that things go really, really south. All the while, there's the dangling of employment. She's not working there yet, right? This is in paragraph 82 of the complaint. McMahon invited Miss Grant to his condo and again asked her to lay in bed with him before informing her that he had ordered WWE corporate officer number 4, whoever that is, to offer her the job, even though the job description hadn't been firmed up yet in high-level summary. While incredibly excited to finally receive a long-awaited employment and financial security, Miss Grant expressed to McMahon that there seemed to be a conflict between his doing this and his warning to Miss Grant that no one could know about their closeness. He appeared amused by replying, "It's my company." So they offer her a job in 2019 of $75,000. On May 18th of 2019, that's when they have their first sexual encounter. And he dangled this employment over her head, and she didn't feel like she could say no. So what does he do? He goes down on her. He performs oral sex on her. And he says to her, "That's what I've been waiting for." And here's the other thing. She asks, "Okay, well, you got to use a rubber. You got to use, protection." And he says, "It's okay because I'm clean." Who's going to believe that? Especially somebody like this. She can't look at him. She's numb as hell. And he rolls over and just says, "Jack him off." That's what he says. She's disturbed by this. She doesn't consider it consensual. The statute calls for force, fraud, or coercion. If you're dangling something over somebody's head.
Come on, guys. This sounds just like the same shit they said the diddler was doing. So the diddler diddles and gets detained, thrown in the dungeon, if you will. Vince McMahon, he gets to diddle with no backlash, no repercussions. I mean, sure, it hit the mainstream media, and there was a couple articles that people wrote about it. But guys, this came out 8, 9, 10 months ago, and it really hasn't garnered the same media attention as P. Diddy. I wonder why. Is not Vince McMahon the same caliber of celebrity to the white community as P. Diddy is to the black community? Matter of fact, I'd say Vince McMahon is even more special to the white community than P. Diddy is to the black community by far. Them little country white boys ain't got nothing but wrestling and Monster Jam to go see, okay? Let's talk about it. So is that why Vince McMahon seems to be getting protection? Makes you think, doesn't it?
Fuck me or you're going to lose your job. That's coercion. One of the things that the complaint alleges is that while she, that summer after she was hired, she's just being constantly monitored by McMahon and by McMahon's associates, anybody that was around. And then he starts demanding sexually explicit photos of her over and over and over again. And she says she felt compelled to comply because she'd lose her job otherwise. And she was reassured that the photos she was providing were just to remain private and were part of their secret world. McMahon started calling her his bitch and started demeaning her. And it's this systematic taking her down. I think.
Damn, look at how he preyed on her psyche. She's vulnerable. He's holding her. You're my friend. You're a true friend. Kiss me. I want you. 2 weeks later, you're my bitch. Go in this room. Fuck Brock Lesnar.
Somewhere later in the complaint, he said,
Yo, that's messed up, man. I'm not laughing. I'm just not laughing with you. Yo, Shaq, what you think about this? Yo, Shaq, man. What you think about this, man? What's good, man? Shaq, you listening to this shit?
What up? What up?
Chilling. What you think about this whole thing? Was you listening?
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
But I remember this like earlier this year, like, you know what I'm saying, a while back. I remember the Vince McMahon thing. They shut that shit down fast, though. They shut it down quick. They was like, nothing to see here.
Hey man, they saying it's more profitable for the diddler, for Diddy Cone.
More profitable for the dealer.
I mean, it's a whole list. Like I said, man, it's a whole list of these individuals out there, man. People with money, influence, and they go to these, have these brothels and these, freak offs that where if he did it once, I'm pretty sure it's repeated. Stuff like that be repeat. It never be just no one time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I want to see the trail of women or accusers.
Right.
They come out and follow this. You know what I mean? Just run it up the flagpole.
Right.
Let's run it. They don't have no problem running. They ran Deshaun Watson, ran him up the flagpole. Even the boy in the NBA, they didn't run him up the flagpole either. They kicked that on the rug.
Who you talking about?
I don't know what he is. I guess he's like white or something. But he had some. He is supposed to have some alleged stuff with an underage woman, female.
Yeah, they don't. When it's them, it's just really, you know what I'm saying? When it's them, they tread lightly, man. They really do. If they even talk about it at all,
Yeah.
If they even talk about it, man. If that, I peeped that, man. I noticed that. You know what I'm saying?
So is this so? And with this situation, is the lady coming out speaking, or?
Yeah, that's the lawyer, and that's what she was alleged happened to her. That's like the complaint that they got on paper or whatever.
No, who was the lawyer? It ain't the Gloria Albright.
It's not this guy, but I don't know who. I forget. I should look into that. Let me see. You know what I'm saying?
That's another chick try to come out on Diddy, man, and then find out this one,
That
her
was a
and
lie,
Mario
yeah.
end up getting into it. You see that shit?
Oh,
These
her. Oh,
motherfuckers.
talking about Gloria Allred and the lady.
Nah, it was another chick. It was another. It was a so-called. She looked black, but she could have been mixed. Yeah, man. I was looking at Corsino. He broke. He had another female came out and said Diddy had did something to him.
Man, but see why all this time? I mean, damn, it's just weird how it's like kind of weird. Ex-employee accuses Vince McMahon of sex trafficking. Oh, everybody's talking about this. Oh, well, you know what? Inside Edition, I don't know if they'll. You know what? I don't know. I don't know if they'll. No, I don't think Inside Edition will get me.
What you looking for? Hey, matter of fact, shout out to everybody in the chat, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate y'all for pulling up, man. Please share the video, share the link, share the YouTube on your platform to your friends. Just run these numbers up, man.
Well, good looking out, Shaq. Man, appreciate that, man. Cause you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, people be talking about the support. If you ain't supporting each other, then how you expect some outsiders or some foreigners or some people that's not of your culture or of your lineage, to support you? It's kind of weird.
Very weird. Very weird. Very strange. That just goes to show that they wouldn't, the same people that they wouldn't support, they would support somebody else. You know what I'm saying? That and vice versa. That says a lot right there. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at it. That's a chess move. So this nigga look like the Count Dracula, huh? Vince McMahon look like a damn vampire. What's up with this dude, man? Hold up.
Everyone at the WWE has reportedly been told to not say a word.
Former WWE employee Janelle Grant accuses McMahon of sexual assault and trafficking. Just this week, McMahon, along with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, rang the bell at the New York Stock Exchange to celebrate The Rock joining the board of WWE's new parent company, TKO. Look, 78-year-old McMahon is almost unrecognizable with dyed black hair and a mustache, a far cry from his heyday. In the lawsuit, Janelle Grant accuses McMahon of sharing sexually explicit photographs and videos of her with the wrestlers and recruiting men to have a threesome at the WWE headquarters, even during working hours, while referring to her as his porn star. To show his domination over her life, the lawsuit claims McMahon texted her, "I'm the only one who owns you and controls who I want to blank you." Last year, McMahon spoke about his legacy.
Let me just say I've made mistakes, obviously, both personally and professionally through my 50-year career. I've owned up to every single one of them and then moved on.
Now, many are wondering if the sordid accusations could threaten the 10-year, $5 billion deal Netflix just signed for WWE's live streaming rights.
Is Netflix going to dump this deal? I don't think so. But could they? Well, this is Hollywood and anything can happen. But I would not say that anyone's getting out of the ring yet.
A spokesperson for Vince McMahon says the lawsuit is riddled with falsehoods, baseless fabrications of events that never transpired, and a malicious distortion of the truth.
The parent company of WWE says they take the accusers' quote horrific allegations very, very seriously and are addressing the matter internally.
Hey, why it gotta be internally, dude? Why it gotta be like that? Who's the lawyer, dude? Who's her lawyer, man? Lawyer explains. I don't know. I don't think. Yeah, it's not saying the lawyer, but that's not a good look, Shaq. Did he really get sentenced? Let me see.
Just like his on-screen wrestling character,
Vince McMahon has always been the guy who always got away with everything, no matter how terrible it is. This is thanks to not just the WWE for always covering up for him, but also mega companies like Netflix. That's right, your favorite streaming service has hidden some things about the chairman. So stay with us in the video as we uncover everything Netflix is hiding about Vince McMahon. You've probably heard of this by now, but Netflix released a documentary about Vince McMahon called Mr. McMahon. It's a deep dive into the man behind WWE, the face of the company for years. For die-hard wrestling fans, a lot of what's in the series won't exactly come as a shock. However, for those who are new to the sport, this documentary basically portrays WWE's rise to the top in the 80s and 90s under McMahon's leadership. The 6-hour series covers some of the biggest, most iconic moments in wrestling history and gives plenty of showtime to the careers of legends like John Cena, Hulk Hogan, Stone Cold, Steve Austin, and of course, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Under Vince McMahon's leadership, WWE hit some insane record-breaking highs, but also faced some really brutal lows. His reign over the company has been nothing short of controversial, to say the least. The new docuseries, brought to life by filmmaker Chris Smith and executive producer Bill Simmons, digs deep into all that drama. The series explores who McMahon was on screen, an over-the-top villainous boss who made life miserable for his employees, and also who he was behind the scenes, a very competitive promoter who has had his fair share of legal troubles along the way. In January 2024, Vince McMahon officially resigned as executive chairman of WWE and UFC's parent company, TKO Group Holdings. But here's the kicker. He didn't resign because he felt like retiring. There was a massive scandal driving his exit. Sure, Vince was a genius, but let's be real. Not every business mogul gets a Netflix movie made about them. So, what is it that makes Vince McMahon so special? Well, that's where things get interesting. The series comes after McMahon resigned as executive chairperson and from the board of World Wrestling Entertainment's parent company, TKO. It's common knowledge that Vince McMahon had a pretty awful reputation in the wrestling industry. We're talking allegations of sexual misconduct, being a next-level control freak, and so much more. And honestly, it's actually not that hard to picture McMahon as an evil mastermind. After all, his on-screen persona in WWE was one of the most twisted and unhinged villains ever. At some point, it became hard for people to tell if he was still acting. In the opening of Netflix's 6-part series, Mr. McMahon, Vince McMahon, declares, "No one really knows me." He also says, "I wish I could tell you the real stories, but I don't want to. I don't want anybody to really know me." Sure, Vince might have a point there, but don't worry. We've got you covered on all the juicy details the Netflix documentary will probably give about the world of McMahon. It's going to cover all the controversial issues of McMahon's legacy, even if the man himself wants to keep a few secrets. In 1992, WWE was already reeling from a steroid abuse scandal that happened in 1991. But that wasn't all. WWE was hit with numerous allegations of sexual misconduct and other wrongdoings, with McMahon himself accused of rape and turning a blind eye to harassment and abuse happening right under his watch. McMahon even admitted that he had suspected some of it. To make things worse, a grand jury investigation into WWE's involvement in drug distribution and conspiracy began that same year. Yet somehow, despite all the accusations and legal drama, none of it stuck to him. McMahon managed to walk away acquitted in 1994, and WWE's empire kept rolling. It took 3 decades of controversy, WWE going public, and a lot of allegations aimed directly at Vince McMahon to finally bring him down, at least for a while. That led to his resignation in July 2022. But even then, McMahon wasn't done. By January 2023, he forced his way back onto WWE's board of directors and played a key role in merging WWE with UFC to create TKO Group Holdings. The deal was announced during WrestleMania weekend and finalized in September 2023, with McMahon becoming the executive chairman of the new company. He might still be sitting in that seat today if it weren't for a lawsuit filed in January 2024, which exposed the most damaging details yet, ultimately forcing McMahon to step down for the second time. A lot of allegations against McMahon started in 1992, when he was accused of ignoring rampant sexual misconduct in WWF. In early 1992, WWE faced a whole lot of sexual misconduct allegations in Titangate. This followed closely on the heels of the steroid abuse scandal. The accusations centered around key WWE figures: Pat Patterson, the head of wrestling operations, his right-hand man, Terry Garvin, and ring announcer and ring crew chief, Mel Phillips. However, it was reported that Vince turned a blind eye to what was going on in his company. In the same 1992, Rita Chatterton stepped forward, claiming that Vince McMahon had raped her back in 1986. At first, the Titanate scandal didn't involve him, but that changed after Rita's allegations were aired. Vince invited her to his limo, where he forced himself on her twice. Then he fired her after recounting a rule about not socializing with co-workers. In return for the allegations made against him, McMahon would sue Chatterton for civil conspiracy as opposed to defamation before dropping the suit a year later. Rita stayed silent about her allegations for the next 30 years. Chatterton's lawyer also sent McMahon a demand letter asking for $11.75 million, which McMahon vowed not to pay. And there's more. The letter outlined the significant damages she suffered, including years of depression, substance abuse, eating disorders, lost income, and a general decline in her quality of life. Chatterton also gained the right to sue McMahon for damages related to the alleged assault, but that wasn't the last time we'd see McMahon get involved in such shady acts. Far from it. Fast forward to January 1983, Superfly Jimmy Snuka, who, by the way, was one of the biggest names in the WWF at the time, got arrested near Syracuse, New York, for assaulting his girlfriend, Nancy Argentino, and for assaulting the responding officers. Things could have turned out worse for Snuka if Argentino had decided to press charges, but Vince McMahon talked her out of making the complaint against Snuka. Things stayed quiet until 2006, when Vince McMahon faced another allegation of sexual misconduct. This happened during the weekend of the Royal Rumble event, while he was at his seasonal home in Boca Raton, Florida. He visited a local tanning salon, Tanzabar, where a clerk filed a police report claiming that McMahon showed her nude photos of himself without being asked, and then forcibly groped her. After she managed to escape, he reportedly told her he was only trying to have some fun. McMahon didn't face any charges, and the story faded away for about 12 years. It resurfaced in January 2018 when the original police report was uncovered, which indicated that officers believed there was probable cause to charge McMahon. If you ask us, that already is a disgusting record of sexual crimes. But what if we told you it gets even worse? Yup, good old Vince tried to hide so much for so long that when it all eventually got exposed, the entire entertainment sports industry was rocked to its core. This massive scandal in question is from 2022, starting on June 15th, when it was revealed that WWE's board of directors had hired an independent law firm to investigate a $3 million settlement Vince McMahon made to a former employee just months earlier. This investigation began in April after the board received several anonymous emails from someone claiming to be a friend of the woman who worked as a paralegal at WWE. The emails suggested she received a 100% raise after starting a sexual relationship with McMahon, going from $100,000 to $200,000 a year. They also alleged that McMahon gifted her to John Laurinaitis, who was then the head of talent relations, and that the situation only got worse from there. This put enough pressure on McMahon that he announced his retirement from WWE on July 22nd, 2022. However, he returned to the WWE board on January 6th, 2023, and served as executive chairman of WWE and later TKO Group Holdings after a merger with UFC for just over a year. Then, on January 25th, 2024, the paralegal, identified as Janelle Grant, filed a civil complaint against McMahon, Laurinaitis, and WWE, accusing them of physical and emotional abuse, sexual assault, and trafficking. A 67-page complaint, combined with some eye-opening reporting from the Wall Street Journal, revealed a seriously unsettling story. It claims that Vince McMahon first crossed paths with Ashley Grant back in March 2019, when she was in a pretty rough spot, both emotionally and financially. He took advantage of her need for a job by befriending her, and then, before you knew it, was making some pretty questionable moves. He pressured her into a physical relationship for a job at the WWE. So, fast forward a bit, and McMahon actually got her an entry-level role in WWE's legal department starting in June. But things took a dark turn less than a year later, around March 2020, when he allegedly started sharing explicit photos and videos of Grant with various guys, including some big names like Brock Lesnar, who McMahon was trying to reel in for a new contract at the time. On top of all that, he reportedly told Grant to keep everything a secret, making it clear that he had top-tier legal resources on speed dial if anyone became a problem. The lawsuit suggested that McMahon's powerful role at WWE made coercion a given in his increasingly twisted sexual demands. It claims that while McMahon was at the helm as CEO, and Grant was just starting out as a coordinator in the legal department, he allegedly took it upon himself to recruit others for sexual encounters involving Grant, sometimes even involving himself in the mix. The suit goes on to allege that McMahon directed Grant to meet with John Laurinaitis before her workdays for intimate encounters, and that he expected her to engage in sexual activities right at WWE headquarters, even during office hours. And that's not all. While Grant was working at the WWE, McMahon supposedly tried to cut her off from friends and chip away at her sense of self, aiming to mold her into the role he wanted her to play. He allegedly exercised complete control over her personal and professional life, subjecting her to acts of extreme cruelty and degradation. This treatment reportedly left Grant feeling disassociated and numb, just trying to cope with the situations she was facing. The claims are further supported by screenshots of text messages between Grant and McMahon, which reportedly lays bare the nature of his sexual fantasies. Many have described these fantasies as deviant. Things took an even darker turn in June 2021, when McMahon and Laurinaitis allegedly assaulted Grant inside Laurinaitis' office at WWE headquarters, all while her co-workers were none the wiser, busy at their desks. Then in January 2022, McMahon reportedly fired her, just 5 months before the Wall Street Journal articles came out that led to his first resignation. It's claimed that his wife, Linda McMahon, found out about their relationship, prompting his decision. To keep Grant quiet, McMahon allegedly pressured her into signing a non-disclosure agreement, NDA, in exchange for a hefty $3 million. However, after the first $1 million payment, it appears that the promised payments never materialized. The very next day, Slim Jim, one of WWE's big partners, decided to pause its sponsorship deal, which was supposed to kick off right before the WWE Royal Rumble.
Damn. Yo, Shaq, my bad, Shaq. What you think, man? Sorry about that, y'all. Damn, that dude was wild, man. That dude is wild, man. I ain't surprised though, man. I'm not surprised. You know, that dude is wild, man. Man, that dude is it's a grimy dude, man. But that, you know what? That industry that's how the industry be, man. You know what I'm saying? All right, so let me get into this. So Shaq, what you think about this?
That's pretty extensive there, buddy.
Man, isn't it?
Well, how long did this go back to the 80s?
Like 86 for that first one.
They've been holding this. They've been holding this for this long.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, what's up with this, dude? This one was since 2020, earlier this year, 2024. But the other one, he raped the girl. Raped the girl in the 80s, and wow.
Now, what was? I didn't. What was this stuff taking place at? What state? That was all around them.
That's a good question. I think
California.
I think where's hold on. Where's WWE headquarters at? Let me find out right now.
I mean, and also see if you can find out where the claim is being made at. The initial, you know.
You know what? Let me see.
Because they got that look back law. I don't know when it's supposed to expire. Maybe I think the end of this year. I think they allow sexual assault victims, alleged sexual assault victims. Lawyers can look back into whether they filed or they didn't file. If it was something they figured that there was a sexual assault situation back, they allowed them to look back and open it up, go in there and investigate and So if you notice, a lot of people is it's being these SA charges and stuff like that is from years ago, like 20, 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago. Some of them, like you say, is some of them is more current, but I don't know the name. I forgot some type of SA look back law. I know it's in California for sure. I don't know if it's New York or any other states. Because if you notice, a lot of where these charges are coming from, they're coming out of New York and they're coming out of Cali. If you notice.
Thanks.
Well, I'm not saying these people are doing these things. I don't know. I wasn't there. But we just reporting on the news that's being put out there. So don't try to strike us down because this is copyright. We just reporting on information that's being put out in the public. So, like I said, I don't know if anybody is
Stanford,
guilty
Connecticut.
or not.
Happened in Stanford. Happened in Stanford, Connecticut.
It happened there. That's where his headquarters at.
That's the headquarters.
Okay. Now that's what I'm saying. So they must file in New York somewhere then, probably. That's what I'm saying. So where did the incidents happen at, and who was filing it out of what office, out of what district? But you said this was a documentary or something, right? That you just played.
Like something like, yeah, it kind of was like a little mini,
like an expose type thing.
Yeah, they was going in on it. What about Dan Snyder, man? What about him, dude? Dan Snyder, dog. Everybody forgot about that cat.
Now, who was that again? That's my memory.
The Nickelodeon dude, the president or something of Nickelodeon. He was messing with kids too. Some kids.
All that need to be fried.
Nickelodeon stars,
Yeah, let's open all this up back up and see what we seeing.
So let's get a $30 million hush money payment, and the board family man had made $12 million in payments to 4 women, to whom were alleged sexual against McMahon. This was not the first time McMahon had been publicly accused of sexual misconduct. Referee. I remember Rita Chatterson. I remember that referee alleged McMahon raped her. 86. And the 2006 Tanner Salon employee. In Baton Rouge, Boca Raton, Florida. Damn. And then what you said the other one? What about Dan Snyder? Whatever happened to that dude? So what you think about the thing with Kamala Harris, Shaq, with the shit that shit is whack, dude.
Which one?
The policy she promoted, the little agenda.
Oh, I ain't even looked at that. I'll be honest, I ain't even looked at it, Frank.
I'm gonna bring it up right now. Hold on.
Did she do an interview on PBS or some shit? He just did an interview on.
I think so. Hold on. Let me see. Let me do Savvy Sabs against it. Let me do Savvy Sabs.
She just did an interview on CBS or some shit, right?
Did she interview PBS?
Huh?
Let me check right now. PBS. Damn, I know. Yeah. Howard Stern is mad racist, dude. Hell yeah. And he be hiding behind that Creed people. You already know what he hide behind.
And allegedly, he's supposed to be Puerto Rican.
Who, Howard Stern?
Yeah.
That's what they said? Nah.
Yeah.
I thought he was Creed, you know what I mean?
Man, you know, a lot of people, man, they be Catholics, man. You know, all the people in the islands be Catholic, man. Yeah. But yeah, Puerto Rican threw me. I said, Puerto Rican?
Man, right?
Yeah, because I remember
he
had a girl on Rosie Perez on this. I had seen that. This is a while back. And they both was, you know. I'm like, damn, nigga, Puerto Rican? Really?
Okay, I don't want to play the Roland Martin's version because he's corny. So let me see. Let me do the Savvy Sab again, man. Savvy Sab broke it down. But she was just talking about some dumb shit, talking about weed and like what?
Speaking of weed, I just heard Big Meech got out today or some shit, right?
Yeah. Interesting.
What'd you see?
Yeah, if he donated $1 million to his her campaign, of course. Oh my bad, I'm not even shit. Of course, you know what I'm saying? Wow. Yeah, Savvy Sad breaking it down.
That are fully forgivable to Black entrepreneurs and others to start a business. So hold on. Wasn't this already part of her economic plan? You'll notice this with the Black man plan that she just pulled some of these things she pulled that were already pieces of part of her economic plan and put it under the. Oh man. Let me go on. Hold on. Now, I want you to highlight the word loans because she said that 1 million loans that are fully forgivable. So why aren't they called grants? Why is it called loan? A loan is something that you need to pay back, right? So maybe I'm being picky, but these are things that I pay attention to. 2, champion education, training, and mentorship programs that help Black men get good paying jobs in high demand industries and lead their communities, including pathways to become teachers. So let's go back to the top. Championing education, training, and mentorship programs. So what does that, what do you mean when you say championing education? So I would have said, making sure that these public schools are properly funded, because the reality is, as long as property taxes are connected to public school funding, this is always going to be an issue. What does that mean?
That's true.
Okay, Sabby don't like the fuzzy language. No, Sabby not like. Let's go in again. Training and mentorship programs that help Black men get good paying jobs in high demand industries and lead their communities. What do you mean by good paying? What is considered good pay? Right? So you'll see the difference when you look at like someone's platform, like Jill Stein's platform, where she actually breaks down like dollar amounts, etc. What do you mean good pay? 2, high demand industries. What industries are you referring to? Then it goes into lead their communities, including pathways to become teachers. Okay, so a mentor program. That's it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to make this very just plain as day to understand. A mentor program.
Wow.
Hell, they got that at the youth rec centers.
Exactly.
A mentor program. Let's go on to number 3.
Wow.
Oh, man. Whoa. Yeah, and on purpose, Huey. Vague references and on purpose. Okay. Let's go on to number 3. Supporting a regulatory framework for cryptocurrency and other digital assets so Black men who invest in and own these assets are protected. Wow. So do you remember what I've told you before? By a lot of times, like legislation that's passed usually has corporate interests attached to it. So crypto, right? Why is that important when it comes to Kamala Harris? Check this out. Did you know about this? Check it out, fam. Harris PAC 1 million contribution from Ripple's Chris Larson shows crypto industry warming. So Chris Larson, this is a crypto dude. He donated $1 million to Kamala Harris's campaign.
What do you think about that?
So this is why I say follow where the money comes from. Okay.
Check. Did you see that? Did you see how she broke it down? You know, that's why he put that crypto bullshit in there, because somebody, you know, the crypto dude, you know what I'm saying? Larson just gave Kamala a campaign $1 million. So that makes sense. What you think about that? That's crazy, man. I'm just not surprised, bro.
Man, well, I mean, hey, man. I'm glad we got people that's astute enough. I don't like to use, because we do have people that is conscious of what's going on and able to read between the fine print, read between the BS. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm a person, like I said, as you can see, it's nothing but another word salad. That's what they do. They do broad and vigorous stuff. You know what I'm saying?
No.
And it's almost like laugh at you type stuff. You know what I'm talking about?
No, thanks.
And it's really making a mockery of you, because they never really does it to any other group. They talk to them kind and softly. They make sure they coddle them. You know, they ensure. Matter of fact, they ensure them that they're going to do something for them, something that's very well tangible, something that can really lift them, you know, into a position. You know what I mean? A productive position.
Right. I know, huh? They talk to him a different way. They talk to him, but that's insulting. She talk about weed. Watch the part where she talk about the weed. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I don't got no problem with weed and shit, but it's just like, why would you gonna link Black men to weed? Like, that's kind of corny, man. So are you linking white men to coke? You know what I'm saying? What's good? What if she said that? Damn, yo, that's crazy.
But that's a slap in the face.
That is a slap in the face.
That's a slap in the face, because there's already situation laws and stuff out there. So they let you know they really ain't got no. They just slap some stuff together and do it, you know.
Especially because it's like what 3 weeks into the damn campaign, so she quit. Right. She procrastinating, baby. But see, that the thing is, she ain't really procrastinating. She don't care. They don't care. It's benign neglect. They don't care about. They're trying to get certain because they know a lot of Black people or just people in general are stupid, so they're gonna get the rest of the voters, the undecided and the you know what I'm saying, and the undecided women and the undecided Black men. And but honestly, if you a Black man and if you fall for this, man, you crazy. And then the thing is too, why is it just Black men, agenda for Black men? Why is it not agenda for Black people altogether, right? So they corny for all that, man. The symbolism and you know, pandering and You know, that's pandering because if they really have real tangibles, I wouldn't think it's pandering. I would think, okay, this is real an agenda. This is real legislation right there. This is some policy. But this is pandering, man. Ain't nothing real tangible. You know what I'm saying? Real important for black people on this damn shit. Talking about cryptocurrency. Motherfucker, you can invest in cryptocurrency now and be black. What is she trying to say? Only white people invest in cryptocurrency? That's what I take out of it. What do you take out of it? When I hear stuff like that, I hear, oh, only white people do this. Damn, that's what I hear. Black people, y'all not savvy enough. Y'all not on the ball enough to do this. Y'all only live in these kind of areas, impoverished areas. Did you hear what she said? Oh, so better jobs and better neighborhoods. Like, damn, like we don't like every black person lives like that. You know what I'm saying? So-called black person. I just think this is interesting, man. Let's let her talk about the next part real quick. You know what I'm saying?
So is this something that she's doing to help black men? Or is she also adding this in because she received $1 million from Chris Larson, who's a crypto guy?
Right.
Let me finish and I'll tell you what is also missing from here, which is like bullshit. Check this out. 4, launching a national health equity initiative focused on black men that addresses sickle cell disease, diabetes, mental health, prostate cancer, and other health challenges that disproportionately impact them. Launching a national health equity initiative. So I'm all for healthcare, help, and improvement, but the reality is we should have universal healthcare. So yeah, there are certain diseases that like black men do have, a higher rate when it comes to certain diseases, black women too as well. But the reality is we need universal healthcare.
What is universal health
I want to
care?
point to another thing here too. Some of these illnesses, like
I know what is that, right?
I don't know. We don't need no damn initiative, nothing, because the individuals that be behind that don't have good intentions. You know what I'm saying? You gotta pretty much, just like the damn Obamacare, you gotta follow their rules and regulations, man. If you don't fit them criteria, fighting the rules and regulations, bro. So you still getting put in the trick bag. You know what I mean? These people think they always got to have a hand in our well-being. You know what I'm saying? Over our well-being. Get the F out the way. Just just get out the way. Like you do with everybody else. Put the money up, put the grants up, open it up for the grants so people can get the grants and do their own thing, build their own functional medicine facilities, holistic facilities. That's what we need. We don't need nobody else over that and to say so over that.
Right.
And telling us like they know you better than you know yourself, know your own makeup. Yeah, they've studied us enough. They've studied us. You know what I'm saying? And they constantly study us. But we need people, our own people that's doing the research and study. You know what I'm saying? We need our own functional physicians. You know
And
what I mean?
why they give not me to cut you off. Why are they giving us policy? Like we should be going and giving them what we want.
That's what I'm saying. Now I don't know who helped them write this stuff up or gave them, what I'm saying, tips and pointers and I mean, because these are areas that need to be addressed, but we need to grant money. We need to fund it. We don't need nobody to be over these programs and you just delegate it to this certain organization or this, you know what I mean? No, we need the funding so we can fund our own shit. We got people that's very smart and intelligent, people that's been studying holistic stuff, been studying engineering and all type of other stuff. We just need to fund it, just like y'all fund everybody else. And they
don't hesitate.
Yeah, you fund everybody else when they come here. You get them a hand up, you fund them and allow them to create their own economic community. You know what I'm saying? So we need the same thing because we've been going to y'all schools and colleges. So we didn't got A lot of our people didn't got that education. They working in these. They working for some of these foreign people in these institutions already.
American education of working for some foreigner. Damn.
So, yeah, we do need the funding. First of all, our taxpayers' money should be going to certain institutions that we want to create, businesses that we want to create anyway. You know what I mean?
Point. That's a good point. Jack breaking it down. Damn, dude, you go to American
all this stuff is word salad, bro.
You go to American school, right? You go to American school to work for a foreigner.
Ain't that something?
Or you work, and you know what I'm saying, you pay your bills, whatever, you buy, you get your money and you buy certain things, and it's made in China. Oh, damn. Wow. They got this on a couple of different ends, don't they?
Right. Or either you go and get a PCP, and 9 times out of 10, you're gonna get somebody that's a Hindu Indian, or Nigerian, or one of the other East Asian or some shit. You know, you very rarely see, specialists that look like you.
But I just trip when they call reparations like a handout or a freebie or something, but nothing else is called that. Why isn't anything else called that? You know what I'm saying? That's what I be tripping on. Right, man. That's the only thing they call that is reparations for black people. That's the only thing called that, labeled that, huh? Anything other than that, everything else is just, you know what I'm saying? It's very interesting. And nobody else gets in the business when anybody else gets money, when Asian hate and all that. No, white people wasn't. You didn't see the European mad and talking about freebies and none of that. You know, that's just very, and that's why these groups, they just don't want you to have nothing. That's all it is.
Yeah. It's exclude the Negro, the American Negro. Exclude the American Negro out of there. And that's been the plan. It's been a plot and plan to exclude you, keep you on the outside, looking in.
And that just goes to show who really, who's really whistling, man, who really is the foreigner and who really is the native. I mean, excuse me, the indigenous, you know what I mean? That's just kind of plain and simple right there. You know what I'm saying? If people don't see by now, they never will. But I mean, national health equity, that's just bull. I mean, that's corny. Legalizing recreational marijuana and creating opportunities for Black Americans to succeed in the new industry. Why didn't y'all overturn all the motherfuckers you locked up from marijuana, petty crimes like marijuana? She locked a lot of Black people up for that shit. Joe Biden's locked a lot of people, that 3 strikes, the mandatory minimums. You know what I'm saying? Because they had them incentivized on a state level. Bam. They was incentivized in the state, like, look, we want you to implement the same shit as we got on the federal level, on the state level. I mean, and it was, pushing these states to, you know what I'm saying, to just basically, you know what I'm saying, keep them in there for longer, man, for more money.
Well,
making sure they serve 80% of their time and all this crazy. This dude is sick. She's sick. I mean, and Kamala Harris basically telling you, hey, I wouldn't change nothing, she said. And she said, I was a part of most of the stuff in his administration. So, I mean, what does that tell you? National Health Equity Initiative. My bad. What did you say, Shaq?
No, what you finna say? Oh.
National Health and Equity Initiative focuses on Black men that addresses sickle cell disease, diabetes, mental health, prostate cancer, and other health challenges that disproportionately affect them. Wow. This is shit. Why is she not doing this now, though? Isn't she in office right now? That's devious. So basically, if I get into office again, I might explore this. But if I don't get into office, we're not gonna fuck with it.
Bro, these are all the BS they do, politicians do. They promise, bro, and it ain't no, you know what I mean? That's the game they play, man. That's the games they play, baby.
If people don't see this by now, man, you never will, baby. That's that propaganda, baby. Engineer consent. You know what I'm saying?
Sickle cell, you can be born with that. Diabetes, you can be born with it too, but some is developed later in life and things like that. Some of these things have to deal with preventative screening measures. And then some of it has to deal with.
But you know, she's not really talking about too much economic on here. You notice that? There's not too much economic based things on here.
No, because that's
currency. What do you say? You notice that?
No, they're not. They're not. She ain't talking about nothing. She ain't talking about nothing this tax exemption and nothing like that. No, hell no.
All that money went to the Ukraine. Could have funded hundreds of black stars. Dude, I played you that video with the white dude, the investor dude, real estate cat, rich dude, man, damn near a billionaire. He broke it down like this is. He said, "Shit." With Joe Biden them that $150,000 plan, instead of them implementing on other people, they could have used that. And he said, what did he say? He said he could have.
How you gonna say you sleep? You answer the phone.
He said like 20. He said he said something like I forget the numbers, but he said they could have had thousands of black people could have had homes from that, man. Straight up. But see, that makes sense to why would you want to do that? If you Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, why would you want to do that? You got to give the migrants. You got to look out for them.
Environment and food. And the reality is, as I've said before, I noticed one thing about this is that she doesn't address the issue of food deserts. And this is very important because food deserts are they tend to exist in lower income or poor neighborhoods. And this is why a lot of times people have bad nutrition because they don't have a grocery store in that area, but they do have like a Rite Aid or a little convenience store that sells food, but it's usually not a lot of produce or vegetables and things like that. We have them in Massachusetts as well. And so
you got in a rich state like Massachusetts, you got food deserts.
You end up eating unhealthy.
Oh, Democrat. Oh.
Even if you live in neighborhoods that do have grocery stores, the reality is junk food is cheaper. So instead of all this launching a national health equity initiative, that's not preventative. That's trying to treat something once it already happened. If you want to prevent it, then we have to have a serious, talk about nutrition and universal health care and a living wage. Do you see how all this at the end of the day, it ties back to having a living wage? If you don't have a living wage, obviously people are going to buy the food that is cheaper, that they can afford, not the food that's more expensive. And when we're talking about fruits and vegetables, we're talking about like organic fruits and vegetables. Because even some of the fruits and vegetables in the grocery store,
food is special, mean that shit is healthy for you either. That's a goddamn misnomer too.
Right.
All different types of chemicals that have been sprayed on them. So it goes back to a living wage. This is another example of them trying to put a Band-Aid on the wound instead of healing the wound. Universal health care, living wage. And the
poison the water in these areas. Clean water. I haven't heard nobody talk about no EPA. I haven't heard nobody talking about environmental change in the environment.
Exactly. But then they keep talking about climate change, but that's some shit that's bullshit. Climate is visible shit. Boogeyman. Climate change. Ooh. But yet is it climate change or are they changing the climate? Which one? Right?
Legalizing recreational marijuana and creating opportunities for Black Americans to succeed in this new industry.
We need fair trade.
So here's the thing, fam.
Fair trade.
Open and fair trade. Right? The Black farmers.
They need to get all their land back.
Support them. Yeah, support them.
Facts.
They need the grant and funding and shit.
Yeah.
All these administrations.
Just because they're Black farmers don't mean that motherfuckers don't get their food from them. See, a lot of people are ignorant, man. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people think, but a lot of these, let's just keep it real, a lot of these conservative, and then obviously liberals too. But a lot of these conservative white motherfuckers be full of it, man, too, bro. They're part of a big part of the problem too. You know what I'm saying? But they like, you know what I'm saying? when you say stuff like that, oh, it's complaints, this and that, but no, black farmers need their land so they can farm, so they can get the produce to motherfuckers like you. What is why would black farming why would they have to have a color on it? You know what I'm saying? Because you feel me? They just happen to be black and they got their shit ticking. That's what I'm doing with that. That's why I don't really fuck with a lot of people, bro. People are too ignorant. You know what I'm saying?
I don't even smoke and I agree with legalizing marijuana. I've agreed with this for years. We legalized it here in Massachusetts. I think it's ridiculous in this country or any country that marijuana is illegal. I think that's ridiculous, or that it's even criminalized, right?
Grew on the damn land. They came and destroyed
but here's the
it
thing.
and repopulated it. Hemp.
Right.
Yeah. That's the stuff we should be asking that they need to repair. The stuff that they came and destroyed and then rebuilt. You know what I'm saying? The natural state, they took it out of its natural state.
Mm.
Mm.
Good point.
How can you mention legalizing recreational marijuana and not mention anything on this platform about the criminal justice system?
Because she's a prosecutor. That's why. She was the one locking motherfuckers up. Go down and try to get a business loan. Let's see how long it takes. Let me get you that money. Oh, but you're illegal. Man, they'll get cashed out. You cash these migrants out.
When you look at these policies that Kamala Harris has laid out for Black men, how in the hell can you not mention the criminal justice system when Black men disproportionately are incarcerated at a higher rate than any other male group? But I guess we shouldn't expect that from a cop.
Did I just say she was a prosecutor?
Prosecutor Kamala Harris, because she's pro-police and she wants to give the police more money, and she loved locking Black men up. That's a no-brainer to me. I didn't understand that at all. There's nothing on this platform about criminal justice. We're talking about marijuana, crypto. Kamala Harris wants to just give Black men weed and crypto and then go sit somewhere and shut up.
Damn, Shaq, what you think about that? That's not a good. That don't look good, dude. That don't look good, man. I'm sorry. That doesn't look
setup.
Good. That's some set. Yeah, that's
a
some
setup
weird
because
shit.
on the federal level, you still can get locked up for weed, marijuana, selling, and you can get locked up for crypto because it still ain't regulated. Motherfuckers, boy, I'm telling you, boy.
Break it down, dude. That's what I'm saying. Facts. Oh shit.
I'm thinking of all the other things that you could have put to be a part of this. There's nothing on this platform about food deserts, what I just told you about. Are we serious? Criminal justice system, the incarceration rate, the school to prison pipeline, which is higher for Black males than it is for Black women. How could you not put this on there? How could you leave this off? So what you have here, let me just bring this down, is a weak milquetoast platform for Black men to basically shut Black men up and say, okay, I'm giving you something. Are you happy now? There's no reparations. How do you not? What are you doing? What do you mean? There's no reparations on this platform.
Nothing like nothing different.
So I don't know who's advising her, but this is so weak. And that was my complaint. And another thing I want to say to you, and I want you guys to really get this. Don't you find it a little bit strange that Kamala Harris did not even have this a part of her platform when she launched her platform? Now, she had policies on her platform for immigration to help immigration issues in this country, to help women. She didn't have a Black agenda on her platform. Nothing. She put this together 3 weeks prior to the election because she saw how she's struggling with the black male vote. And it's not just black males. We can get to that in just a second. So she's like, let's throw something together to win them over. That's how little she cares about you. That's how unimportant black male voters were to Kamala Harris. Look at everyone else that she put before you. She mentioned women, of course, reproductive health, and I'm not saying you should not have those things. You should. Women, reproductive health. She mentioned immigration, police officers. Like, go through the platform. All these people that she put before black men or black women, this is what she did. You were not important to her. The only reason why she created a platform for you now is because she needs your vote. And let's be real. Do you think she's going to do this? Did Joe Biden forgive those HBCU students of their student loans like he promised? No. He just said that to get their votes.
He didn't forgive nobody.
And I see people falling for it. I like online, people are like, whoa, she came up with something. Yeah, she did something. Woo. She puts you at the bottom of the list, just like she puts Palestinians at the bottom of the list when she's talking about the Middle East. Israel's always first. And you see who she put first when it came to her platform. You weren't even on it. Not even on it. This is so weak. My little sister can come up with a platform better than this. This is what she gives you. Go smoke some weed and get some crypto. Because she think this is all what black men, and she said she met with black men. It's like, oh, well, this is what we need to give them. We need to give them some weed and crypto. Now, it's not even just, and I want to show you this. It's not even just that. If you made the comparison, let's bring this up here. Look at the comparison between Kamala Harris's black agenda and Jill Stein's black agenda. Actually, pull this out here because it's bigger this way. Look at this.
Yeah, she's funny, man.
Reparations, restore voting rights, redress healthcare disparities, eliminate food deserts. That's one of the big ones. End the water crisis. Stop polluting black communities. Justice for Black Farmers Act. Let's pause here for a second.
White lady. That's the white. That dude. That nobody. Hey, I don't care what nobody say. Even Trump didn't do nothing about Flint. None of them. You had 3-4 administration ignore Flint. You had an Obama drink the fake water. You know what I'm saying? Then you had Trump that didn't do nothing about Flint after that. Then you had Biden didn't do nothing about Flint after that. Now who's next up to the plate? They ain't gonna do nothing about Flint. You got poisonous, dirty water in this state of Michigan still, and they talking about third world countries. These people crazy, bro. But see, if that's not open war against us, I don't know what is.
Kamala Harris didn't even mention anything about Flint. About black communities being poisoned by pipelines, environmental poisoning, which decreases the life expectancy of that neighborhood. She didn't even mention that. Like, I don't know. This is why I say, like, when people say she's not of the community, it's like, how do you not know this is an issue? I don't know. Stop cop cities. You see this? These are things that are going to directly affect black communities. Community control of police. Ban white nationalists from police. Invest in HBCUs. Now, she'll probably do that one. Justice for Cancer Alley Act. Reinvest from policing and prisons to community building programs. So notice how Jill Stein's Black Liberation platform has a number of criminal justice issues that need to be revised and need to be fixed. And Kamala Harris mentions nothing about criminal justice when you have all these black men being charged at higher rates, being locked up at higher rates for the same crimes that their white male peers do. And you say nothing about criminal justice.
Wow.
Smoke some weed and sell some crypto.
Check.
But it's not just black men. No. Not just black men, it is also black women. Also black women. They called it out on CNN, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out.
And sometimes there's a trend line that I never noticed before and make me go, whoa. This is one of them, all right? This is the Democratic margin among black men under the age of 45 in presidential elections. You go back to November of 2012, what do you see? You see Obama by 81. Clinton only won him by 63. Then we're all the way down to Biden last time around by 53. A tremendous drop already.
Look at
And then you
Harris.
take a look at the average of the most recent polls, and Kamala Harris is up by only 41 points.
So what you were
This is a CNN poll, Shaq. What do you think about this? This is a CNN poll, so they not being. You can't say that they're being biased, dude. You can't say, oh, dude. This is a Democratic CNN poll, and they saying this shit. Shaq, what do you think about that? Niggas, motherfuckers is leaving the Democrat Party, bro. This is proof.
Yeah, I don't even know how they. I don't know how they draw and get these numbers.
Anyway. Polls.
And how did they get these poll numbers? They
from how many? From how many different states?
People ain't voting. And how? What are you getting these numbers from?
How would they know?
Early voting? I mean, what? Surveys? I mean, where are they getting it from? Where are they getting it? How do you know?
How many people
I
are
don't
they
know,
at?
man.
How many people are they polling?
Maybe they're getting these numbers from the people that's registered, the registration, registry, the vote. You know what I'm saying? Voter registration, the people that's registered to vote. Maybe, I don't know.
But if they got it from that way, and if that shit is accurate, whatever the fuck, that don't look good. That don't look bad. That looks bad. I mean, it looked good for us, but that don't look good for the Democrat Party. That looks good for us because people are leaving in droves, and that's not. It's a lot of fake news about. Oh man, 80-some% of black men supporting Democrats. 90-some% of black women. That's cap, especially under a certain age. You feel me?
Right.
She's full of shit. Kamala. Come on, Harris is full of shit. All of them are full of shit. After this, we're gonna talk about that Big Meech. Big Meech is out. Interesting.
Seeing overall is that since Barack Obama, there has been a decrease in black men supporting the Democrat nominee. Even Hillary Clinton, I don't know how Hillary's ahead of you when it comes to the black male vote, but even Hillary Clinton is ahead of you.
White lady is ahead of you.
So this is a trend. And I want to say this, guys, okay? Because if Joe Biden had stayed in the race, I believe he would also be lower than that 53 points where he's at right now as well. I think he would be lower too, because it's a trend. And you're seeing this. This is why when I did that rant the other day that I did about Barack Obama, this is why I said this is all goes back to you, because you were the big hope for the black community and you sold us out for Wall Street.
Damn. She's straight up.
So after you let black communities lose their wealth and also get poisoned, this is what happens over time.
That is about half the margin that Obama won them by back in November of 2012. And this, I think, is, when Barack Obama goes in last week when he was in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, essentially talking to young black men, he made it seem like it was a Kamala Harris.
But look, so that's 12 years. Look, just those two alone. Obama had 8. Joe Biden had 4. That's 12 years of Democrat, bro. What did they do? What the hell did Obama and Biden accomplish, bro? Seriously. You know what I'm saying?
Specific.
And then you got another 4 of Clinton. You know what I'm saying? Oh no, he did 8, right? Did he do 2 terms? Clinton?
He did 8.
He did do 8, huh?
Problem. This is part of a long-standing trend of young black men moving away from the Democratic Party, and Kamala Harris is just the latest to face that magnitude of younger black men going towards the Republican.
That was most interesting here is the trend line.
On our back, though. They're not saying young white men. They're not saying young white women. They're not saying young Hispanic men and women. They're not saying young Asian men and women.
Right.
They don't put the target on their back. Why are they putting the target on our back? The fact they want to talk, oh, black men, this. They did that the last Joe Biden stuff.
Always does. And then they would divide the men and the women.
We keep allowing ourselves to be getting put in the blender.
We do.
Where some of the biggest drops happen or already happen in this case. How about black men overall?
How about black men overall? It's
Black
part of
men.
the same picture. You know, we're looking once again, if younger black men, it looks like the worst Democratic performance since 1960, since JFK versus Richard Nixon. It's the same thing among black men overall. Again, part of a similar trend, but here
black
actually,
men they gonna say, bro, it's almost like they got to get paid to say black men. Damn. Bro, we know what the conversation is about. You see how they just use it? I notice these people, bro. You gotta watch these people, man. They be slick.
You say that.
the drop off isn't as dramatic,
No,
right?
I know
Barack
that.
Obama won him by 85. Then you see 71 with Clinton, 69. Biden, basically the same thing, holding steady. But here again, very, very weak. Only a 54-point margin. Now, again,
less than
still
that.
winning them by a large margin, but considerably lower than what we're used to. Certainly considerably lower
but
what
you
we
see how
had
they
during
just
the
straight-
Obama
it was
years.
all over
The
the
bottom
place.
line is
Black
Kamala
guy.
Harris with younger black men and then black
said
men
that?
overall.
I say
Who
you
said
see
it?
when Trump was saying that. You see when Trump was saying that this these open borders with over immigration populating these immigrants flooding in. It's gonna cause black jobs. Everybody trying to act it seem like, oh, this is black jobs. Now everybody just throwing out the black man shit.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Right,
All this
yeah.
shit is bullshit. And for play. Because I
Putting in
guarantee
historic-
you, if so-called black men look like they are making major moves, these same old goddamn Punic men going to be bitching and complaining. Calling reverse racism.
Right.
At the first chance they get.
Reverse racism.
Yeah, you know how they do.
You know, just like the Asians went into discrimination. Affirmative action, but then now they're saying that they're having a hard time getting into schools and shit. Like, wow.
Yeah, I don't even F with them, bro. Because all the people are some scammers, man. They straight scammers and schemers, man.
Yo,
they are. Them Asian people. And Kamala, she gets up on the Asian title too. They scammers and schemers, man.
Oh yeah.
They have a long staunch hate toward us, man. For some reason. I don't know what it is.
Jealousy, baby.
I don't know what it is. It's gotta be jealousy.
We the real, we the end all be all in this bit, motherfucker.
Weak performance for a Democratic
Is she
candidate.
getting any relief with black women?
All right. So, we're talking about the trend line, right? And black women, look, she's doing better with black women than she is doing among black men. But here, there isn't a trend line almost until we get to Kamala Harris. So
Pause for a minute. So now we're seeing something else when it comes to black women. Obama.
You mean to tell me black women voted for Obama and Hillary Clinton about the same rate? That's wild, bro.
Obama plus 93, Hillary plus 93.
From what they saying, supposedly.
So they stayed, pretty firm there, right? Those two back to back. But there was a drop a little bit with Biden, with black women, and now look at Kamala Harris. So I just want to jump in here for a second and say, so all the people who were pointing their fingers at black men, by the way, you shouldn't be pointing your fingers at black voters at all, because the Democratic Party can't win without the black vote. So stop. And then two, if you look at the numbers overall, which I've shown before on the show, it is white men and white women who are not coming out to support these candidates. The numbers show that. It shows that black men heavily supported even Hillary for the misogyny thing. Black men supported Hillary Clinton more than any other male group. So it sounds like to me, the people you need to be talking to is you need to talk to white men and white women. I said the same thing about Stacey Abrams when she complained, when she was running for governor second time around, these black men aren't coming to support me. But after the race, the data showed that was false and that black men overwhelmingly supported Stacey Abrams. You know who didn't come out and support Stacey Abrams? It was white women.
Nobody want to talk about that.
Oh, they're not gonna put them people
So
on target.
this right here tells you something about the Democratic
Again,
Party.
this is a black margin among black women. Look, Obama won him by 93, very large margin. Clinton won him by 93, a very large margin. Biden did a little bit worse at 85, but then you look here and you get a 71-point margin. Now, again, these are large margins, but the bottom line is when you're talking about the base of the Democratic Party, you would think that Kamala Harris would do very well among black women based upon history. And of course, she would be the first black woman president.
Lying,
She's
See,
actually
these
doing the
numbers
work
ain't
for a
adding up,
Democratic
bro.
candidate among black women since
Yo,
1960, if this holds true.
And
Y'all
again,
gotta
we look
match
at the
the
numbers
shit.
here whenever you come in.
But if y'all keep saying we only 40 million, bro,
right?
And over 100 and what, close to 130, 120 million people vote every, every presidential election, or close to it. 150 maybe, something like that, right? 130 million. Last time I checked, it was 330 plus million people, allegedly. What the hell are they doing?
Yeah.
Huh?
Right.
What percentage in this 100 and some million? Because if we only got 40 million and you got to divide the men and women up, then you got to break down the eligible voters in that population.
Right. The kids
What we
and
doing?
the elderly and the right.
What we doing? Either our numbers are larger than what they saying they are, or these mothers just throwing some numbers at the wall.
Right. Good point.
Because 38, 40 million people, like you said, half of them people is not gonna vote. So where they leave you, if even if it is that many, half those people probably ain't gonna vote anyway. Right? So that leaves you probably with maybe 20 million, if that, probably less than that, 10 million maybe. You still gotta split that up between the people that's eligible to vote and the people, you know what I'm saying? Then if you're talking about the women and the men vote, well, how many black men vote yearly? I mean, every 4 years.
Good point.
Y'all talking about this 70 and 90% shit. We know the Democratic Party, unless it's more so-called black people in this country than they telling us, over 95% of the people in the Democratic Party should be white. Correct? Huh?
Good point. Good point.
So how's they pulling these numbers? I just need somebody to break these numbers down. You know what I'm saying? Because they throwing out this 80%, 70%. And obviously they talking about certain regions. Okay. But that's manipulation, bro. They be manipulating these numbers, dog. Because if you got a population, say you got a population of 30,000 people, right? And you say out of that 30,000, maybe 8, maybe 7, maybe 9 or 10% of them is so-called black. Is that whole 30,000 population voting? See, I don't know. Maybe I think too much.
Yeah, and then you can't just throw out this many amount of blacks, like you said. There's so many that won't be eligible. So many that won't. There's some, and hell, a lot of people don't even vote. Period. A lot of people, more people don't vote than vote. You know what I'm saying? And people don't tell media don't tell you that.
Okay, let's go off the last numbers, right? They say Biden got what? 84, 85, and Trump got 74 or something. That's 150 what? Now hold on. How much was it last time? Because it was way more motherfuckers that voted than that was registered to vote. And I don't know what. No, I don't know why they don't point that out. Because they know how what the numbers should look like by the registers, by how many registers there are, people that's registered to vote. They already know what the numbers, the ending total number should be. I didn't know that, but it makes sense if they calculating a lot of stuff.
That's a good
right?
ass point, though. That's a good ass fucking point.
So if they got 130 people that's registered to vote, I'm just throwing a number out there. I'm not 100% on this. And 100. Okay, so can you look it up and see how much did Joe Biden got and how much Trump got last election?
So what Coltrane said 72 72 okay 720 million to 810 million.
Who?
He said Coltrane said 720 million to 810 million. That's what.
No, it can't be million now. There's only 300. It's only allegedly 330 some million people here.
I think it have to be thousands, right?
No, he probably talking about millions. Yeah, he probably talking about 72%. 72 and 88 was it 72%, and what's the other percent? What's the other number?
72 yeah, that's million, right? Yeah, 72 million to 82 million.
Okay, so 72 million to 82 million. That's four.
So
that's 154 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you got to go back and look and see how many people is actually registered to vote.
I know, huh?
Because that's why Trump and them was saying, "Hold on, something ain't right," because they already know the total number of people that's registered to vote, and they see that it went over 154. It was over. The people that was registered to vote, so they're like, "Hold on." So they know what number they need to hit for them to win already. And I got this on inside. I'm gonna bring my boy on. We're gonna have to bring Robert on. You remember Robert, don't you?
Robert, what's that name so familiar?
Robert Phillips.
Oh yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Robert Phillips, he be on my Facebook.
Yeah, man, you gotta tap in, man. I said he gonna bring. Now he
me and him, he was going in on our boy that one time on my Facebook.
Yeah, so he you know, I'm gonna bring him on, let him explain and break down what he got going on, because he got insight on this city, this election stuff and how this stuff go. You know what I'm saying? Because he broke it down to me. He was like, they know something was off because they already know the complete number of individuals that's registered to vote. If you got 130 people that's registered to vote, and then when y'all calculate all the votes and it's 154 turnout, what we doing? That shit should have been a runoff.
Right.
But see, that's what Trump was trying to wait. That's why Trump kept saying he wanted to wait till they actually tally up all the votes, because what they do with the media and the press, they project. If you notice, these are the numbers they give them. Those are projection numbers. They give you project. This candidate projected. Democrat is projected to win 13%, projected to win 10%, 30%. They're projected to win. These are projections.
Facts.
Now, when they go back, and you got to wait till the electoral college to actually count up the votes, then certify the votes. Trump knew, he was like, shit, we got this, because they got to certify all these votes. All these fake ballots that they put in there, once they certify, they probably ain't gonna be able to certify all them ballots. See?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of us don't know how this stuff go. We just going off what people saying, and we don't know how the actual elections, how they count shit, and what's the process, because electoral college,
they decide at the end.
They decide, but they are the ones who they decide at the end, but the electoral college come and that's what side they certify what votes are valid or not. Non-valid votes. You know what I'm saying? If this ballot was a valid ballot, you know what I'm saying? That's why Trump and them and other people keep saying there need to be a better voting system, because you got people that can vote multiple times, bro. And you got so-called allegedly dead people that was allegedly voting. So how do you correct that?
Dead people, right?
How do you correct that? And you got double vote, double ballots and stuff like that. Somebody may vote at this precinct or some stuff. That's why if you know these Democrats is talking about vote. They need no IDs or something. Some of them is pushing no ID, so they can cheat. Voter tampering, bro. Because if you're not IDing people and they're not getting certified in the system, that mean they can go to another voting poll and vote multiple votes. Yeah. But if you listen to some of these, you know.
In fact, let me play this real quick.
Networks.
I'm gonna play this other thing
with game-winning features on YouTube TV. Try it free.
Shout out to Gematria Effects. Check them out.
Welcome back, True Seeker. Little follow-up on the Amari Cooper trade to the Buffalo Bills one day after NFL Week 6 concluded, a week that paid tribute to O.J. Simpson, who died in the Ephesians 6 ritual, as we covered back in April of this year. Look at how sick this stuff is, and also how mad genius it is. Amari Cooper was born the exact same day the O.J. Simpson Bronco chase happened, June 17th, 94. Same day. The man who was driving O.J. Simpson was known as AC Callings. Went to USC like OJ, played for Buffalo like OJ, played for the 49ers like OJ, but AC Amari Cooper. And notice, AC Callings is 77 years old right now. He was born one day before the Bronco chase happened, meaning Amari Cooper's birthday is one day after his. But look at this. From OJ's death on April 10th, to this trade yesterday, Tuesday, October 15th, was 188 days later. His name is Alan Cedric Callings, which equals 188, just like Bavarian Illuminati, just like the U.S. dollar bill denominations, the 1, the 2, the 5, the 10, the 20, the 50, the 100, add up to 188. And of course, the Illuminati is a secret society. This trade went down on the day, leaving 77 days left in the year while he's 77 years old. Again, secret society equals 77, as does United States. Remember, this nation's capital is on the 77th meridian west, and it's known as the Masonic City. And George Washington penned a letter way back in the 1700s about his fears of the Illuminati taking over Freemasonry. So, again, you just got to say, how perfect is all this? And one more time, NFL Week 6. By the way, let me address something because this comment keeps getting left. So many people are saying that I'm lying in the 49ers. Remember, OJ played for the Bills and the Niners. He's from San Francisco. So many people have left a comment this week that the Niners did not get their 666th franchise win to start Week 6, getting their 6th win versus the Seahawks in Seattle, the land of the Beastquake, when 666 is the number/mark of the beast. Again, where am I lying? Football Reference has the accurate information. If you're going to StatMuse and searching, a lot of StatMuse's stats are wrong. And StatMuse only takes NFL information back to 1950. A lot of these franchises are older than 1950. The 49ers, for example, were founded in 46. The Niners picked up their 627th regular season win, and add that to their 39 postseason wins. They got their 666th win to start Week 6, scoring 36 points. Again, 666 is the 36th triangular number, which means if you add 1 through 36, it equals 666. And for the people saying home teams didn't go 4-10, I don't know if these are just trolls trying to hope that people will just read the comments and not listen to the video. But here, let's count up if home teams went 4-10 in Week 6. Let's count it up real quick. So Seahawks started off the week 0-1. Bears won, counting as a home game in London, in Tottenham, which equals 35, winning with 35, like we thought, to make it 1-1. Packers won to make it 2-1. Titans lost to make it 2-2. Patriots lost to make it 2-3. Saints lost to make it 2-4. Eagles won to make it 3-4. Ravens won to make it 4-4. Broncos lost to make it 4-5. Raiders lost to make it 4-6. Cowboys lost to make it 4-7, going down with 47 points. Arlington equals 47. Panthers lost to make it 4-8. Giants lost to make it 4-9. Jets lost to make it 4-10. And MetLife Stadium, where the Jets and Giants play, opened on April 10th, 4-10. In 2010, 14 years to the day of OJ dying on April 10th. Remember, NFL equals 14. This game was on the 14th. 43 points were scored the 14th prime. I thought the Jets would score 20 and likely lose or win by 3. That was the information I gave people. And it was looking more like they were going to lose by 3 for the 4-10 thing, which I pointed out. Home team stayed on 45 total wins for the year when Buffalo Bills equals 45, and the next game's in New Orleans, which equals 45. But yeah, just all these comments this week saying, "Oh, that's not true. They weren't 4-10 this week. Niners ain't good." No, you guys must all be trolls or just straight up fools who can't even count. Nothing I am putting out is false information, and I've been showing this stuff for over a decade, how the NFL is rigged and scripted. It pays tribute to the ritual murders that happen every year. It pays tribute to history. And look at this. I mean, seriously, A.C. Cowlings. Look up Amari Cooper's birthday. What are we going to say? That's not true either. Amari Cooper, born June 17th, 1994, traded to the Buffalo Bills right after NFL Week 6 ends. When I told you the day OJ died, it was about Ephesians 6, slaves obey your masters. He's announced dead as the Masters tees off. They show him in a Titleist hat. Died 59 days after the Super Bowl when slave equals 59, like Negro, like blues, like Rasta. But yes, the O.J. Simpson Bronco chase, June 17th, 94, same day Amari Cooper was born. Look at the overlap in gematria with Orenthal and Amari, too. Isn't that wild? 39, but Bills got to plus 39 in scoring for the year by beating the Jets by 3. That's why we thought they'd win by 3. 39 is a powerful number in New York. But 39 overlap, 93 overlap, 42 overlap. I mean, come on. Bills became 4-2, plus 39 in scoring. Like I say, for these rituals to be this perfect, this stuff has to be planned out long in advance. Test tube babies. Guys given perfect genetics at birth. Remember Project Paperclip? They wanted to bring over all those Nazi scientists over here. Nazis were experimenting with building super soldiers through genetics. Superstar athletes in the NFL. Bigger, stronger, faster. You know what I mean? We'll leave it there for now, Truth Seeker. Till next time.
Check out Zach Hubbard, Gematria Effects, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, so this is the last one I'm gonna play, man. This Pink Book Lessons right here, man. She gonna break it down real quick, man. Shout out to her, subscribe to her channel.
So Kamala, she's had a problem with getting support from Black men under 50 years old, especially if they're not boule or sassy. Listen, the sassy men, they've been supporting Kamala from day one, like Van Jones, Don Lemon, Bakari Sellout, Roland Martin, John Legend. These questionable men with their questionable behavior, she had no problem getting them on board. And we all know why, no need to go there today. Yeah, the Boule Divine Nine men, Steve Harvey, Ricky Smiley, Ben Crump. They started windmilling for their curry queen right away.
I can go deep in the net. You got a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated reading in a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated into the damn White House. What's wrong with y'all?
Come on, man. MLK.
Yo, them fraternities, is it a business shack or what? Incorporated?
Holiday.
But y'all mad because she ain't talking about reparations. Who was a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated?
Come on
now.
Yeah, they fought Black people right away for this Indian woman cosplaying as a Black American woman. And I told y'all a long time ago, before all the Irish Jamaican family members out of her closet, that people knew she wasn't a Black American woman. How? Because if she was really a Black American woman with the record she had in California, destroying the lives of Black men and Black women, Black children, as a prosecutor weaponizing her authority with truancy prosecution, targeting Black kids and their parents, sick Black children, or children with parents experiencing dire circumstances, locking them up, then laughing about it.
Because how could I not?
No different than how she laughed in the face of Jamal Truelove after she railroaded him and a bunch of Black men.
Kamala Harris, you know, we locked eyes this one time and she laughed. She literally just like kind of bust out laughing. Almost as in if she was pointing at him like, ha, 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 ha.
I'm talking about where her prosecutorial misconduct was so blatant, the city had to give this man $13 million because of Kamala. If she was really a Black American woman who had done all of this to Black people, especially Black men, no Black men anywhere would support this woman. She would have to get support from her husband's people. No, Steve Harvey wouldn't be crashing out for her. Please tell me what Black American woman Steve Harvey ever crashed out for that he's not married to. Because he told Monique, we Black out here. Remember that? But he told Kamala he'll throw softball questions to her so he can help her fool us Black people.
before y'all start calling my radio show and DMing me, talking about why you ain't asked no hard-hitting questions, that ain't what this is. I'm throwing a lob. This is an alley-oop for a dunk. Because this administration needs to get the word out of what they're actually doing and what they're actually accomplishing, so we can stop all this foolishness about what you're doing for black people.
They still ain't gonna never mention what the hell they did.
Sugar and call it this for black people and expect it to be in the White House. You got to play the game different. Y'all know what this is. So now this next question is another lob.
Nah, bro.
For 100 dunks.
No.
See the difference? Well, that's exactly what the black face is.
Uh-oh. That's unacceptable. In 2024, that's unacceptable, buddy. Huh?
Did you want me to pause it and shit?
Yeah, that's unacceptable, man. See, niggas, see, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all, man. These are the Negro pins, man. They in these rooms, or they can get close to these people, and they the ones saying, no, don't give them nothing.
Right.
Make them work hard for it.
Right.
Don't give them nothing. They the ones that's denying and neglecting. No, don't give them nothing. Make them work hard for it.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But you blaming the wrong people at this point. You got the Negro pins.
Right.
That's blocking, stopping and blocking.
The white man, that's white supremacy shit, man. These motherfuckers.
I mean, that still is a problem, but we got some internal things going on, man.
Thanks.
You can't clean up the internal things, man. You'll never be able to see clearly out the window. Never be able to see clearly from all angles.
Who Kamala decided she would use to try to get more support from black people, like Beavis and Butthead on All the Smoke. I don't know why she thought this was cool, to sit down with a questionable man with questionable behavior, Matt Barnes, with allegations of mistreating his own stepchildren. One of the boys stayed in the closet to get away from him, allegedly. And he had the nasty nerve to spit on that boy's father outside of a crowded football game. Wow. So disgusting. I can never forget that. But I guess Kamala has something in common with Matt Barnes. He's half white too, like her, and all her Irish people. And she figuratively spat in the faces of black men and black.
Yeah, I think he had Italian or something. Italian, Irish or something.
Shots fired.
We see it. It's in our face. We tend to ignore it. Like it's gonna get better without addressing it.
They get covered though. These motherfuckers be getting covered.
Black women in California. She went to Roland Martin, another questionable sassy man who was caught with naked men on his computer on live. A man who's been running around wagging his finger at black folks when he's not respected at all, yelling and cursing at black people. The ones who refuse to support this Indian lady, calling her black because she joined his sorority at Howard years ago. Very disrespectful.
A koala bear looking new.
Respectful to black people, and she ran to him for support. Then the shade room. She sat down with another man that's good at reporting, but he's very similar to Don Lemon. Well, she's already got that crowd. If you're having a problem getting straight black men on board, you don't go talk to the Don Lemon types or the Roland Martins to gain favor with straight black men. It won't work. On top of that, the Shade Room is the biggest anti-black American platform that's also been cosplaying as us too, just like Kamala. See, all these organizations and these people she sat down with, they all have something in common. Then she sat down with Charlemagne the God. He's been on the radio pushing LGBT and very sketchy behavior to all the little black boys listening to that show with their moms every morning. It's millions of them. The show that's also been the #1 promoter of black feminists, programming the minds of little black girls and black women for years now. They've been pushing these agendas for years, wrecking the minds of impressionable souls every day. And he's on her side, by the way. He will never hold this lady accountable because of all his wacko feminist friends. They'll have a complete meltdown. And that matters to Charlemagne because he's extremely loyal to them. I'm talking about the black feminists like Tamika Mallory, Angela Rye, Teslin, Jamel Hill. They're enemies of the black family, just like Kamala. See, once again, they all have the same thing in common. If you just sit back and analyze all these characters yourself, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. They're just like Barack Obama, just like Al Sharpton, just like Ben Crump. They use the pain and suffering of Black people to enrich themselves while sabotaging everyday Black folks that's not in their boule Diddy-style circles. These people are not for everyday Black people. They only pretend to rock with the Black people they can make money off of. Nah, they don't support Black men. They only pretend to support Black men, the ones who end up in a body bag that they have clear evidence it was from a white police officer. Then they use that Black man, his family, and their trauma to gain favor in the public and funds. Nothing but a bunch of settlements. Yeah, they claim they're against this and against that, but they support Kamala Harris, who was the top cop in San Francisco, the top cop of California, behind a bunch of targeting of Black men and Black women. Remember, you had Oscar Grant under Kamala. You had Matrice Richardson under Kamala. This was all on her watch. If these folks like Ben Crump, Teslin, and Tamika really stood for what they claim to stand for, then there's no way they will be backing this anti-Black Indian prosecutor with prosecutorial targeting of Black men, Black women, Black children, and even Hispanic men. This woman is an anti-Black Virginian chameleon raised by a red dot Indian woman. How can we forget? Every question she's bringing up her mama, who came from an anti-Black family. Yeah, this non-Black, anti-Black Indian woman is only using Black women and Black men to get in the top position of power. But she's already said she will never do anything specifically for Black people. She said that with her whole chest. And all these people like Obama, Roland Martin, Van Jones are super disrespectful to Black people, especially Black women, for allowing this Indian woman to cosplay as a Black American woman. When again, she's not like us at all. She's a pretending chameleon attempting to wear Blackness as a costume or some sort of character in a Tyler Perry movie, changing her accent to some Southern woman and talking about putting collard greens in a bathtub. The audacity. Maybe she saw her Indian mama cleaning food in the bathtub or the bathroom sink. Maybe that's where she got that from. But never a day in your life did you get that from a Black American woman. You disrespectful hound dog. Listen, Kamala the cosplaying chameleon, the pandering isn't working. You're too late. Doing interviews with these questionable men and questionable behavior and sketchy backgrounds, that'll get you an invite to the next Boule brunch or the Diddy party, but it won't get you support from real Black people, everyday Black people, the grassroots. We're not buying what you're selling, so hang it up. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. Tell me what you think about this below. Special thank you to Mr. Passport Man. I appreciate you for your support, as well as Charles H. Thank you, Charles H., Samuel, and Edmund. If you want to show your support for the channel too, you have to use PayPal for now. The link is below. Ladies, fellas, want a balance analysis, want the truth from a woman's perspective? Then you're going to want to subscribe to this channel, and don't forget to like and share.
Damn, that shit crazy though, yo.
Niggas out here windmilling for Kamala. Damn.
Windmilling. Dude, I you know, these are grown men. Like, seems like now these dudes
twerking for Democrat chips.
Seems like these dudes are going harder for Kamala than these women now, man.
Tuesday from FCI Coleman Law in Wildwood to a community confinement overseen by the BOP's Miami Residential Reentry Management Office. Essentially, Meech is now in a halfway house. He was arrested back in 2005. And like I said,
why are they putting this information out there where he gonna be at though? I don't understand that. I didn't understand that one.
Trafficking and money laundering.
What's up with that?
Co-founders of BMF, the organization had over 500 members nationwide and reportedly made more than $270 million between the years of 1989 and 2005. They were known as the Flexers. They did it at the club. They did it in the streets. They did it everywhere they went. In 2000, the Flannery brothers built a cocaine distribution.
If they would have built some
soon after, as one of the co-founders.
You know what I'm saying? If they would have built, like in every state that they was in, built some kind of some kind of rec center, some kind of trade schools, you know what I'm saying? That'd have been Black something, whatever. That's how you do it, man. You feel what I'm saying? You build up your community too, though. I mean, or so-called community. We don't have community, but you know what I'm saying? You have to start, you know what I mean? Within your own, though. You feel me? You can't expect like some white developer motherfuckers to fucking, you know what I mean? It makes sense? They don't work like that. You see what I'm saying, Shaq?
Yeah.
We got to be on our own shit, man. We can't, like, come on, man, you know?
Founders of BMF, the organization had over 500 members nationwide and reportedly made more than $270 million between the years of 1989 and 2005. They were known as the Flexers. They did it at the club. They did it in the streets. They did it everywhere they went. In 2000, the Flannery brothers built a cocaine distribution network that ran through Los Angeles and was connected all the way from Atlanta to Mexico. But in October 2005, the Drug Enforcement Agency conducted a drug raid, arresting 30 members of BMF, and during the raid, $2 million in cash and assets, including weapons and coke, were seized that same year. The Flannery brothers were indicted. Earlier this year, though, Meech got some good news after a judge overseeing his case reduced his sentence by 3 years, and he got some more news as well, as in October 2024, the decision was made to move Meech to a halfway house, which he is expected to spend the remainder of 2024. And by the top of 2026, maybe even January, Meech will be a free man. That is great news for his family. Congratulations to Big Meech on the verge of getting his freedom back. You know, I don't really step in and give my opinion on the streets and what somebody was alleged to have done and even convicted of doing, right? I try to stay out of that, especially when we're talking about things as severe as what Meech and his crew were convicted of. But when you hear the stories, and I spent a lot of time in Atlanta, Georgia, man, people say you felt the impact of Meech and BMF not being around for a long time. They say, you know, you mix in the fact that right around the time Meech and his crew got locked up in sentenced, you're also talking about that terrible time in our country, essentially with the recession, right? So you're mixing in Katrina, recession, the end of George Bush, which was bad. It's a very bad time, and for Atlanta, that was one of their worst times because a lot of money left the city, and the money that Meech and BMF were spending, it helped every business. We're not just talking about clubs here. We're not just talking about liquor companies here. Let me say this. I've talked to people more than just in the nightlife scene. So many companies and corporations you'd be surprised of benefited from the street movement of cocaine and the amount of money that Meech and BMF put in the atmosphere. So this dude was a huge player in his time. He's obviously a lot older now. I don't know where his head is at with a lot of this stuff. His son, which I think is one of the dopest things ever, his son, Lil Meech, plays him. And I know this is a show that's not trying to glorify what Meech was convicted of, but I just think the premise of your son, who has no acting experience, was able to be you, a person that Lil Meech barely knows because his dad's been incarcerated for most of his life. So I thought that part of it was dope. Obviously, that show is directed by and produced by 50 Cent. So I'm looking forward to see what life looks like for Meech now as an older man, a guy that gave his debt to society. At the end of the day, I know his sentence got cut down by a few years, but we're talking about a man that did over 20 years in prison. You know, we're talking about a man that had a lot of money and access and had a lot of that taken away from him.
So how old was he when he went in?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Let me see. That's a good question.
I thought them cats were kind of young. When they young?
That's a good question. Oh, no, let me see. Oh, no. Was that 20 years? 2005? Oh, yeah. Let me see. Interesting. How can I really tell it? I was not telling you.
He been locked up since 2005.
Yeah. But I'm not. I don't know why I can't get the age. It's not so. It's weird. Yeah, but yeah, man. I mean, shit. I mean, what was Bianchi saying? You got to, instead of giving all these migrants all these chances and stuff like this to work and all this and for work and citizen and all this, why don't you reform a lot of these prisoners, man, and give them skills and shit. That's like, it's crazy, man, how this shit works, man. Everything is backwards on purpose. You see what I'm saying?
Of course.
Trump gave a little pump, a pardon, little pump. Man, Biden didn't pardon nobody. R. Kelly.
You know what? I think some people probably wrote that up and who put whoever names they wanted to put in there. He probably just signed the shit. Don't know who the fuck he signed on.
Who Trump on? Oh no.
Yeah, somebody.
Little pump. I know you don't know no motherfucking little pump is, bruh. That shit sounds like some fucking. That shit sounds like some bullshit, man. If you ask me. That shit sound like.
I don't know. Maybe he do. Maybe Trump ain't a stupid dude. Maybe he's more in tune than people think he is. That motherfucker. They've been around. He know a lot of shit.
Sometime he supposedly got ASAP Rocky out of that out of jail, that one country and shit.
Was that
Amsterdam, somewhere, wherever it was.
Over the last couple decades. So I want to hear from the brother. I want to know how he did it, if we're being honest. And I'm not talking about the way that a TV show produces it. I want to hear it from the brother's mouth. Like, what in the hell did they do right? And I want to see if there are any legal things we could take from what he was doing right. Right now, I'm offering you a special way to support.
Yo, shout out to this brother's channel right here, man. Support his channel. Check him out. Like and subscribe. All right, man. It's the last one right here, man.
Community, so if you don't live here, you need to leave. If you live here, you're visiting a friend, that's fine. Just let us know because you get neighbors concerned. Hold on, see, if you've been past my house 4 times, I don't know you. I've never seen you before, and you're walking past my house over and over again. So if you live here or you have a friend you're visiting here, that's fine.
I'm not in front of your house.
You're actually following me.
Damn, bro. The whole neighborhood following my dude, huh?
We just asked me a question. You live out here?
I'm part of the neighborhood.
You're part of the neighborhood? Does that mean you live here? It's simple.
Like, bro, what?
I'm asking you a question. You live here? You're up to my wife.
Bro, I didn't go up to your wife, bro. I don't know who you're talking about. Bro. And I think
you got slides on
my neighborhood.
If you live here, yeah. So you live here.
Right.
What'd you say?
So like he got some slides on. He walking in slides.
Well, what you think, man? Why they following him like that? Damn, huh?
This a new video?
Yep.
Where's
you gonna keep asking me the same question over and over and over and over? This man following me. This is harassment, right?
You haven't answered yet.
That's harassment, right? That's harassment, right?
I think what you did to my wife, yes.
Look. He followed.
What you did to my wife,
You read it up.
Damn, niggas on bikes and shit, bro.
This is definitely not cool here, what these guys got going on. Like, they're actually following Good Buddy here. And this is after, from my understanding, this is after Hurricane Milton. I believe this is in Sarasota, from what I've seen. And these guys are actually following him around. And there's more to the clip, which I'm about to play here shortly, guys. But this is actually a guy's just walking through the neighborhood. They said, now, I know a lot of you guys are we're going to play devil's advocate. Well, what did he say to them, JR, prior to him recording? Why are they so upset? Why are they so angry? Why are they following him? My man said, I'm a part of the neighborhood. That's what it is. And that's that. So even if he did answer the question, there's going to be more questions to follow. More questions to follow. Now, this is one of those things we know about Florida and things that have happened in the past. Stand your ground. That works for certain people, right? And in this case, if obviously I would feel threatened at this point if I was him. And I'm not saying whether he's carrying it or not, but I know from now on, if I was him, I would definitely be carrying because of things like that. Like he has a group of men following him, looking like they're prepared, almost like that L word that they're trying to do. And he's casually walking along, said that he did something to his wife. He approached his wife, and you're following him. Even started off saying, "What's up, buddy?"
You know they
What's going
always
on?
start that.
But guys, let's finish up the clip. He's got another clip. Let's go.
You did something to the white man. Right.
The fuck is y'all following? Why, man? You don't tell me what the fuck I should not and should be. You better watch yourself.
What is that?
The fuck? I don't even want to, I can't even be comfortable because look at this shit. Then y'all coming up the block way for people. They trying to walk and shit with their kids. These people out here following me and shit. This ain't weird. Look at the neighborhood creepers. The neighborhood creepers. Damn. What the fuck? And Buddy, look at Buddy. He's still creeping.
Steve. No, Steve.
What the fuck? Hey, that's some weary shit, my boy. Damn. Yeah, they ran this bitch out to create problems and shit. This shit wild as fuck. They better.
You see, they're asking, they're like, we just want to know what you're doing here. Do you live here? Why does it matter if whether he lives there or not? Right? Is he bothering anybody? He's walking. People walk through my neighborhood. People like my neighborhood where I live at. People cross through my neighborhood. They drive through my neighborhood. They walk through my neighborhood. And a lot of people don't like the fact that they do that, as they use it as an area to commute, and it creates more traffic in the morning. But that's just the way it is. It's not a gated community. It's a HOA community, but that's just something you have to deal with. But the fact that you're actually following somebody on a bicycle and you don't think anything, and one of the dudes sounded like he had an accent. That's neither here nor there. But you're following this guy and you acting like you're the police, like you need to answer questions. And this guy is hopping out all mad, angry, and upset. Like you're about to deal. Sounds like another Zimmerman, looking like another Zimmerman too. Buddy, what are you doing? Listen, guys, you need to warn someone, especially if you feel like you're being threatened. He was cool. This guy is cool, calm, and collected. But you got men following you. I would be afraid for my life. And I would definitely warn them at this point, like, don't follow me anymore. I'm afraid at this point. I feel very threatened. And that's that. Now, a lot of you guys would say, why doesn't he just get off the phone and call the police? And that goes the other way around. And from my understanding, he reported this to the police and they said no crime was committed. Obviously, because nobody touched him, I guess, right? They can harass him as much as they want. You can harass somebody. Imagine if this was a woman and this was a bunch of men following her doing this. Who knows what would have happened? But at the same time, if this was a woman and a bunch of men were catcalling her, harassing her, what would have happened? But the fact that this is a black man walking through the neighborhood and this guy said you walked around several times. You guys do pay that much attention to who walks around your house. Now, I can see if you're already outside and you got somebody that's passing in front of your house and looking, but what crime are they committing at the end of the day? Now you can get into loitering and there's state laws and there's HOA laws, but I guess at the end of the day, whatever the city laws are supersedes everything.
Shaq, what you think about that?
Wow, I don't know. I didn't see enough to even really, grasp what was going on.
I know it was kind of it was kind of hard to. I mean, from
Yeah,
what it
was
looked like,
shocked.
though, I mean, it looked like, you know what I'm saying, they was messing with him, but at the same time, like you said, it's kind of, was there more to the video? Was it longer? Was it shorter? Was it?
Coach Train said you got to see it from the start or some shit. He was saying, I don't know,
I mean, it's 20 minutes or something. But where's it at, though, the whole video? See, there's no actual documentation, no police report or witnesses, just a chopped up video. Can't believe videos anymore. People chop it up and play with your mind. I mean, that is whack though. If dude was really the trying to get at his girl and all that and doing all that and then trying to play the victim, that is whack. But at the same time, why is how come they didn't call the cops though? That's weird. It's kind of weird, huh? Or why didn't they? I don't know. You would have thought they would have made a report.
because they got to stand their ground down there, and they was willing to stand their ground.
Yeah, huh?
People got to be cautious what they're doing out in these streets. It ain't like they used to be. I mean, a lot of people is aware, and it go both ways.
It does go both ways. You're right. They was on some stand your ground shit, and it was multiple one of them, multiple. You know, like, one of them looked like he was stopping them from trying to attack him. It looked like.
You said what now?
I said one of them looks like they was trying to stop one of the dudes from hitting them.
It did look like somebody. You talking about the mothers in the car or something?
Right car, yeah. That look kind of burnt out though.
Yeah.
That nigga trying to get bold.
That's why I believe in having a weapon on me. You're not gonna know what kind.
Fact.
You're not gonna know. I may look like I'm defenseless.
Right.
True.
True.
But I'm aimed to cause severe body harm as a self-defense mechanism. Main
strong proponent in that too, man.
Yeah, because at that point it's either me or you.
That's a good point.
And I'm gonna choose me all the time.
Man, that's fucking real.
For sure.
You see how motherfuckers don't understand that, man. You know, like these motherfucking politicians, talking, making all these laws. They don't get that shit. These motherfuckers probably never been in a fight, a food fight in their life. You know what I'm saying? Straight up.
On Fox News to finally interview. Vice President Kamala Harris was extremely testy in this interview. Now she's being asked one question we all had about when did you notice, Biden's, cognitive decline? Did you notice it? When? Did you want to say something about this? Check out, this, exchange because, this, Vice President Harris is really a piece of work here.
You call Donald Trump, he's misguided. You say now
he's unstable. He is unstable, Brett.
He's not well. You say he's mentally not stable.
He's not stable.
Let me ask you this. You told many interviewers that Joe Biden was on his game, that ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
Joe Biden, I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room. And he has the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people.
There were no concerns raised?
Brett, Joe Biden is not on the ballot.
I understand.
And Donald Trump
but you talked about it.
And Donald Trump
After George Clooney said within a few minutes of talking to President Biden at a fundraiser that he thought this was not the same Joe Biden that we saw on the debate stage.
Donald Trump is on the ballot.
I understand. You met with him at least once a week for 3.5 years. You didn't have any concerns?
I think the American people have a concern about Donald Trump, which is why the people who know him best,
always put it on
including
Trump, baby.
leaders of our national security community, have all spoken out, even people who worked for him in the Oval Office.
Well, that question got her really rattled because she couldn't even answer it at first. She had to figure out the lies she was going to say because she know good and well she saw this man's cognitive decline. She saw that. And you saw the look on her face. She was upset. I never really seen her look like that before. I mean, she was angry. And this is the interview that she should have got a long time ago, right? Because when you press her and ask her some real questions, which Brett Baer did, ask her a real question right there. Hey, when did you notice his cognitive decline? You work with him. You were meeting with him once a week. You didn't see nothing going on? And she didn't want to answer the question. They say, well, he's not on the ballot. Duh, because the Democrats pushed him off. He didn't say, you know what, my health is a certain way. I'm going to go ahead and bow out and just kind of, take care of my health. That did not happen. Joe Biden had got 14 million votes. Kamala Harris got 0 in a primary. She was the installed candidate. She was not the elected candidate by the people in a primary. She don't like answering questions about things that she does. See, that was about her. She saw it. Why didn't she say something? Why did she sit up here and lie for years about Joe Biden's mental health and his cognitive decline? Why did she lie and say he's good? Yeah, he's good. And then he gets on the debate stage and this man gets utterly embarrassed. That all could have been prevented. And she sat up there and co-signed the lie that the Democrats put out about his health. When we all saw it. We all saw it. We saw it with him. A lot of us had grandparents and things like that who dealt with those issues. So we saw it. We knew what he was doing. We knew his issues. But this woman lied to the American people. She lied. So if she gonna lie about something like that, how can she be trusted to be president of the United States for lying? And then instead of admitting her role in it, she gets mad about it and wants to say, oh, he's not on the ballot. Duh, we know that part. But it doesn't excuse you for going along with deception to the American people, ma'am.
Yo.
I want to know the Democrat shields. What's going to be your answer to this? Because it shouldn't even got this far. If you know this man's cognitive decline was like this, we all knew he should have never even tried to run. She should have ran from the beginning. You understand? This woman think we stupid. Like we did, and talking over the host doesn't clear up what you done. You did that one. That was on you.
She talking over him, Shaq?
Man, that's why they don't want her to talk, because they want me very hostile.
Because you're the type of person you would do anything for power. Anything for a position. That's been proven all the way back to Willie Brown.
As a nervous tick.
So you'll cover up whatever. And that says a lot about why.
I say she laughed as a nervous tick because she seems like she got a short fuse.
Damn. Willie Brown. That shit crazy, Shaq.
Now you can finish playing.
All right. Let me get ready to run down.
She gonna say, I was raised in a middle class family.
But she would say that same thing, right?
All right.
Why should people vote for you? If you're willing to cover this thing, important things up like this, what else you won't cover up? But yeah, y'all please go watch the full Fox News interview with her. Yeah, she got upset in that interview. I've never seen her like that. Like she was just, what did she expect? Like really? Like if I knew that I'm being interviewed by a network that really don't like me, I'm gonna be ready for every question they throw at me, and I'm not gonna even get mad at them.
Right.
Because I'm anticipating it. You know what I'm saying? But it's kind of like she gets mad. See, the thing is, you see softball interviews where people just give her these little softball questions, let her word salad all day long to the point they forgot what they asked. And then now she's asking real questions. And then now she's getting mad. Oh, no. Y'all better think about who you're voting for. Like I said, I'm not voting for her. So
you better
I'm not. I made my mind up on that. But those of you who's still considering some things, to me, she's just not it. How can the Democrats be happy? That's their representation. Y'all had so many other Democrats y'all could have chose. I just think y'all really made a mistake and chose the wrong one.
You made a mistake. Oh man.
Hello, Frank.
Yeah, she ain't good.
So what's the smartest decision you'll make today? It's called Pit and Ship, multi-carrier software that saves you time and money. Use our rate shopping recommendation tool to find the best carrier for your shipment. Print first-class postage for letters and shipping labels for all major carriers from your computer or phone. And you enjoy healthy discounts.
Let's go to Phoenix, Arizona now, where we're joined by Turning Point Action official spokeswoman.
Oh shit, my bad. What were you saying, Jack?
I saw you got that clip with somebody. They did the collage when she was doing all them different accents.
Yeah, did I play that today?
I think you did play. You got to run that back, bro.
I know
that shit funny as hell.
You better thank you and your member. Wait, hold on. What does she mean? She crazy, man. Hold on.
You better thank them. But it's one. You played one I think the other day. When the white chicks they was going at her, they played all the different accents and shit. She was in front of a different crowd. She was in.
I think that's Sky News. I think.
I remember trying to do Jamaica. She tried to do the Caribbean and shit. Man.
This is a Rachel. Megyn Kelly.
She got asked about the hurricane, and she unveils a new Jamaican accent, among other problems here. Listen.
I've talked to governors of both parties who are working in a bipartisan way to get the aid to people on the ground. And I'm going to continue to do
Cooper and Governor McMaster and Governor Kemp are doing what's right for the people of their state.
They are. And they should be commended.
This kind of manipulation is a cynical and corrupt luxury that people are using.
It's crude. Have you no empathy, man? For the suffering of other people.
Have you no empathy, man? Yeah, pass the ganj. It doesn't matter. She tries a new one out every week. It's like, really, it is like going to Epcot with Kamala Harris. You hear a new culture or accent debuted every other week. She got asked about the hurricane, and she unveils a new Jamaican accent, among other problems here. Listen.
I've talked to governors of both parties who are working in a bipartisan way to get the aid to people on the ground. And I'm going to continue to do
Cooper and Governor McMaster and Governor Kemp are doing what's right for the people of their state.
They are. And they should be commended.
This kind of manipulation is a cynical and corrupt luxury that people are using.
It's crude. Have you no empathy, man? For the suffering of other people.
Have you no empathy, man? Yeah, pass the ganj. It doesn't matter. She tries a new one out every week. It's like, really, it is like going to Epcot with Kamala Harris. You hear a new culture or accent debuted every other week. She got asked about the hurricane, and she unveils a new Jamaican accent, among other problems here. Listen.
I've talked to governors of both parties who are working in a bipartisan way to get the aid to people on the ground. And I'm going to continue to do
Governor Cooper and Governor McMaster and Governor Kemp are doing what's right for the people of their state.
They are.
and they should be commended.
This kind of manipulation is a cynical and corrupt luxury that people
and
are
it's
using.
crude. Have you no empathy, man? You know, for the suffering of other people.
Have
Damn, Frank. Oh shit, Frank got kicked off. But yeah, man, I've been calling her the Camilla, man. Camilla before anybody else called her Chameleon, man. I can see right through people, man. I can see right through people.
Okay, hold on. I think it was Sky News, man.
Frank, empathy, man.
So, friends,
You tell?
64 days. Let's just get through the next 64 days.
Pulled out a little Latino heat in recent weeks, but I believe this may be the first time she's tried a Jamaican accent.
Have you no empathy, man? You know, for the suffering of other people. Have you no sense of purpose?
She's so authentic, so likable and confident. Of course, I jest. Now it's time for Lefties Losing It. And let's start with the many accents of Chameleon Kamala. She can go from Ivy League to the ghetto.
So, friends, 64 days. Let's just get through the next 64 days.
She's even pulled out a little Latino heat in recent weeks, but I believe this may be the first time she's tried a Jamaican accent.
Have you no empathy, man? You know, for the suffering of other people. Have you no sense of purpose?
She's so authentic, so likable and confident. Of course, I jest. Now it's time for Lefties.
Yo, man, I knew it, man.
Damn,
Frank. A couple more clips from this shit real quick.
He's the one who talks about an enemy within.
Well, he was asked about that
No,
specific...
that's not what you just showed. In all fairness and respect to you,
that was the question that we asked him.
You didn't show that, and here's the bottom line.
The bottom line?
So the Fox News interview with Kamala Harris and Brett Baier is over. And let's just say there was a couple of moments in there where she blew up. She was clearly triggered. You could tell she didn't want to be there. And that's why her campaign handlers only gave Brett Baier about 20 to 25 minutes to actually do the interview. So this was definitely rushed. So let's start with something that made her very angry, which was Trump's rhetoric. Watch.
He's the one who talks about an enemy within, an enemy within, talking about the American people, suggesting he would turn the American military on the American people.
We asked that question to the former president today. Harris Faulkner had a town hall, and this is how he responded.
I heard about that. They were saying I was like threatening. I'm not threatening anybody. They're the ones doing the threatening. They do phony investigations. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the greatest gangster. No, it's true. No, but think of it. It's called weaponization of government. It's a terrible thing.
So,
Brett, I'm sorry, and with all due respect, that clip was not what he has been saying about the enemy within that he has repeated when he's speaking about the American people. That's not what you just showed.
He was asked about that specific...
No, that's not what you just showed. In all fairness and respect to you.
That was the question that we asked him.
You didn't show that, and here's the bottom line. He has repeated it many times, and you and I both know that. And you and I both know that he has talked about turning the American military on the American people. He has talked about going after people who are engaged in peaceful protest. He has talked about locking people up because they disagree with him. This is a democracy.
I never heard him say that.
And in a democracy,
lying.
The president of the United States in the United States of America should be
criminal
willing
ass,
to be able to
illegal
handle
immigrants out of here.
criticism without saying he'd lock people up for doing it.
All right, so obviously there's a
about
few things
cleaning
there.
the
Number
swamp.
one, the president of the United States should be able to handle criticism without locking people up. Okay, but that's what your administration has been up to over the last 3.5 years. You guys have been locking up people who clearly disagree with you. You guys were involved in censorship. You guys label everything that counters what you say as misinformation. So again, who's really the threat here? When you guys start attacking free speech and you go after people's Second Amendment, and you also start to prosecute people because you don't agree with them politically, I don't know what is a bigger threat than that. So yeah, when he says the enemy within, the establishment is the enemy of the people. The press is the enemy of the people. The results show that. They didn't always used to be.
Would you say I know? Fact. Would you say, Jack?
I said, why he didn't ask him that?
I know. I would. They be softballing questions too. Now,
yeah, man.
How you ever did nothing for black people? I would have clowned that lady. Wow. That's the white motherfuckers should have really gotten their skin by asking questions like that.
Yeah, I asked her straight up. I said, why does it seem like a lot of the so-called DNC press, media, and outlets and our certain constituents being people who don't necessarily swing their way, vote for them or for their candidates, you deem what they say is hate speech, or you want their speech to be taken from them.
Right.
What's up with that? Is it an abuse of power?
That's a hell of an abuse of power. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. You're right. That's a total abuse of power. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you talking about Trump say he using the military against the people, bro. Y'all did, bro. This whole pandemic, man. What y'all been trying to intimidate people to take these dang on, you know what I'm saying, these jibbies, bro. What we saying? Then the minute y'all went against the Supreme Court telling you that you didn't have the right to do it, and you still was forceful. Joe Biden got up on that mic and talking about putting people under the scope, putting American people in the crosshairs, targeting the American people for their constitutional, their human rights and civil rights, being able to choose their body, their choice. What we saying, Frank? What's really going on? Frank. Oh no, he must have stepped away or something. Let's see, yo. Yeah.
It's bullshit, man.
If you want to be the head of state, but you can't sit down and take the criticism that the people that's supposed to vote for you and our taxpayers got.
Wow.
You definitely don't need to be in that position, bro. You can't handle the heat.
Right.
Y'all been hiding them, getting, like you say, soft shoot, tiptoe ass questions and stuff. People out here is literally dying, man. People dying in this country, bro. People are losing their livelihood. People are losing their, you know what I mean? Their property. The people are losing jobs. People are losing life. People is, perishing.
Right.
And you shouldn't put some shooting saying everything's okay. The economy is in the best place it's ever been. Come on, man.
But that Flint, Michigan shit, that's bad, man. Nobody tripping off that. That's bad. That's fucked up.
I can name some other cities don't even got water at all. ain't had water in the last 40, 50 years.
Mm.
How is that possible?
That's like beyond third world country type shit. That's beyond that. You know what I'm saying, Jack?
Yeah, but they ain't gonna address none of that stuff. They're not gonna address the infrastructure things that this country actually need. You know what I'm saying? To build and make a better America. Why they ain't saying make America great again? Everybody should be on board with making America great again. What's so hard about that, bro?
Why is that just a slogan, right?
Or making it great for once for all. Dang. See, that's telling to me. When people, at least you go against, we all obviously are not going to always get along and agree on everything. But one thing we should agree on, that we are Americans and that we want America first. That should be one of the most important policies and agendas, is to try the best to make America first. Do for your own first.
Agreed. Agreed. You know, I agree.
Especially when you're on the main level, like the federal government, you know what I'm saying, and you coming from the White House. It should be America first. You should be wanting, you should be pumping your fist up. Yes, we're gonna make America first, American economy first.
So true.
But as you can see, over the years and different administrations and stuff, man, we're losing the identity. We're losing the identity to a lot of American-made stuff, American-born stuff, man. It ain't so no more. Let's donate on down. On from the structures, some of the original structures and building, the science of building, forming, water filtration, air quality, um, distribution, manufacturing.
That's so true.
It's all like foreign.
Everything foreign.
And you wonder why the quality has went down. The quantity just went up, but the quality just went down, bro.
I wonder why we got so much poison and additives and all this in this food and shit.
There's so many recalls. What's the name just had a recall? Going through recall. Yeah, who me and Bernard was talking about earlier? Somebody just said a recall.
The microwave food?
Coca-Cola. No. Coke zero sodas or something. I don't know if it's Coca-Cola zero sugar sodas or something. Yeah, man. Come on, bro. Because you outsourced all your products and the individuals you outsourced it for, we had war and fights with them. So why would you trust them to do your manufacturing?
Right, we can't trust them.
That's crazy as hell.
That's
crazy as hell.
Enemy, right?
You had to be self-sufficient somewhere. That's what built the nation up. Being self-sufficient, we was producing within and exporting.
Yeah, we said the enemy. That is the enemy, like a motherfucker too.
Come on, man. Cell phones. What? Everything is made outside of the country, man. Everything made outside this country, man, has been allegedly toxic and harmful for us, man.
Mad harmful.
And who's trying to address that?
I know, you might be right.
The quality went down. If I have to give America equality, because it ain't America no more, it's the United States now. It's the United States of the world.
Facts.
It's the global US.
United States of the world.
Yeah, man.
Right. That makes sense. Now that you break it down like that, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, anytime you got foreign corporations and or agencies and organizations that can come in and buy up groups these different little groups, these investor groups, can come up and buy large quantities of land. Oh my God.
Man, that's exactly what they doing. Exactly. Never lied about that.
Yeah, they're not helping American economics. They're helping their own country economics. They destroying our economics. Yeah.
I see what they're doing. Because what they're doing is in their best interest, but it's like, how is what America doing? How is our American government doing what's in our best interest? You know what I'm saying? By doing it. That's just
These
some
are the
quick
questions we need to ask, right?
right then and there. You know what I mean? But for the long run, I was not looking.
Before we vote for anybody else, these are the questions we should have a list of questions of things they should check off, because these people that they allow to come in, man, these corporations, organizations, agencies, NGOs, investment groups, in the land, the country they come from, a lot of the products a lot of the products is outlawed. It's banned. They can't sell them type of products. So why is they allowed to come into you sell these inside the United States of America, bro? To the American people. Why?
That's a good point. Good point, sir.
All these shutdowns. Boeing's supposed to have what? 17,000 layoffs or some shit. Walgreens laying off 12, which we do need to get rid of some of these damn pharmaceutical things because they're pushing too much drugs to people, man. They pumping too many pharmaceuticals out. But they already got people addicted to the damn pharmaceuticals, so it's like, okay, what's that going to do?
Good point.
These are the things we should be addressing, man. I'm not voting for damn one of the motherfuckers because, like I said, you're not addressing things I want you to address. Yeah, the border needs to be addressed. Severely that need to be squared away. Definitely that. Definitely should be secured at this point in the game.
No, I see what you're saying though, but it's just like this shit is getting out of control, bro.
State benefits should go to state citizens and or nationals. Plain period, point blank period.
There should be no question about that.
No question about that. I know everybody can't. It's hard for you to get to everybody, and you got waiting lists and stuff. Cool. Those are the people you should get to first. How are you going to bring people in and skip over the people that's been on these waiting lists and stuff, bro? What we doing?
What are we doing, man? That's a good question. That's a good question. They skipping over motherfuckers on purpose.
Yeah.
Intentionally. Intentionally, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. They acting like Obamacare was so it was more detrimental than it was helpful.
Yeah, they act like that shit was the shit. No Obama. Of course, it's no Obama, man. You know what I'm saying?
And his dumb ass allowed him to put his name on that.
And see, the thing is too, look at how they turned out with Obama. That motherfucker, man. You know what I'm saying? That motherfucker was one of the biggest stuff, man. For him to do that shit in Flint, Michigan for them people, that motherfucker, man. That shit was crazy.
Yeah, ain't been back up there since. See, he still got, like we were saying earlier. Was that me you talking the other day where these people still got influences, just like he coming out now trying to. Why you ain't been going into these areas, man, and trying to help fix these areas, man, with your wisdom, your smarts, your knowledge, your wisdom, your leadership skills. Help some of these local local governments to fix their economics, to fix the education disparity, the food deserts, like she said, cleaning up the water systems. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't know if you're doing it or not. I mean, I ain't heard nobody talking about you doing that. As you still apparently got a little influence. But they only come out, man, like I said, election time. And we keep falling for it.
We do keep falling for it. That's weird too. Like they got us on some that engineering consent shit. Like let's like clockworks with this election shit. Like that's weird, man. I mean, they said even though they were saying like, you know what I'm saying, that support for the Democrat Party has went down amongst us throughout the years, but it's still, motherfuckers still on that clock, man. And then, you know, these motherfuckers showing lines and shit now, and Georgia and shit, in the voting and shit, in the voting lines and shit. Like that's fine, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like showing these cats fucking in the line, voting line. Like really? That shit is so corny to Shaq, man. Like really? You know what I'm saying?
You said they're doing what in the line?
They were showing these people in the voting line. They was like, lines are like long ass lines. It's like, really, man? Motherfuckers wasting their time in the day to vote, bro. Like, and I can see now if there was certain people in that district that was doing certain things that were good people that actually deserve to vote. Like, that's different. You know what I'm saying? But in most of the time, that do not be the case, man. That shit don't be the case, man. Motherfuckers, it's a popularity thing.
Yeah, motherfuckers don't ask for shit for the vote, man. I be shit, nigga. If you ain't got nothing major agendas down for this particular area, bro, I ain't vote for what?
No, man.
Let them. They gonna do what they do. Let them shit.
Good point. It's a good ass point. But these politicians know, you know, money is the thing, man. Money is the thing, and status. You know what I'm saying? Those two things are the thing, man. As long as these people are achieving that, they ain't gonna be looking out for you or me. You know what I'm saying? The best interest of some average person, you know. And that skin tone shit don't mean, it may mean something to us, but it don't mean nothing to them. They're not tripping off helping no damn white people or no, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's that fraternity, all that shit is a bunch of bullshit. Niggas in fraternities and shit. Niggas, you know what I'm saying? That's that. What could I, you know what I'm saying? What could I get for myself? You know what I'm saying? Type shit. They don't give a fuck about the race, so-called race, so-called group of people. You know what I'm saying?
So what you was playing the Fox interview?
Oh yeah, my bad.
But they are now. It's clear that the FBI is politicized. It's clear the Secret Service has been politicized. It's clear they've been weak on foreign policy and has allowed our adversaries to become stronger. That's why they've been getting away with all this craziness in the Middle East. So yeah, I mean, you guys truly are the enemy within. There's no question about that. And I think that's why it made her so angry, because she knows it's the truth. And here's another question that got her angry. And I feel it's probably one of the top questions that people have about her campaign slogan.
Campaign slogan is a new way forward, and it's time to turn the page. You've been vice president for 3.5 years. So what are you turning the page from?
Well, first of all, turning the page from the last decade in which we've been burdened with the kind of rhetoric coming from Donald Trump that has been designed and implemented to divide our country and have America.
This motherfucker full of shit, bro. See what I'm saying, man? The last decade. 10 years, bro.
Dude, a decade was 10 years ago, bro. Wow. What's up with her, man? She passed the bar? It took her like 12 times, huh?
Yeah, I've been in office, nigga. He was in office. Y'all was the Democrats was in office 2014.
The white boy The white guy, whatever his name is.
And Joe Biden. Matter of fact, Joe Biden was a part of that administration.
He
So
was
who was
right.
that?
Ooh.
Part of that regime.
The white, whoever this white guy, his name is something. He was the host or whatever. He's right. What are you turning the page from?
Right. That I answer.
Dude, what the fuck? That's just like a common sense, dude. Come on, man. What are you turning the page from? Your own bullshit fucking policy? I thought little kids was the ones that that learned to learn how to take accountability, and they learn it, and then they have a hard time, like not grown ass motherfuckers in their 60s, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So motherfuckers just don't grow up, huh? Shit, Shaq, motherfuckers don't grow up. You feel me? They don't grow up, man. This should be I mean, is this an act? Is this like Saturday Night Live and shit, bro?
Could be.
Seriously, you know what I'm saying? Because it just seems like, is she just this stupid?
Americans literally point fingers at each other. Rhetoric and an approach to leadership that suggests that the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down instead of what we all know. The strength of leadership is based on who you lift up. The strength of an American president, which is one who understands that the vast majority of us have more in common than what separates us.
Madam Vice President, more than
turning the
70% of people
That is
tell
about turning the
pollsters-
page on rhetoric that people are frankly exhausted of, Brett.
More than
people are
70% of people
exhausted.
tell the country is on the wrong track. They say the country is on the wrong track. If it's on the wrong track, that track follows 3.5 years of you being vice president and President Biden being president. That is what they're saying, 79% of them. Why are they saying that? If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
Why? Yeah. Why are they saying that? Yo, Chad, you can't make this up, man. This shit is hilarious.
She ain't.
utter
Some of the
fail.
stuff what she's saying is valid, but it's for them though, because what the rhetoric they've been pushing. They push the same rhetoric.
Yeah.
Voter rights.
Right.
Poor people, but they rich as hell.
Racism.
But they the racist.
Abortion rights. She don't got no kids.
Well, that's just something new they've been pushing. I mean, well, not new, but they've been advocating for that lately.
Bro, I feel you. You talking about shit that been pushing for years. You know what?
Yeah, the rhetoric. We're talking about the rhetoric. What they've been pushing. What's the rhetoric they've been pushing?
They've been pushing the same type of shit like this for the civil rights, movement, bro. Nothing's changed. The same problems. You know that? Same problems. Discrimination, police brutality. You know what I'm saying? Not fair, more wages, better economics. We've been pushing the same shit since the civil rights movement, bro. Shit has not gotten better. We have the same problems since the civil rights movement, even before that. What does that tell you? How do we not see that this shit is, they're playing us? Like,
It's got worse too, Frank, because over time,
worse,
more people, they've brought more people in with different ideologies of the American ideology, bro. Those people get to come in, Frank, with their own cultural beliefs. And they bring their cultural beliefs in, and they're anti-America. They're pro-American benefits. I'm gonna say they're pro-United States benefits, but they anti-American.
Good point.
They've been boycotted us. They've been boycotted us. Israelis, Arab, Israeli, Arabic niggas? Everybody, them boycotted the American politics, American economics. They create their own.
True. Good point. He said they created their own, huh? That's right. He's right. He said these people come over here with different hatred and disdain towards us.
Of course.
That's the thing. You gotta have that disdain and racism towards it. You got to have that towards us. It's mandatory. Look at she's emotionally unstable, bro. Like,
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
But you've been the person holding the office.
Come on.
Madam
You
Vice
and I
President.
both know what I'm talking about. You and I both know what I'm talking about.
I actually don't. What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that over the last decade,
But you're
people
the
have
lever of
become,
power.
but
See, that's the thing, Madam Vice President. No one knows what you're ever talking about. Okay. So can we get that out of the way? Here's the other thing. You've been in office. And as we know, over the past 16 years, 12 of those years have been dominated by Democrats. So you guys have maintained control majority of the time. So when the country says, yeah, we're headed in the wrong direction, and it's 79% of the country, you can't blame Donald Trump for that. You can criticize his rhetoric, but you can't blame him for the policy decisions that has put us in the positions that we're in, whether that is on the border, or that is crime and safety in our inner cities, or that is the inflation and the cost of living that has skyrocketed, or the chaos that's happening.
Slanderish. How is she allowed to do? How are they allowed to do that? How are they allowed to just blatantly lie on the next person like that?
That's what they do, man. They're exposing themselves. And I hope people is paying attention that they expose themselves. You know, listen to what they say and listen to what they is what they saying lining up what's actually going on. And they never take accountability to the shit that they contribute to. They blame it and try to blame it on the next. You in power. You in position. You the one the head of the fucking goddamn on the Senate. You get to sign off on this shit. You get to say yeah or nay. You the last one to look at this stuff and sign off on it. If it's something that you don't agree with, why are you signing off on it then?
Why did you sign off on it?
You know when you niggas know how to kick out. See, when black folks want to legislation, it's a no, it's a nay. Shit.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. When it's something for black people, it's a nay like a motherfucker.
Happening overseas in the Middle
Come together against that, boy.
East. And that's why it really comes down to the people who are running this country at the very top. That is Joe Biden. That is you. So clearly, either Joe Biden doesn't know what he's doing, or there is something missing up there and he's done. And so are you. And that's exactly what Brett Baer pushed her on in this next clip.
Call Donald Trump. He's misguided. You say now
he's unstable. He is unstable, Brett.
He's not well. You say he's mentally not stable.
He's not stable.
Let me ask you this. You told many interviewers that Joe Biden was on his game, that ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
Joe Biden, I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room. And he has the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people. Spoken out, even people who worked for him in the Oval Office, worked with him in the Situation Room, and have said he is unfit.
Now, let's just be honest, okay? If Donald Trump fired 200 people during his administration, could you probably say, you know, there was a few in there that maybe he shouldn't have fired. Maybe there just was not seeing an eye to eye. Sure, I could give her the benefit of the doubt on that. But don't think I'm naive, lady. Most of those people were fired because they weren't doing their job and they were undermining his executive orders. He's the president of the United States. And if he says, I want to do X, Y, or Z, why would I have people sabotaging what I want to do? I'm the leader of the free world. I would fire you. And that's what's wrong with this current administration. They don't fire anybody. That's why no one is held accountable. That's why nobody feels they need to do their job correctly. And that's why all those people that were fired by Trump, what's your next step? Well, you go on the news and you make it a big deal and you write a few books and you make a lot of money because there is a lot of money in criticizing Trump. So I don't give them any credibility. Just like the American people don't give you the credibility, Madam Vice President, when it comes to border security. Check this out.
You know, voters tell pollsters all over the country and here in Pennsylvania that immigration is one of the key issues that they're looking at this election, and specifically the influx of illegal immigrants from more than 150 countries.
Damn, 150.
How many?
Check. From 150 countries, bro. Are you serious? Did you hear that?
That sound like a lot more than just Mexicans coming in, don't it?
Bro, what the fuck? Nah, bro. What are they trying to do, man? 150 different, not 10 different, not 15 different. What the fuck is going on?
That sound like a lot more than just Haitians and Mexicans.
I know,
Huh?
Wow. That is crazy, man.
Let's see how she wiggle out of this and see.
Illegal immigrants, would you estimate your administration has released into the country over the last 3.5 years?
Well, I'm glad you raised the issue of immigration because I agree with you. It is a topic of discussion that people want to rightly have. And you know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, but
right
do you
now,
just a
which
number?
is-
Do you
but-
think it's 1 million, 3 million?
Brett, let's just get to the point. Okay, the point is that we have a broken immigration system that needs to be repaired.
So your Homeland Security Secretary said that 85% of apprehensions.
I'm not finished. We have
It's a
an
rough
immigration
estimate of 6
system
million people
that
have been
needs to be-
released into the country. And let me just finish. I'll get to the question. I promise you.
I was beginning to answer.
And when you came into office, your administration immediately reversed a number of Trump border policies. Most significantly, the policy that required illegal immigrants to be detained through deportation, either in the U.S. or in Mexico. And you switched that policy.
See, they had
released from
Trump made them
custody, awaiting
Mexico
trial.
make the agreement that
So
if people
instead,
coming up and they coming up through Mexico, they would have to wait. They would have to wait in Mexico. Mexico will hold them.
That's
see
what
what I'm saying?
Right.
Huh?
That's what it's supposed to be.
Right. They came to that agreement during Trump's administration. That was one of the agreements that they came to. And when they came in, they just started letting any and everybody in. Mexico agreed to hold a certain amount of them people until they check out, until they still check out. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I want to see how she addressed. See, she ain't gonna answer none of these questions, man. They're just gonna try to blame it on somebody else and saying,
Oh yeah.
included in those were a large number of single men, adult
Okay, Chad, what you saying?
men, who went on to commit heinous crimes. So, looking back, do you regret the decision to terminate Remain in Mexico at the beginning of your administration?
At the beginning of our administration, within practically hours of taking the oath, the first bill that we offered Congress before we worked on infrastructure, before the Inflation Reduction Act, before the CHIPS and Science Act, before the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first bill, practically within hours of taking the oath, was a bill to fix our immigration system.
Yes, ma'am. It was called the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021. It was essentially a pathway to citizenship for the. Yes, ma'am.
May I finish responding,
But
please?
but
you have to let me finish.
You had the
please.
White House and the House and the Senate,
I'm
and they
in the
didn't bring
middle
up
of
that bill.
responding to the point you're raising, and I'd like to finish.
Clearly, she's not going to accept responsibility when it comes to the border. I'm surprised Brett Baer didn't bring up the fact.
Why did y'all erase the shit? Excuse my language. Why did you erase the what he said, the Mexican what did he say? Retain or some shit. Why? Because it was vengeance against Trump. Y'all keep saying Trump vengeance against y'all, but it was vengeance against Trump. So everything he was doing, he was going to deliberately make him look like a fool. And whether he implemented a policy that was sustainable for the American people and pro, turning this thing around, y'all deliberately fumbled it. Because you can always say, well, it was his policy. Yeah, but you were supposed to follow through on the policy, bro.
I know, huh?
They know what the hell they be doing, man.
I know. You ain't supposed to disband it. That's spiteful, man.
Yeah.
fact that she was named the border czar, but hey, that's a whole nother thing. Saying, well, we had a bill when we first came to office, but then Donald Trump, nixed the bill that we didn't get to till 2024.
Well,
okay, whatever. But what happened
just
between all that? And that's what she was preventing Brett Baer from diving into, because she was pretty much talking over him. You could tell she was a little rattled on that, but she would rather talk over him and keep saying a lot of nothing than to actually answer the questions directly. And I think part of the reason on why that is because her campaign handlers made sure that this interview was short, so there wasn't time to actually clarify. And that's why the polls are the way that they are. But anyways, they made it short on purpose. And Brett Baer talked about that.
I hope you got to say what you wanted to say about Donald Trump. There are a lot of things.
There's more to say. I have much more
there
to
are
say,
a lot of
actually.
things that people want to learn about you and your policies, and
Yes.
that's why
I invite everyone to go to KamalaHarris.com, and you will see that I have 80 pages of policies that are quite comprehensive and should be accessible to anyone who would like to read them. And it includes what I intend to do about affordable housing, what I intend to do about small businesses, what I do
And that's why
intend
we
to do to
invited you
strengthen
here.
our economy.
It's pathetic, man. She can't even get through a 20-minute, 25-minute goddamn interview. They got to cut it short. Same thing with Joe Biden when he was on the Breakfast Club.
Oh yeah.
Anytime you pin them up against the wall and make them answer certain things, they're gonna try to wiggle out of it.
You know what I noticed about the
Gets
Breakfast Club?
Club?
Yeah, they're Democrats, and they support Democrats and all that, and they be pushing them. But sometimes I notice they'll
They need to defund the Breakfast Club and these damn
questions.
outlets, because they're doing a disjustice to the American people, man.
No facts.
We want answers. We want questions. We got questions, and we want answers, dog. We don't want this gets galloping.
I think they know when they get in. See, I think that's the thing. It's a certain amount of power that they perceive that they're gonna have when they get in. So they're like, "Fuck you, as long as I'm in." Why? You know what I mean? And that's shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna. Yeah, we're gonna do what we've been doing.
Even worse, and that attitude's even gonna be even worse when they get in. That's the crazy thing, man. Like we be voting for our own, shit that's our own demise, like shit that's against us, like that's shit that's
because they know they got 4 years. They got 4 years, and what they always do, they never put the American people first when they get in. It's always what they want to do. The American people should be first. Our agenda should be first. Get them out the way. Then if it's some things that y'all want to implement, the foreign policy stuff, some of the stuff need to be addressed immediately, but they came in with foreign policy first.
Man, that's crazy, man. You wouldn't even that domestic policy. They don't be pushing that shit. They don't be on that shit.
They try to make patches here and there that last stretch, like the last year. See, we ain't about going to the 4th year of the administration, and they're just now trying to implement American infrastructure.
I'm not barely.
How you get played, man? And that's how they do. They try to extend 2 terms. They jack up the American policies, the American economics and policies. Their first couple of years, and this first term, they're trying to get back in it so they can get in another term, back to back.
Right.
See where you were in 2019 and where you are now.
America's military and ensure we have the most lethal and best fighting force in the world.
Madam Vice President,
And
they're giving me a hard rap
Well,
here.
I thank you for the time.
I thank you for the time.
It's good to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you guys got value from this video, do me a favor, make sure you like, share, and subscribe to the channel.
But not the Merger
further,
again,
go
because she
to
ain't gonna
link
answer
in
no question. Then she want to push her rhetoric out. Now she's the rhetoric woman. That we need to start calling her Madam Rhetoric. That's her new name.
No.
Madam Rhetoric.
Want to push her shit, but don't want to. Interesting.
Yeah, bitch, y'all improbable. Man, y'all, come on, man. Stop playing games with the American people, bro. That's what we need to stop saying. Stop playing in our face. That's the new hashtag, bro. The new hashtag is stop playing in our face. That's what we need to be hashtagging, Frank. All up and down our timeline. Stop playing in our face.
Check out this dude. dude Bush Ware right here. He's a this dude's a what's the name? This dude's a yeah, he a Green Party. He dealt with
The Green Party, they full of shit too. They want health care for all, free health care for all. But okay, how are you gonna pull that off?
How are you gonna pull it off?
So many people, they didn't add so many people to this country now.
They don't deserve that shit.
Talking about free health care for all.
Them
Come on,
motherfuckers
man.
I know, huh? Yeah,
For
I don't
all?
agree with that.
Them
With the
niggas
Green
ain't work, man.
Yeah, I don't agree with that with the Green Party. That just goes to show that they just goes to show that they're for immigration. I'm not for that, man. I'm sorry.
They got some of the same views as the left or the libertarians.
Right. Right.
Kamala Harris is the black face of white supremacy. She's what Frantz Fanon described in his, seminal work, Black Skins, White Masks. And I've said this before, I'll say it again. People were tripping about these coconut memes that Kamala was dropping when she first got on the ticket, and they decided that they were gonna black girl magic a genocide, right? Well, those of us that are like internationally read in on racial questions know that for the South Asian community, a coconut is the equivalent of an Oreo in the black community. It means you're brown on the outside, white on the inside. And that is a perfect description of Killer Kamala. That is, that is that's, I won't say if you crack her coconut, or if you crack that coconut, it's all white thoughts on the inside. It's all white supremacy. She is somebody that's mostly known as an agent of the carceral state. And I'll just say this, is that watching black, especially black women abolitionists like Angela Davis, sully their legacies for eternity by endorsing this blackface minstrel show, this Drake of the political arena, right? She is cosplay blackness manifest.
Did you just say Angela Davis?
Angela Davis endorsed.
That's worse than Bruce Springsteen.
Isn't she a lesbian?
I'm just disgusted.
Isn't she with a white woman? Angela Davis don't got no clout. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just disgusted.
Look,
I can't even.
Professor, do you, as somebody who probably understands the black community as well as anybody, is this really just a question of societal position? Is it just a question of money? I think a lot of people look around and, we have the obvious suspects, but there's a lot of people,
Hillary Clinton.
I'm not talking about her.
Okay.
I'm just saying in general, there is something to be said for the acceptance of just playing along with the Democratic Party establishment. But I'm also seeing a lot of pushback that we've never really seen before. And I also see the support for Trump, particularly from black men, as more of a fuck you to the Democratic Party than it is a support for Trump. They're supporting him because everyone in their eyes is basically a hater of Trump. So they're like, okay, you want to be a player hater? Then I'm just going to go right with the game. That's how it's going to be. Yeah. But I do think we're living in a different time now. And I do think there is an evolutionary period that's taking place, even though even some people in the chat are like, well, you're not being realistic. It's like, well, you know what? There's a lot of unrealistic expectations before it becomes realistic. And
it's such a brainwashed defeatist. It just shows that they've been stuck on the teat of mainstream media and can't get the propaganda off of loop inside their cerebellum. The reality is the only reason why people say that is because they've been told to say that. My favorite MC, Wise Intelligent from Poor Righteous Teachers, he visited my hip hop history class one time and he said, narrative scripts human behavior the way that code scripts computers. And that's the reason why they're fighting over this narrative. This media narrative keeps people plugged in and suckling at this teat that keeps feeding them poison. Because the reality is that 70% of the American population is opposed to genocide. 70% of independents in the most recent polling have said that this country—
30%, not 100%, not 80, not 90. Only 7.
Neither of them is doing their job. And you might expect that from independents, but did you expect that 50% of both Republicans and Democrats say that we need a third party because neither team blue nor team red is doing their job? So this defeatist idea that you can't win, what did Malcolm say? Malcolm said, never let your enemy tell you how many of you there are. If you believe that these people are telling you the truth about your electoral prospects, then you are just, brainwashed. You're the one living in a delusional state.
Yeah, well, if we're also, I'm sure you saw the clip of the reporter questioning Miller, and basically going into a diatribe about everybody's sick of this shit. You keep lying about what's going on. You're complicit in this genocide. And I've been saying for months, I don't know why any journalist goes to those press conferences, because you're just being lied to.
You're just being lied to directly to your face.
What is the point? You're sitting there like, and I know Ryan Grimm, he's a nice guy. He knows he's being lied to. He's not an idiot. Of course he knows that. So the facade that they just sort of keep this going like they're actually being given information is a big part of the problem. I mean, I don't know why we give that any credence whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, it's a commentary on the sorry state of the media. The way Dr. Jill likes to put it, and I like this, phrasing, is that they're supposed to be the watchdog, but instead they're the lapdog.
Oh yeah.
Right. And actually that's a point that I wanted to flesh out earlier. I used to say for a long time, I mean, people that know me know I've had a lot to say about politics, even though I never had, aspirations about elected office. I've been saying since the early 90s that American democracy in its current form was doomed the day that Rush Limbaugh went on the air. And the reason is that what it showed to the media companies who had previously done news is that there was essentially an unlimited market for telling people what they want to hear and carrying water for particular political constituencies. And so even the veneer of objective coverage, or at least
propaganda,
disinterested coverage, vanished. And so then Fox News comes in the aftermath.
Lawyers, liars.
Like, what you saying? Damn, huh? Fit that shit, man, right?
Yeah, people fed up with the shit, man. That's why a lot of people don't want to be a part of politics and stuff. You know what I mean? But it's almost like you can't get around it because it affects your life. It directly affects your livelihood. Anybody said no is a damn liar.
Pay these damn bills, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, your bills high.
Participate in this shit, commerce and motherfucking trying to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, open border is a policy, right? Border security is a policy.
That it is. That it is.
Who can write this legislation for banking and changing the banking? That's a policy that turns into that's a policy that turns into a law, statute, or code.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? Those are policies, bro. You know, who can be considered black and white? That's a policy.
Black and white.
What's the standard when we get your credit score? All this, what's a credit score is? Bad credit, good credit. Oh, you criminal. Those are policies, dog.
Facts.
I'm not saying they shouldn't be implemented, but they definitely should be regulated.
Good point.
You know?
Good point. Yeah.
Anytime you got the president of the United States that's putting the target on a specific group of people, that's a problem.
Well, we talking about I'm not gonna do that for black people. She said
that and Woodrow Wilson.
Oh, right. You talking about the birth of the nation, all that, right?
Yeah, birth of a new nation.
Mm.
And it lists all other policies, Jim Crow policies that passed through the red summer, all this stuff, man. New deals, these new deals and stuff that they came up with of destroying and repairing. They're going through it now.
And you could tell, it's cool because none of that shit ever got overturned, man. That's the last thing. Biden and Harris talking on that shit. They ain't gonna never try to turn none of that shit.
Math of Rush Limbaugh, then MSNBC, has to create a model, and essentially they just become the state media when it's Democrats in power. The Republicans are the state. The state Republicans have Fox as the state media when they're in power. CNN runs cover and carries water for the 1% as a whole, right? And so what we now have is this environment wherein there is actually like no air, and that's what they're afraid of with the repression of speech on campuses. That's what the TikTok ban is about, is that these corporations that now are in every single congressional lawmaker, every single elected official in the Democratic and Republican parties are all in the pocket of these corporations. That's why they're trying to silence our campaign. That's why they're trying to keep us off of those stages, because they know the American people are actually not fools. The American people have been fooled, so that they keep running these little sorry narratives about, oh, you're a Russian asset. You know what they call Russian assets, the Democratic Party, is that if people advocate for reparations, that is considered a Russian media talking point, and you get labeled, you get labeled as a Russian.
Really?
No
What's
joke.
the connection? Well, then because I've been talking about that for 5 years now. So am I a Russian asset?
Which is exactly the point, is that because the Kremlin used to use reparations arguments against the United States, that if you are vocal about reparations, that can literally get you classed as repeating Russian talking points. So this is the kind of sheer madness that we're talking about. They do everything they can to try to marginalize and dismiss us. Let us get a fair hearing from the American public, and we'll unplug all these sorry people from that media tap that they've been suckling on.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? Butch, shout out to Butch Ware, you know what I'm saying? Green Party vice president. All right, man. I think I'm gonna take my ass off here. What else I got? What else I got, man?
If you think you're lonely now.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, to be honest with you, this shit is a joke, man. This is just like something to laugh at motherfuckers on the world stage and shit. Why is this not letting me? Why's Facebook everyone's at?
Man, we keep playing with this shit, man. You're gonna have motherfucking Chinese and these India people whooping niggas on the ass, bro. Just like they whooping them damn Africans over there.
No, you're right though, man.
I'm serious, man.
I know. What did he say? Kamala Harris offers black men drugs and money in exchange for votes. Damn. Damn, kind of doesn't like that, man.
And they never would have led that with any other group, bro.
Oh no.
Tangibles.
Talking about some weed. That's very, very. That's so very stereotypical.
Why is she talking about weed when it's already been legalized? And people are already participating in weed,
You're right, man. They sick, man. Well, hold up. Damn, Kamala Harris be getting backlash, yeah. Yeah, they on her, boy. Shout out to African Diaspora Network.
I know, extremely important because a lot of folks don't save for these kinds of emergencies. And when they hit, it takes a real drain on their resources and ability to take care of themselves and their family.
So as you heard there, she was talking about, distributing funds and things like that. Now, of course, she was getting some heat for saying that people who needed it that would be affected by the hurricanes would receive $750. And people was like, say what? But nevertheless, there she was saying, people don't save. So, of course, they're going to need help. And it's like, wait a minute now. Yeah, of course, there's some people who just don't save, but is it an issue really more people not saving because they don't want to or not saving because they can't? I think we know the answer to that. And it's because they can't. A lot of people can't, right? Now, in the last 3 years, it is said that over 50% of renters pay more than 30% of their income for rent. It is said that groceries have gone up specifically since 2022, 22%, right? And a whole host of other things, gas and everything else you can think of. So when you hear her say they don't save, it's like, are you paying attention, Kamala? Because also,
no, hold on, Frank. What was this in reference
the
to?
fact that Americans cannot save to her and Biden's policies since they went to office.
That ain't got shit to do with a hurricane will wipe you out. What
And
that's got to
there's
do
not
with
a
you
lot
saving,
of people
bro?
making a lot more money to keep
a
up
hurricane
with
to
the
wipe you the hell
cost
out.
of inflation,
You
right?
know what I'm saying, Frank?
Now it's starting to cool.
See, now you're gonna blame the people now. Now you blaming the people for a damn disaster. Really?
Damn, man.
If you get wiped out, bro. Say what?
Savings won't be no meaning.
Your bank account, maybe? That's the only thing that probably be intact is your bank account, because that ain't. And then again, it depends, because if a bank in that area got you messed up, then they still got to repair. Yeah, come on, man. What we saying, dog?
She's full of shit. You see,
yeah, man.
That seems like dingy, doofy, inconsiderate.
What the hell is saving? When you losing all your savings is being lost with your property, your assets is being destroyed by a fucking goddamn hurricane.
Man, you can't make this.
I can't afford to go to the grocery store like I did a couple of years ago because things cost more. Rent costs more. The cost of living is just more. And it said that people they have a hard time saving, especially Black Americans, right? It says that we have, the average American about $1,500 in savings, which I would probably think is a lot less than that. But it says that if there were an emergency, a lot of people don't even have $100 to, contribute to that emergency. So when you think of something like a hurricane hitting, and that emergency could be somebody dying, it could be somebody's house getting, tore up, and a whole host of other things, right? So I don't think $100 is going to help that. But when you hear her say they don't save, it's really tone deaf. And it also goes to show that she's not really paying attention, or maybe she just doesn't care, right? I just say whatever I need to say and people will go for it. But nah, it ain't that they don't, it's that they can't. So anyway, y'all tell me what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetra K Show, here on YouTube.
Damn, yo. Shaq, that's not good.
Frank, I'd have slapped her across the head with, we don't save. Last time I checked, the United States is in $1 trillion of debt. Explain that. Huh?
I know. These states is in debt. How do
and y'all got these different unions and stuff trying to take people's savings and tax people's savings. How the hell are you gonna save when you're getting taxed on your savings? See, they be talking to the wrong people.
I do be talking to the wrong people.
People don't know how to debate and counter these people, man. You taxing people's retirement and the retirements and their savings and securities and stuff, bro. It's impossible to save and grow wealth.
I know. You got young, older people having to go back to work.
Yeah.
Under whose administration, man? The Biden administration, baby. You know what I'm saying? This is not a good look, bro. This is bad. What else I have on there, man? Shit. Yeah, but that propaganda is real, Shaq. All this shit is real, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Shit.
Last video. And I'm going off here.
Turn up. Turn up.
We're taking it back to New York.
We're
taking it back to New York on this one.
What you got going on in New York?
Mild migrant children are behind. Crime watch. Fair use.
The NYPD
1976 under the Copyright Act has given me allowance to report on this for commentary and educational purposes.
is investigating a string of armed robberies targeting people in Times Square. They say nearly 24 young immigrants are behind the brazen crime, some as young as 11 years old, and their ages, police say, allow these suspects to get away with it. They stay out of jail and then keep terrorizing New Yorkers and tourists alike. Eyewitness News reporter Lauren Glassberg live in Times Square with more on this story. Lauren.
Well, David, the NYPD says that this is really a gang of very young people, and they have committed some 50 robberies. Some of them are even armed robberies. And we understand that the police first targeted them in Central Park, but now they have targeted this area, Times Square, as their playground.
They're reckless and as ruthless of a crew as we've seen.
And they're young, some as young as 11 years old. Police say they first targeted Central Park this summer, and now Times Square is their playground.
When you look at this core group of 20 individuals, this is their ground zero.
Assistant Chief of Detectives Jason Savino focuses on gangs, and this gang, he says, is made up of asylum seekers being housed at the Roosevelt Hotel. They're a subset of the gang Tren de Aragua and self-identify as Los Diablos, or the Little Devils of 42nd Street, and they even post about their crimes, which have escalated.
It started with snatches, and then you saw Wolfpack-type robberies, where you'd see numerous individuals surrounding unsuspected tourists, frightening them, and then taking their properties. That graduated certainly into knives, and then ultimately, we even had gunpoint robberies committed by this young crew.
I'll just kind of be like this, holding more towards the front, almost like a baby.
Anastasia Tucker always stays vigilant when she walks through Times Square, and news of this gang will ensure she continues to do so.
I mean, as a New Yorker, you should be, just kind of comes with the territory. But I think more police on foot also helps a better presence.
A deterrent.
Yes.
Police say they are using drones, covert techniques, and uniformed officers to find these offenders, but the big appeal is to the judges.
The DA is making recommendations that just aren't adhered to. We have to look at our judges and make them more accountable.
Now, some of these gang members are here alone without parents, and the NYPD says most of them do.
How would they know that? How would they know that? It told on themselves. How would they know they don't have parents? Shaq, how do they know that out here alone without no parents? How would they know that? Shaq, you hear what I said?
That's a great question.
How would they know they're out here without their parents, bro? How, if you don't know who they are, man? You just said you didn't know who they were and you were looking for them with drums and all this. But then on the other hand, you said they're out here without no parents. Damn. You got to, boy, you got to be careful. These people.
Also,
the media.
Another reason why they can't lock those immigrants up. You know why?
What's you?
Who? You breaking up. Say it again.
The U.S. Embassy, right? And they have a allegiance to they have some kind of contract with the embassy. Am I right?
But not only that, they're legal immigrants. So guess what? They can't take a bond out of it. Huh? So it's not profitable to lock them up. They're losing money. They lose money.
Right here, wait up, yo.
It's all about commerce, baby.
That's some shit. Damn. Whoa.
They ain't got no trust in them set up. Well, they can't
exactly.
They can't retain lawyers and nothing for them. So you in.
This dude, bro.
See what I'm saying?
It's all money, bro. Getting arrested and arrested. It's all money. That makes sense. They can't get no bond, literally no bond for them because they're not citizens, or they're not even citizens. They're not even they're foreign nationals, not U.S. nationals. Am I right?
Right. Yep. I bet at the best they can do is catch and release. You know what I mean?
Man, that's crazy. That's a good point, man. Damn, Shaq, you broke that shit down like a motherfucker. Damn. Wow. Yeah, that's right, dude. You can't. There's nothing you can get from that.
Mm-mm.
And who would represent? And then you would have to get somebody from the what's name to represent them. If that, you probably have to get somebody from the asylum. I mean, the U.S. Embassy or somebody like that.
Yeah, immigration attorney or some shit. Yeah,
we get federal for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't just be no regular fucking state fucking attorney or state motherfucker.
Come from Venezuela. Police say part of their initiation.
Remember, because not too long ago, Venezuela was going through some shit, and then the U.S. got into it, and all of a sudden these motherfuckers are coming to our country, dude. This is all by design.
Yep.
It's not rocket science. Like, you got to put the pieces to the puzzle together. You know what I mean? Damn, bro. He said, damn, you broke that shit down. That's some shit.
Into this gang
Several reasons why they can't lock them up.
Involves being dared to commit crimes, and if they don't commit the crime, they are forced to lick the floor of a subway. Obviously, none of the
What did you just say?
Immigrants, if they don't do the crimes, and then they're forced to lick the floor of the subway. Wow.
Now, where is she getting this information from? This intel from?
Damn, how would she know? Do they have snitches? Do they have informants?
I'm pretty sure.
Yo,
I'm pretty sure there's a couple of 3-letter agencies that's involved.
That's a good point.
Inside.
All right, last video because it's late. There's a new report. I think some of these are staged though. Some of these videos of the migrants, like with the guns and holding up the apartment.
New churches.
That shit might be staged.
Real rewards. Sign up and get free chicken.
It's the same footage over and over again.
For real.
Who took the video? Piensa que puede romper. And if anything, why would you be taking video of that? Incriminating yourself, right?
Ver las reglas. She's lined her pockets thanks to the oil and gas.
That's right. I'm gonna order her a Whopper.
So Georgia sheriff calls for backup for wrong Burger King order. Damn.
Tonight, newly released body camera video stirring up controversy in an Atlanta suburb. Cobb County deputies seen here rushing to the scene of a Burger King with sirens blaring. Not for a crime or physical altercation.
We ordered something, the food was wrong.
But to assist Cobb County Sheriff Craig Owens with his food order complaint.
Okay, sir. I don't need no damn money back no more. I just need to find out who owned this place so I can do a physical complaint to complain.
The incident happened a year and a half ago, according to the timestamp, but an edited video of the complaint recently emerged in a campaign ad from Owens' opponent in the sheriff's race, Republican David Cavender.
I don't think you should have your own deputies running lights and sirens down the streets of Cobb County because your order was wrong. As a senior law enforcement official in the county, I believe that should be something you should be able to use some social interaction skills with and be able to navigate that incident without the assistance of deputies.
NBC News obtained the original body camera videos from two deputies' perspectives.
You didn't tell him who I was? No, I just told him it was the guy out in the truck.
Owens now defending his actions, writing, "At no point did I indicate my position, nor did I ask the responders to do anything that they would not, had not, or have not done for anyone else who makes a business dispute call," which he says any citizen can make. Adding that, "I regret that this call is being politicized in an attempt to win votes." Carmen Best is a former police chief in Seattle.
Any person does have the right to make the call, but he's not any person. He is the sheriff, and these people work for him who are responding. So it does make it a bit of a different circumstance.
Owens, a Democrat, unseated longtime Sheriff Neil Warren, a Republican, in 2020, becoming the county's first Black sheriff, running on jail reform and his experience in the Army Reserves.
So help me God.
Now, the groundbreaking sheriff facing a grilling just as early voting is set to get underway.
This is still a solidly Democratic county, and most people vote for the incumbents in these down ticket races, unless they have a real reason not to. But this makes the Republicans' chances a little bit smoother.
And Emily Ikeda joins us now in studio. So, Emily, is this a situation where constituents, voters are speaking out? Could there be?
Check, what you think about that, bro? That motherfucker.
I don't know, man. That sounds like some Mickey Mouse shit.
What'd you say?
This is all sound like it's all political theater, man.
It is political theater.
They publicize him because if he did call, you know, he didn't say why did they have to come with sirens blaring. This is a non-emergency call.
Why would they even come like that in the first place? It was not an emergency, right?
Right, it's a non-emergency
call. Why they show that? Why the news part show that?
Why they show that? Yeah, and they probably didn't even. They probably just put their sirens and stuff in there. They probably weren't even that big like that though. See, this is yellow journalism shit too, man. Like you said, it's political. They play dirty in politics, man, and they use everything, man, blow it up and make it look 10 times worse than what it was. I hardly doubt that sirens would have came blurring to a situation like that. Now, he may have called, like you said, just protect himself. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Because you know how it is.
That shit was fucking funny, bro.
Yeah, they probably believe
because the order was wrong. Nigga, why you eating burger? This nigga. You make how much a year, nigga? You eating Burger King? You tripping, bro. Any damn way.
Yeah, I mean, hey, man. When people get in position of power, bro, they tend to they tend to push it a little to the.
And then Democrat Republican.
Xin chào, tôi là Vi Lê, tôi là một cư dân quận Cam, tôi đã bỏ phiếu từ cuộc tổng tuyển cử năm.
He just conceded a Republican. Remember, I'm gonna play a little bit of this, like 5 minutes, and I'm about to get out of here, man. But look how they do in New York, man. These damn migrants, man. Look how they.
Spate of robberies in New York City that's been attributed to a Venezuelan gang, and a lot of them have come over within this surge of migrants from Venezuela into the United States.
So since the asylum crisis started, over 200,000 people alone have come through New York City, but they haven't
been alone. And a number of gang members have entered sanctuary cities like New York, masquerading as legitimate asylum seekers. But their goals are not legitimate, and that's a big problem, not just for sanctuary cities, but also for any city or state touching one.
A notorious Venezuelan gang has quickly expanded its criminal operations into the United States, raising alarms among U.S. law enforcement officials.
Homeland Security officials tell NBC News they have more than 100 criminal investigations nationwide into TDA and calling TDA the next MS-13.
And you know, police tell us that the migrant crisis has really made this problem so much worse. Here along busy Roosevelt Avenue, not only is there increased gang activity, but also migrant women from other countries desperate to find a job.
They're more organized, they're more structured, and they're involved in so many different crimes. You name the crimes, they're going to.
What do you say?
Why they ain't asking about these gangs coming in? Because Trump was saying about you have these open border policies, but
be involved.
You know, with no means you would get these coyotes and different, you know, individuals coming in here committing crimes and shit, man. They just thought Trump was trying to be racist. Oh, he's being racist, trying to be. And look where we at.
Fact.
It is an infestation. It's taking hold, not just in New York. It's up in Michigan. It's spreading. If people don't wake up and see it for what it is, we're going to be in a lot of trouble in this country.
This is supposed to be a restaurant. And if you look at it, it's listed as a foot massage place. The bust happening directly across the street from multiple schools. And Chief of Detectives Joseph Kenny says the influx of migrants is fueling the problem. And with that, you see some gang activity.
Not only are they citywide, but they are operating inside the city's migrant shelters, like this one behind me.
After crossing the border, dangerous gang members are being found not just in New York, but also in neighboring New Jersey. But what nobody's talking about is that both New York and New Jersey, even though they're sanctuary states, the growing presence of gangs in either state couldn't be happening without what's going on right here in New York City, where critics say our generous right-to-shelter laws take things one step further than sanctuary status and have made us an unwilling participant in the growth of gang-related crime throughout the region. Because it's one thing to be a sanctuary city with laws that harbor federal fugitives and protect them from justice, but it's quite another to offer free housing, food, and medical care to people who say they're here for the American dream, but aren't. And it's another thing to not deny somebody access to such generosity after they're caught committing a crime, which critics say is a big problem, not just for New York City, which is unknowingly aiding a small number of people who are secretly gang members, but also.
What is that?
Stop playing games. They needed to send their ass straight to Gigmo.
Why are they not deporting these people, man? I'd rather have laws to where you can deport if they commit crimes, though. They could do shit like that. So deport these motherfuckers back to their country. Is that simple? Or is it not that simple? I don't know. Like, they want this labor this bad, huh? They want labor and votes that bad from these motherfuckers, huh?
Also for every city and town near New York, because the way crime works is once you've got a critical mass of bad guys, their evil empire will spread. A big problem in progressive areas of America with soft on crime laws that don't send people to jail for robbery or assault and prosecute criminals by protecting them, oftentimes dismissing or downgrading serious offenses like weapons charges, to the point where people who used to be in jail in other parts of the world do those same things here and just get a slap on the wrist. Which brings us to the real reason law-abiding areas of the country that border sanctuary cities are now in danger. Those sanctuary policies are no longer some cute way to rebel against seemingly unjust border security measures. Instead, they make cities like New York, Denver, and Chicago a danger to the rest of the nation. And as you're about to see, these gangs are turning the neighbors of sanctuary cities like New York into crime-ridden no-go zones, all because of what we allow to happen right here. So here we are at the Port Authority bus terminal, and every week in New York, between 600 to 1,000 asylum seekers still arrive looking for a place to stay. Now, proponents of New York's right to shelter policies that mandate housing for families, children, and single adults are right that these policies do keep people from living on the street. But critics say these policies also allow a small number of gang members to sneak in along with legitimate asylum seekers, establish themselves, and then spread out committing crime.
So tell me, Robert, who is this group, Tren de Aragua? What kind of people are they?
They originated out of a prison, Tocorón prison in the state of Aragua in the country of Venezuela. And basically, the government official there basically told the gang leaders that you guys take over the prison. So there were no more prison guards. The Tren de Aragua gang members were actually running the prison, and then they're released from prison.
So these are like the last people that you would want getting into a place that's trying to help out legitimate folks. Some of these individuals used to be in prison, and now you've got members of the criminal underworld using New York City's generosity against it and against other cities and towns and states like New Jersey that touch New York City. And recently, gang members who've committed crimes in and around the New York area have been arrested, and some have even given residential addresses to authorities as shelter locations. And we're seeing this happen at sanctuary cities all across the country, not just in New York. Take, for example, Aurora, Colorado. It's not a sanctuary city, but it's next to one, Denver, Colorado, and criminal activity that was taking place there has now spilled out into Aurora, just like it's now spilling from New York City into New Jersey. And what's fascinating is this is all happening under the umbrella of a system that is supposed to help asylum seekers get on their feet. Yet how can the system accomplish its goal?
Check. Why? You know what I'm saying? You helping these motherfuckers get on their feet. Why? Like, what's the reason, you know? What for votes? Census votes, and labor. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to get off here, man. It's late. It's like 6 something, man.
Yeah, boy, I'm about to shit. Fall asleep, player.
Oh yes. Well, yeah, that's some real shit though, man.
Try to share it out, man. I try to get the people in here, man, but I don't know how many people's in your front of me to chat it.
No, appreciate it, Shaq, man. Good looking out for sharing it out. You know what I'm saying? Telling the people to support, man. Appreciate it. Salute. You know what I'm saying? Because people don't be supporting, but that's on them, man, because they miss the knowledge, you know what I'm saying? And they miss it. That's what they missing out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? So shout out your information, man.
Yeah, man. You can tap in with your boy, man. Shaq Edwards on Facebook. Shaq_Edwards on Instagram. You know what I'm talking about. No, matter of fact, it's Shaq Edwards on Facebook, and I changed my screen name. It's Shaq Waller on Instagram.
So are they still they still tripping on the lives on there or what?
I don't know, man. I might go live tomorrow morning, man. I don't know. What time you getting up? Damn, it's already in the morning. I'm tripping.
Yeah, sure. Let me know, man. You know what I'm saying?
Let me see. Oh, it's 4 o'clock. God damn.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'll probably go live, man. And shit, I might mention a couple things, man. Touch up on a couple things that I'm talking about. A couple topics I might touch in on. Depends on what the I'm gonna let the universe give me the direction, man. You know, when I get up and go walking and stuff, I get some thoughts I grab from nature, from universe, and just start, you know.
I know that's when I walk
Popping out that, you know.
That's when I get my most thoughts too, man. Hell yeah. All right, what should tap in with me in the morning, shit, man?
Huh?
I said tap in with me later in the morning, shit. Word.
What time your ass getting up, nigga? I'm finna go to sleep. I'm probably gonna get back up around about 8 or 9, probably.
All right, for sure. I should be up.
All right, I'll tap in with you.
All right, salute. And then salute
to the
chat.
chat.
You know what I'm saying? All right, good looking out for coming on, chat. You know what I'm saying? Everybody in the chat, you know what I mean? Thanks for tapping in. Everybody has to sleep and shit. So might do a show tomorrow, if not Friday. So salute. Until then, I'm out. Peace.